Chapter 80, Get the FCK out of my house. Come on Sarah, they don't bite. Of course they do. We have been in a civil war with the resistance for years. Well, Guru is like a dog, probably he does bite. Kenshin, I don't remember asking for my assistant's opinion. Kenshin, respect the Shogun. I respect myself to a point you wouldn't understand. After all, you have no self-respect at all, simp. Kenshin, there is no Kenshin here anymore, only a tyrant with too much power in his hands, and too much imagination to use it correctly. Kenshin, Sarah and I were alone going to meet the resistance, and as you are hearing, Kenshin was a bit happy with his new position. Here we are, said Sarah with a grim face and in guard. Sarah, you are too stupid to be human. I always knew that bird brain was an insult, and I finally know why, said Kenshin with a disdainful look directed at Sarah. I can see everyone in 500 meters round me, and my assistant is stronger than the whole resistance put together and multiplied a few times. What do you think your useless bow is going to do? Sarah looked at the ground in embarrassment. In fact, despite being the general, you are the most useless one here. I am the power and my assistant is the brawn. In fact ×2. I don't think we need a general anymore. We don't even need the army, only the police, Kenshin said with a pondering look. What are you going to do if another country attacks us? Said I with a disapproving face. That's why you and your overpowered stick are here. Just start another storm and sink them before they arrive. And we need to economize for a few years, and the army is spending a lot. Too much in my opinion, Kenshin said. He almost fainted seeing how much the army spent. He trusted Sarah and knew that corruption wasn't necessarily the cause. The army, by its nature, was expensive. Ah, someone is coming, said Kenshin, and in about a minute, the enemy arrived. Stop right there, he said, surprising everyone here. You came here to fight, not to talk? A confused Kenshin asked. Why did he come to fight in a 3v1? Of course not. I am a proud member of the resistance. I will not let you goons of the Shogun put a foot in our land. The guy shouted in excitement. It looked like he was enjoying saying these things. But we are more, insisted Kenshin. He felt stupid, and he didn't like it. Hey, 2 women and a blind guy, not even a challenge, he said, adopting a position even Kenshin knew was stupid had he been able to see it. Kenshin finally exhaled, relieved. He was not the stupid one here. You only had to look at I's and Sarah's feelings at being dismissed for being a woman to realize who messed up here. Dude, I don't know what kind of alternate reality you are coming from. Kenshin sighed. Women were scary here. Just knock him out and let's continue. I still want to mock you for a bit more today. You shouldn't insult Maiko anymore, said I with a frown. Look at that, my female assistant has balls now, speaking at the Narukami Gosho himself like that, the eternal Shogun, his lightningness himself. And yet I'm not impressed. You are the one who abandoned her for 500 years. But yes, I know you had a reason, a stupid one. Anyway, I came here to have fun, not to argue with a huge siscon, Kenshin replied, leaving behind the enemy soldier with his face inside a tree infested with termites. What is a siscon? Asked I curiously. Someone that loves her sister, replied casually Kenshin, and I nodded. She loved her sister very much, and Kenshin saw that a spin-off is coming. Halt. Another soldier that appeared said, Guru, my canine friend, it has been a while, Kenshin shouted, stepping forward. Kenshin, why are you with the general? Asked a confused and betrayed Guru. We came to talk, along with my assistant, Kenshin said, pointing with his thumb at I who was behind him. Assistant? She looks dangerous, muttered Gurun, feeling his tail tremble in fear just by being near her. It made sense for these people not to know how the previous Shogun looked. Even a lot of people in the city weren't able to see her in their whole lives, not to mention the guys in Watatsumi. If someone from the resistance saw her, they were dead. Kenshin sighed hearing Guru, and walked back to I's position. He pinched her cheeks and drew a smile. She is an edgelord, you know. Those people who think they are imposing and stronger than everyone else, always looking like a pile of shit, is near them. Guru nodded. The resistance was isolated, but they had their ways to get some basic knowledge too. I will tell our strategist about your arrival. Garou nodded and disappeared. Kenshin had been feeding them for years. If he wanted to hurt them, he could have done it months ago. But Kenshin wants to hurt them now. He had power, and wanted to use it. They waited for a minute, and the fish lady herself arrived. Kenshin, Garou told me that. And Kenshin knew Sangonomiya Kokomi did, in fact, know who his assistant was. Indeed, he told you. We are here to talk, Kenshin replied with a gentle smile. Why are you bringing your artillery then? Asked Riley Kokomi. Is there another way to talk? Asked a confused Kenshin. Supreme Priestess, I am back. An energetic Garou arrived, and the first thing he saw was Kokomi's bitter smile. What's wrong? Nothing, we were about to talk, Kenshin replied with the same smile. Having power felt great. Even for all your stupidity, I have to admit that I admire you. You had all this power, and you still kept your hands to yourself. Just like he. I am feeling my hands tremble with excitement and my soul is asking for violence in a fight. I am sure I will win by a landslide. Kokomi was alarmed hearing that. She still didn't know Kenshin, but his terrific smile was giving her goosebumps. What do you want? She asked bitterly. Our surrender? Garou tried to speak, but Kokomi stopped him. If I wanted your surrender, my assistant would have already vaporized your whole island. Pearls included. Kenshin scoffed. Why you thought it was a good idea to fight the same god that killed yours is mind-boggling. Had I decided that this war was stupid, they would have lost instantly. Why did you come here for then? Asked Kokomi, with trepidation in her heart. To tell you that we are going to have a party, and you can bring a few people if you want, said Kenshin, surprising even I and Sara. I'm the shogun now, as you have probably deduced, and I want my army to disappear. So you need to stop acting like a petulant child and stop annoying us. You are going to lose anyway, so I thought of inviting you to the party we will have. A lot of people will come from the mainland, so maybe you can find some help there. I don't care. What are you planning? Asked Cocofish with a frown. If I wanted to plan something, you wouldn't be here. Anyway, I told you, assistant, I'm tired. Carry me to my abode, Kenshin said, extending his arms to I, who was looking at him with hatred. Do you have no shame as a warrior? If you could sell that useless pride, I would have. Can you eat pride? And remember, Kenshin said with a malicious face, you lost against a shameless and prideless bastard like me. Your own pride doesn't seem to be so great, don't you think? I regretted inviting Kenshin to the plane of euthymia. She would have killed him instantly in the outside world. But then her sister wouldn't have been brought back, and that was enough to make all her suffering worth it. For now at least. After arriving at the Tenshikaku, Kenshin decided to write the letters and send them. He even invited Jean's mother. He needed a new character for his Radiant Knight series, and he thought of her mother, who even the serious Jean described as an amazing person. Are you not going back? Asked I with a displeased look, seeing that her workplace wasn't hers anymore. What are you talking about? Asked a confused Kenshin. I'm the shogun now, this my place. It's you who needs to go back. You are intruding in my home. Where am I going to live then? Asked a shocked I. She never thought that she would be in the streets at her age, and even less after her importance in Inazuma. I missed the part where that was my problem, replied Kenshin, writing another letter. This one was for the boss of the lands. Now he could speak to him as an equal, not needing to fear a meteorite. His assistant was strong after all. I had a dark expression, but left for the shrine. Wait, said Kenshin, remembering something. I turned back still angry, but decided to wait for a bit. Deliver these to Ritu. I want them sent tomorrow, Kenshin said, giving her the stack of letters and patting her head. Now get the fuck out of my house. Kenshin saw how I left the room, sensing her anger. Hopefully that makes her leave this place, mused Kenshin, looking at the door that closed after I left. Staying in this place won't help her at all. Maybe a change of airs and being near Yi can make her forget at least a little of these 500 years. Report. Yes, a woman with black and white hair nodded. Her index-shaped pupils scanned the room before looking at the man presiding the room, Piero. I couldn't find anything about the gnosis. And about the secondary target? asked Pulcinella in his irritant voice. "He is wary about us," Arlecchino replied in a calm tone. She didn't lie after all. Somebody was planning to sell delusion to get experimental data, and he stopped the plan before we could start selling them. Everyone knew who was the deranged bastard who did that. There was only one man twisted to such extremes, and he wasn't fazed by the looks he was receiving. He only grew even more curious about this boy. "And what is your personal relationship with him?" asked Signora with a serious face. "Neutral," replied Arlecchino. She was the most talented actor this world had ever seen, and she was confident in her poker face. Piero took out a letter, one Arlecchino recognized as Kenshin's, but she didn't panic. She didn't only trust Kenshin because of how he was trying to help her, but also for his cunning. No matter how good-intentioned a person was, she didn't need a liability by her side. "I will read it," said Signora, taking the letter. "I knew the boy personally, and I saw his writing. He uses a special ink, so maybe you will be able to detect something," Arlecchino blandly said, knowing that Kenshin was not going to let anything escape that he didn't want to. "My blazing lady, whose soul disperses even the darkest of worries in my heart. I hope you are the one reading this. If you are not, I wish for the dick of the guy reading this to disappear. If you are a girl, I wish for a dick to appear." Well, maybe that was not the insult I pretended it to be. There are a lot of people with great personalities nowadays. Signora felt her face darken reading this, and a few harbingers laughed lightly. Except for the new Tartaglia, he was openly laughing. "It's definitely that kid," she muttered. "I'm now the shogun." "Yes, as you heard it. I beat that obnoxious woman, and guess what? She was the one carrying this letter to the harbor we had our last dance in, when a messenger could have done the same. Ahahaha, I'm having so much fun now. I have power, in the form of my new assistant, and believe me, it's glorious. I am writing to invite you to a festival we will host in a month, and a lot of people will come. I know you rats are aiming for Archons, and Asmarax and Barbatos will probably come. I thought you could take this chance to visit. I have missed your bright soul, and a day without you is like a day without a shower. Stinky and sticky, your prince sure knows how to make compliments," laughed Tartaglia. Arlecchino didn't answer. She knew Kenshin was just messing around. "So yeah, please come. There will be 3 Archons here, so I hope you can come." "Your dance partner." "Kenshin." "Scratch that." "The Shogun. The eternal Shogun, Narukami Gosho, Kenshin." "Neutral," said Piero, repeating the word Arlecchino used to describe their relationship. "Neutral," Arlecchino repeated without a single muscle in her face twitching. "He is telling you where our targets are, knowing what we are aiming for, even after grouping them for us, and you say neutral?" asked Tartaglia in a disbelieving tone. "Neutral," repeated Arlecchino in the same voice. "P.S. I know you loved our last dance. I could see your soul, so you can't deny it. And even that weird atmosphere at the end was a bit peculiar, but I didn't dislike it." "Signora, read the rest." "Neutral," repeated Arlecchino, but she wasn't fooling anyone. "Well, you fucked up," said an amused Tartaglia. "If they fucked and this girl is still saying neutral, I fear for her integrity," added Tor in her sticky voice. "We didn't fuck, as you are so grossly saying," refuted Arlecchino, her facade not showing any cracks. "Maybe you should have," muttered Pantalone with a pondering look. "It's the optimal way to get what we want, and with no risks. You may even get him to come to Sneeze now, or at least make him reveal something we can use." "You can't be serious," said Arlecchino, her facade slightly breaking when her anger reached the limit. "You will be what is required of you to be," said Tor in a disinterested voice. "But I don't know if your boyish appearance will be enough." "And here I thought the only thing you associated with the word fuck was your little experiments," Arlecchino commented with a glance. "I saw one escaping last month. Wasn't that to your taste?" "I thought to preferred cats to dogs." Enough. The frigid voice of the Zaratza sounded in the room, silencing everyone. "We need that boy to come here." "I don't care what you need to do. If he is here, I won't complain about your methods. You can drug him, kidnap him, seduce him, or convince him. But I need him here." Arlecchino's facade didn't break, but she clenched her fists, knowing that these words meant that she was required to do everything that needed to be done, everything to make Kenshin come here. "I don't think that is going to work," interrupted Signora. making Arlecchino look at her. Signora was the person who knew Kenshin the most after her. He can see souls. There is no way he is not going to realize something. Still, if there is a chance, she should take it. Tor spoke again. He must be a few years younger than age, and kids at that age think more with their bodies than with their heads. I will do what I need to do, said Arlecchino, leaving the room after that. She knew how powerful Kenshin's ability was, just like she knew his nature. He was not going to fall for any honey trap, no matter how attractive the bait was. Not even her, with her delicious soul, would be enough. She now needed to make him come to Snezhnaya to accomplish her mission. She knew Kenshin was not going to leave Inazuma, at least for now, so she wouldn't be able to accomplish her goal no matter what. And yet, if she came back without doing everything she could, she would be under scrutiny, and that was something she couldn't afford. But she wasn't worried about this. Kenshin was her partner after all. Chapter 81, The Tome of Tha. Look at this, Yi! Shouted Kenshin, entering Yi's room as she was changing. Kenshin. Yi covered herself. What do you think you are doing? I came here to show you something, of course, Kenshin said in a voice that showed how stupid Yi's question was. I said it just after entering. I'm changing, Yi shouted in indignation. Knock before you come in. Why should I? Asked a confused Kenshin. Because you don't know if I'm changing, Yi replied, with her back turned, and quickly grabbed her clothes again. But I knew you were changing though, Kenshin replied. What did you say? Yi asked in an eerily calm voice. Well, I'm blind, so I guessed it didn't matter, replied casually Kenshin, not caring about Yi's indignation. Not that you have much to show anyway, and your usual shrine maiden outfit shows quite a lot, so at this point, I don't even know if I would be that interested to face your wrath even with my sight intact. Yi didn't answer. She quietly wore her clothes and took a talisman, one she knew Kenshin couldn't see. But of course, Kenshin knew what she was doing. Drop that, Kenshin weakly said. Your shogun commands it. I can't care less about it, said Yi. What were you trying to show me? Asked Yi to Kenshin, who was tied on the floor with his hands and face red. Yi knew that he was somewhat proud of his nickname, the slapping baby, so she generously gave him even more reasons to like it. This, Kenshin said with a red handprint in each cheek. This is amazing, said honestly Yi. She saw the whole view of the Tenchukaku and the Narukami Island from the shrine, captured on a piece of paper. Of course, it's far more important than your inconspicuous ... how to call them ... pairs. Kenshin, Yi said warningly. I don't even know why are you so angry. That's not even your true body, is it? Asked Kenshin with a shrug. He didn't see the big deal. It's as mine as my true form is, said Yi with a frown. Well, who cares? I do. And I don't. Look at that painting. I did it, Kenshin proudly said. I don't believe you, replied instantly Yi. When you were a child, a picture of your parents turned up to be the best purification circle I have ever seen. Then who else can do it? Kenshin asked with a raised eyebrow. I heard that in Fontaine they built a device that can do something like that, but it's only a prototype, mused Yi. Well, mine is better. I used that soul ink Gizhong sent me. I thought, hey, I can manipulate souls, why not manipulate the ink itself? Kenshin said with a smile. That's indeed something only you could do, nodded Yi, admiring Kenshin's resourcefulness reluctantly. Ha. Of course. The shogun is amazing after all, Kenshin said while looking at the entrance of the shrine. Hey, kid, Yi asked with a frown. What are you looking at? But Kenshin only smiled. Goji-sama. A Maiko knocked on the door with a panicked voice. Come in, Yi said, glancing at Kenshin suspiciously. The Maiko entered, and instead of giving Yi an explanation, she just showed her a small book, only around 20 pages long. It couldn't be called a book with only those. Kenshin's face showed the magnitude of her impending wrath. What is this? My new invention, Kenshin answered with a bright smile. I call it manga, a way for illiterate people to enjoy reading. And this one is the first one of its genre. Shio manga is what I've decided to call it. I don't care about the how or why. What I want to know is why am I kissing eye here? Well, from this position I am seeing all the pages together, so I don't know what are you looking at, but be assured. But the manga in about a heartwarming story of a Maiko who is abandoned by her family, and a lonely god who everyone is ignoring and using their powers to their own ends. After a myriad of tribulations, they finally find solace in each other's arms. Of course, it's safe for the public, replied Kenshin with a sagely nod. Yi quickly looked at the rest, and the Miko quickly left, not wanting to be in the blast radius. I sold that book so goddamn fast that I decided to give my faithful readers minions a present. And what better way than letting them feast their eyes on my new art? Kenshin replied while holding back a laugh that quickly turned into a panicking expression. Yi, let me out. Your lover is coming here, and her wrath is apocalyptic. I don't have a lover, Yi replied while waiting for I to arrive. But Kenshin had a compassionate smile. That's so sad, I don't feel like escaping anymore. A 500+ years old virgin, no wonder you can use magic. Kenshin's wrath finally arrived, and it had the force of a typhoon. Your lover is a virgin, please do something about that, Kenshin pleaded, shedding tears from the pity he felt. What are you talking about now? Doesn't matter, why did you do this? I said, hitting at the book in her hands. Because I wanted. You are too rigid and thought you could have a bit of fun. Kenshin, seeing that he wasn't escaping, stopped trying to fool them. Why are you still going on about this? Asked Yi, feeling down for an unknown reason. Are you that excited to see us do this? Are you offering? Asked Kenshin with wide eyes. Anyway, I don't hear Makoto complaining. We all know she is a pervert, said Yi, shaking her head to get rid of those nebulous feelings. Tomo's dog did exactly that after getting out of the shower, pointed out Kenshin, making Yi's face darken again. So you are saying? I started with a horrified face. I never knew Beelzebub had this kind of relationship with her familiar, mused Mrax, looking curiously at the book. He was more intrigued by the technique than by the contents. They don't, added Gizing with a tired face. It's probably Kenshin messing around. Just like with that book, he truly knows no fear. Mrax nodded, appreciating such boldness. To think the ink I specially made for him is used to this? Muttered Gizhong. What happening there? From their position on the ground, Mrax and Gizhong saw a huge agglomeration on one of the upper floors of the harbor. I dare not question it. Mrax smartly went away, only to be stopped by Gizhong. I dare, and you are going to protect me, she said, and started leaving for the crowd, Mrax following her with a tired look. After reaching the crowd, they still couldn't see what was going on, not even Mrax with his impressive stature. Excuse here, Gizhong tried to ask, but was scared by the bloodshot eyes of the person she was trying to ask. Book was all the zombified person said. Sorry, I got a little excited. How can this humble monk help you? Well, I wanted to ask what was happening here, muttered Gizhan, still not used to the most random humans. A new pearl of knowledge has arrived from Inazuma, the monk said. It depicts two beings of undeniable beauty and elegance performing acts non-apt for kids younger than 12 years old, and as a 41-year-old wizard, it's my duty to study the new knowledge. Okay, Gizhong quickly run out of there. Book. And the monk, now wizard, returned to his antics. In the end, Kenshin decided to sell this, mused Mrax, not understanding Kenshin's actions, as always. Isn't he at a loss here? That ink is expensive, and doing all those pictures takes a lot of it. Yeah, I got it. The monk and wizard came out of the crowd. Only 10 mora for such a family heirloom. He is not losing money, not at all, said Gizhong with a dark face. Her ink, the one she prepared carefully to help her friend, was used to depict women kissing. He could at least have made one with men. Mrax just looked calmly at her, wondering if years beside Kenshin had damaged her brain permanently. Gizhong, did you pack everything? Asked Mrax. Of course. Gizhong nodded excitedly. I will bring Shen Cloud Retainer with me. Lisa was looking at the short shopkeeper rubbing his hands and licking his lips. Thunder Mistress, may I have a word? Seeing that Lisa was paying attention, he continued. We received new teaching from the god himself, and let me tell you, the horny is strong in this one. What is this? A curious Lisa asked while looking at the curious book in the bookshop. It depicted two beautiful women, one with pink hair and one with purple hair, looking at each other with seriousness. Lisa got curious because she had never seen such a realistic painting. Of course, The same moment she opened the book she found something she didn't expect. Such is the divine word. The man raised 2 fingers to the sky with a reverent expression. Well, this is amazing, admitted Lisa, not caring about this nutcase. But is it really worth that much devotion? Thunder Mistress, you underestimate me. The shopkeeper was angry seeing that. I have seen works even the most degenerate people would have trouble digesting. Something as tame as this wouldn't faze me this much. Lisa just looked curiously, used to the weird antics of people in this city. Only his most faithful apostle, me, can decipher the true meaning of such oracle. The shopkeeper started trembling in excitement. This is but a promise, for things have only started. His Eminence will shower the world with pornog. Thank you, Lisa interrupted with a smile. I will pay attention to it. With that, she left the store. She still needed to pack some things. She wasn't ready, muttered the sad shopkeeper. A tall man with grey hair and diamond-shaped pupils stopped in front of the new bookshop. Al-Haytham. His colleague and failed architect stopped, wondering what had caught her roommate's attention. Kalai held the book in her hands and prayed. She was grateful to whoever it was made this guide. She felt a new door opening, and Amber in Mondstadt shivered. And a certain puppet with a white hat also saw the book. He looked at the book in astonishment. He now knew that his mother had a girlfriend. Chapter 82, The Dastardly Plan. All around Teyvat, people were ready to depart for Inazuma, where an unprecedented festival was going to happen. The reason? A new shogun, something that had not been heard in the entirety of the history of the world. The shogun was not only an immovable figure in the people from Inazuma's minds, but every person in the world knew about her. And now that same shogun had been dethroned. Are you ready, Lisa? Jean asked with excitement. It was the first time she was going to see Kenshin in years, and while a bit apprehensive, she was still happy. Of course, nodded Lisa, looking at her watch. Amber should be here with her friend. Jean Mio shouted happily, seeing her daughter-in-law, and hugged her, making Jean have a weird expression, a mix of happiness and awkwardness. She had been hugged by Mio more times in these last months than her mother in her whole life, which wasn't much. How are you, Mio? Asked Jean, returning the hug. Kenshin's parents were very affectionate. Something about a hug means a slap, but Jean wasn't able to understand it. Perfectly fine now that I will see my son again, nodded Mio, excited to see her son finally see his wife after years of separation. The fact that the last time Kenshin had seen Jean was when he was 12 didn't pass through her mind. In fact, she chose to ignore it. Jean was too good for her stupid son. Are we ready now? Asked a smiling Yahiko, who was carrying a single bag. Bennett is waiting for us in Liu. He had a commission there. We are waiting for. Oh, there they come, said Lisa, looking at Amber approaching with her friend. Sorry for being late, said Amber with a smile, while her friend Dula didn't speak, just nodded in greeting to everyone else. Then let's go, said Jean, picking her own bag. The ship sails in 3 hours and we need to be ready. Shen, are you sure you want to come? Asked an anxious Cloud Retainer. Shen nodded, taking her precious box with her. She knew that her shyness made her unable to write back to Kenshin, so she was going to show him the letters she had been keeping, to show him that she appreciated them. Are you really sure? Cloud Retainer asked with a dismayed expression. She knew that Shen's infatuation, to put it mildly, was the product of a huge misunderstanding, and she didn't want to see her disciple cry. Even if she wasn't sure she could. Shen nodded again. Why wouldn't she want to see Kenshin? Cloud Retainer didn't ask and started flying to the harbor, while Shen ran. Shen was now 17, and her figure wasn't something she could carry anymore. Shen was, in a word, big. She was as tall as Kenshin, who was considered tall, and her chest was, well, big. Sorry, not big. Big. Seeing Cloud Retainer fly, she sprinted to the harbor. She will arrive in 3 minutes. Hey, what a pretty lady. She was stopped by a group of treasure hoarders while she was taking the impulse to jump over the next mountain range. Shen frowned, not liking being stopped when she was in a hurry to see Kenshin again. Move, she said in a colder voice than usual. Why should I? Let's have some. There was no gorish scene, no blood, no screams. The man just disintegrated under Shen's slap, who jumped out of the valley, heading towards the ship that would take her to the promised land. Leaving behind the rest of the group wondering about where their leader was, Can't you fly to Inazuma? Asked Max with his impassible face, but if Kenshin was here, he would be able to detect a hint of irritation in his soul. Of course I can, replied Barbatos with an innocent smile. But it's better to go with friends, right? I guess so, Max replied, his face unchanging. Looks like everyone is here. There was a big group here. Ko, Ayaka, Kuki, a disgruntled Yanfei, Ganyu, Xiao, Shen, Cloud Retainer, and finally Gizhong. Of course, this was only the group that would go in one ship. Almost everybody that ran from Inazuma was going to go back, at least for now. A lot of people liked Liu, so decided to stay. Thank you for accommodating us, Ayaka bowed gracefully. She had been learning under Ningguang, who planned to use this as leverage against Kenshin in the future. Ko and Ayaka were excited about returning. Liu had been wonderful, but Inazuma was their home. And after a few months, they were homesick. I don't want to go, complained Yanfei, but Kuki dragged her. Senpai, Kenshin is still an asshole, but he matured over the years. And he will need all help he can get. It's your chance to sell your services for as much more as you want to, argued Kuki. I don't want money, just getting involved with him is enough to leave me with a loss, muttered Yanfei. Senpai, you won a lot of money when you helped the JRK, said Kuki with a pointed look. More than enough reason not to go, countered Yanfei. I have more money than I will need in 10 years. Excuse us, a voice distracted them from their banter. A girl approached them, accompanied by another woman. Our ship sank because of a sea monster. How that happened is still a mystery. I wonder if you would be amenable to let us board yours. Of course, said Gizhong, looking curiously at the new arrivals. She knew one of them, and Kenshin was on good terms with her, somewhat, said Barbatos, making one of the two girls look at him with disdain. Aren't you that drunk bard Thasanyura? The woman with red X-shaped pupils stopped her. If you want to swim to Inazuma, be my guest. But I'm boarding this ship. And that they did. The ship was very big, so it wasn't cramped even with all the people on board. But they weren't free to move either. They were now sitting together, and an awkward silence permeated the room. May I ask why are two harbingers going to Inazuma for a festival? Asked Gizhong, trying to break the ice. I was invited, replied Arlecchino, and seeing the lack of relatively sane individuals in Snezhnaya, I chose to take the least insane one with me. What you aren't saying is that you are going with the intention to seduce a certain someone, Signore said, looking at her nails. She wasn't going to take without giving. Oh, said a stunned Gizhong. Please tell me you are not talking about Kenshin. Why do you say that? Asked an unfazed Arlecchino. Well, Gizhong looked a bit uncomfortably at Shen, who looked interested in the conversation. Let's say that his romantic life is already messy and cramped. Why should I care? Asked Arlecchino in her blank voice, not letting anyone sense her feelings or lack of them. She really didn't care. She wasn't going to be able to lead a comfortable life by her chosen one's side. Her mission and position were not going to allow it. She didn't know what she felt for Kenshin yet, but she had lived through too much to care about some stupid jealousy. If she wanted to be with Kenshin and he thought the same, they would, no matter who else was involved. Of course, only if the rest weren't her enemies. You want to seduce Kenshin? Asked Shen in a calm voice, making Gizhong and Cloretana sweat. They had no idea of how strong Arlecchino was, but they knew that the ship wasn't going to resist a single punch from Shen. And if I say yes? Asked Arlecchino, not being able to deduce Shen's intention. It was the first time she saw someone with a better poker face than hers. Let's team up, said Shen, making Gizhong and Cloud Retainer deadpan. Master said that I should work on my teamwork, that I need to talk more with other people. So it's your fault. Gizhong looked at Cloud Retainer with a stink eye. How did you take that from this? Cloud Retainer, in her human form, shouted in indignation. Shen, the affairs between a man and a woman are private. You pledge your life to a man, and he will do the same to you. It's not someone else can get involved in. Who said that? It was Signora, who talked with a smirk. She was bored, and her soul was asking for some flames. I can already see that this girl is not normal, And my colleague is even nuttier. And do you need to talk about how much of a nutcase that boy is? Did you really expect that his life would be anything close to being remotely normal? Cloud Retainer could only stop at that, but she frowned at the bad manners this woman was having. And why do you care about this? She asked to Signora, who laughed. Of course, my dear friend. The one who invited me of her own will, is being pushed out of her way to find love with the only person who could even accept a sociopath like her. How can I not care? She said, while directing a mocking smile towards Arlecchino, whose face didn't change. I don't think I would be able to be in that type of relationship, said Cloud Retainer with a frown. Nobody asked you, replied Arlecchino. Besides, there are some women in Inazuma just like your student, and even from Mondstadt. Your disciple needs to give up. No, replied Shen calmly. There you have it, said Arlecchino in her impassible voice. Your disciple only has one option, and we both know what it is. Why do you think she can't win? Asked Cloud Retainer with a frown. Why do you think she can? Countered Arlecchino calmly, looking at Shen's blank expression. Cloud Retainer could only wince. With Shen ''s ... social troubles, it was indeed hard. I don't mind, said Shen, not having understood anything. Are you helping or not? Of course she is, Signora replied in amusement. She needs to get that boy crazy for him. We need his literary talents after all. You like his books? Asked curiously Gizhong. She didn't know that Kenshin books had spread even to the cold sneeze Naya. Of course. I got his first one, said Signora with a mocking smile, thinking about that stupid Barbatos who didn't even realize the book she copied. Have you seen his latest one? Asked Gizhong, curious if Eyes and Ye's mouthy adventure had spread that far too. The Radiant Knight, was it? Wondered Signora. She had been holed up in Sneeznaya for a while and didn't have the time to investigate more. That was his first one, replied Gizhong. No, it wasn't. Signora laughed to an inside joke. Fuck, is what Gizhong, Mrax and Barbatos thought. Signora thought she was the only one here who knew about Kenshin's Book of Souls, but she was unknowingly sharing a ship with two archons and a god, who knew absolutely everything. Gizhong was the one who wrote that book. It could indeed be considered Kenshin's first book in a way. And Mrax and Barbatos paled. They had already received a letter from Kenshin talking about it, but it was another thing to hear the culprit of stealing the book. Don't change the tropics, said Shen with a rare frown, and looked at Arlecchino. Are you helping, or do I need to look for other allies? Shen. Cloud Retainer couldn't believe her disciple, but remembering how tenderly Shen had been taking care of the box with Kenshin's letters, she sighed. Why should I team up with you? Asked Arlecchino. Because I'm strong, Shen said the obvious. You want to have strong teammates, right? This is a fight that will not be fought with fists, said Arlecchino, looking curiously at Shen. She didn't know what this girl's deal was, but she could sense the strength brimming from her body. Are you sure? Shen asked a scary thing with a straight face. Arlecchino had to actually stop to think upon hearing that. Yes, she finally said. There is a scary woman in this too. I don't know if we can beat her quickly enough. Yi was strong, and the Raiden Shogun was also near. If they couldn't instantly eliminate her, they would be reduced to ash, and Kenshin will not be in the mood to look for a partners if he dies. I don't know anything but fighting, confessed Shen with her blank face. I only know how to use my spear. I think you will manage, replied Arlecchino, looking at the big pair of weapons she had. I will team up with you. We need all the help we can get. Arlecchino did only know that getting Kenshin on board wasn't going to be easy, and a few other women wouldn't approve. She only wanted to leave a door open for her in case she wanted something in the future. Shen nodded happily, not aware of what she was getting into. Alta Shen wanted to die, but she was feeling happy and excited against her will. Meanwhile, the rest of the people looked at them with deadpan faces, seeing how a harem plan was forming behind the most important person involved. But, will Shen and Arlecchino's plan succeed, or is Kenshin's love for the no harem tag strong enough to foil it? Stay tuned to find out. Chapter 83, Welcome, to my lands people are arriving, said Ayato, looking at the sea and sipping his weird drink. I can't see them, replied Kenshin. I only hope everything is ready. We borrowed money from Ningguang to buy food, We forced people from Watatsumi to give us pretty things to put around. The army is working as cleaners and the police are ready to help people land. It's good, said Ayato, more worried about seeing his family again. Sarah and I stood with the both of them. Sarah, because she wanted to see her biggest rival, the Radiant Knight, for herself. I will not lose, she thought with fire in her soul, not knowing that a dastardly plan was forming behind her back. Are you that excited to help people, Sarah? Asked Kenshin with a mocking smile. Shut up, Kenshin, I'm not in the mood, replied Sarah, using her Yukai bloodline to scrutinize the ships. Even I can see that, replied Kenshin. Why am I here? Asked a confused I. Also, why are you here? The shogun shouldn't be the one to receive the invited people. It will look like you are trying to appease them. It doesn't reflect well in our image. I am here as Kenshin to receive friends. And our image can't be any lower than it was with you in power, Kenshin replied disinterestedly. Lie, said Ayato. You are here because he wants to parade you around. It satisfies his ego to show how the former ruler is his subordinate now. Is that true? Asked I with a dark face. Yes, Kenshin openly admitted. I'm leaving. You are not. Mrax and Barbatos are here, and I don't know how will they react to Makoto. They are not going to go on a rampage, but they saw Makoto die after all, Kenshin said. He was not worried at all. He had a few excuses, but he really wanted to parade I around. He was going to look so cool. I, hearing that, immediately got serious and prepared for the worst. She finally got Makoto back. She wasn't going to let anyone else take her away. Makoto sighed at the density of her little sister. Oh, I can see them now, said Kenshin. The first ship had already entered his senses. Sigh, what the hell are they doing here? 10 minutes later, the first ship arrived. Ha ha ha. A huge man with a beard got off the ship in a single jump, making the whole dock tremble. Vaka, weren't you on an expedition? Said Kenshin with a wry smile. They didn't have enough food to feed this man. He ate like a black hole, not that he knew what it was. Of course, Vaka replied with a smile. But I needed to assist with your wedding. What? Shouted Sarah, looking at Kenshin in shock. Oh, okay, Kenshin nodded, waving to Sarah to not care. Please get in then, there are people around who will guide you. He hummed and went to Ritu. Kenshin, what wedding? Asked a worried Sarah. Did she lose even before meeting her opponent? I have no idea, said Kenshin with a calm voice. Monsters are weird. He could be talking about me eating pork and saying that I kissed the pig. Oh, Sarah said and stepped back. She knew from Kenshin how weird they were, so it indeed sounded like something they would think. Then the ship docked, and around 100 people came out. The whole expedition had come. What the hell? Sarah was shocked to see how an ongoing expedition had been halted because of a party. Kenshin said, looking at a woman who just got down. Excuse me. He approached the woman. What do you want? Frederica looked curiously at the guy who approached her. Kenshin had his eyes closed, so she couldn't see his purple eyes Jean had talked about to her. Are you Frederica Gunhildre? He politely asked. She was known to be a scary woman after all. Yes, and I deduce you are Kenshin. She looked appraisingly at Kenshin. He looked like a handsome young man, but she couldn't see his eyes. Can you show me your eyes? Kenshin complied, and his purple orbs with golden particles were shown to Frederica. Just as Jean said, they are beautiful. Frederica nodded in approval. Well, thank you for that, Kenshin said, having felt Frederica's admiration. Please come in. I stopped you because I wanted to have a talk with you later. Of course, I need to talk with you too, Frederica said with maliciousness. She knew exactly how to avoid letting this young man escape from Jean's grasp. I don't know what you are planning, but please, come in, Kenshin said without fear. He was the boss here. He would accept any challenge. If only he knew about Frederica's viciousness, he would have deported her right at this instant. Hey, look. A nearby soldier said, looking at Kenshin. It's the prince's offer. Shut up, said Frederica in a calm voice, kicking him in the guts. Get going, all of you. Kenshin nodded at Frederica's show. If you had power, you had to use it. Looks like Jean's mother knows about how the world works. The next one is coming, said I with a tense expression. She could feel Mrax and Barbatos in that ship, along with a lot of strong presences. I know, The boss of the lands is coming. But now I am the boss here, Kenshin said, standing firm with a heroic expression. After a while, the ship finally arrived, and Gizhong came down the ship. Useless, goddess, Kenshin said with a magnificent nod. This one welcomes you to these wondrous lands. Show your respect. He extended his hand. Kenshin Gizhong was sweating. Run away, there is a plot forming, and you are the target. She knew that even if she was pissed with Kenshin, if he didn't run he will be trapped for eternity. Please, Kenshin scoffed. My assistant can take care of most of the trouble, and I'm the boss here. I won't run away. I will crush all plots with my assistant's overwhelming power. I warned you, said Gizhong sadly. It looks like her friendship wasn't strong enough. I am sorry for you. What are you talking about? Kenshin could feel how honest Gizhong was saying that, and he was getting nervous. Gizhong didn't reply, and went to Ritu, making Kenshin's anxiousness skyrocket. Present of Celestia to the world. He immediately kneeled in front of the surprised Eye. You will protect this foolish person, who out of pure goodwill has been mocking and mercilessly scolding you for a month, right? I, obviously, didn't know how to react to this. I didn't expect you to be kneeling to another woman. A calm voice came from the dock. Don't pay attention to that foolish woman. Kenshin immediately teleported in front of Arlecchino, making a bow that hid his big smile. Seeing Arlecchino was able to come. Her dim light can't compare with your blinding radiance, which, let me say, has improved a lot in this last month. Arlecchino nodded, knowing what Kenshin was talking about. Please believe me, Kenshin added. A useless goddess warned me of a dastardly plot aiming to target my head, so I was nervous and sought reassurance in her sword. I saw this and realized that she needed to rethink about Kenshin's shamelessness. While Makoto sensed that something funny was going to happen in this meeting, so that woman warned him, thought Arlecchino, glancing at the direction Gizhong was leaving. Gizhong sensed her gaze and looked back, making their eyes look at each other. But Gizhong looked away quickly and started walking faster. She didn't know anything about Arlecchino, but her gaze was making her shiver. And Kenshin never thought that Arlecchino, whom he had a deep relationship with, was the one devising the plot. Move, woman, you will have time to do that and more, grumbled Signora coming down the ship. You brought the hot woman. That's an interesting choice, mumbled Kenshin, looking at a soul he hadn't seen in a long time. You should show some respect, kid, said Signora in a cold voice. You need to earn it, Kenshin shrugged. I find it difficult to respect a thief. You shouldn't have left a diamond in the street. Then she smirked and left, her heels echoing on the wooden floor. I will leave, but we need to have a talk later, Arlecchino said before following Signora. Of course, my lady, Kenshin said with an arm on his waist and a bow. Kenshin eyed tensely. Mrax came down the ship with his usually carefree way of walking. He was still thinking about what he had learned during the trip. The book reaching Snezhnaya was obviously bad news, but there was little he could do now. But he felt conflicted. I don't know if I should warn Kenshin of the plot. As a friend I should, but I don't think making an enemy of Snezhnaya is wise, he thought. The moment he saw Kenshin looking at him with an air of superiority, he lost all his interest in warning him. The boss of lightning greets the boss of the lands, Kenshin said with a noble look. Boss of lightning? Is that your way of telling that you are the shogun? Mrax couldn't fathom Kenshin's thought patterns. No, Kenshin shook his head, pointing with his thumb to the place he knew I was. I meant that literally. I and Mrax looked at each other. Mrax with surprise, and I with hostility. She thought that Mrax might attack her sister to keep the balance or whatever. What the hell do you think you are doing? Asked Kenshin with gritted teeth, pinching Ai's cheeks. You ruin my majestic introduction with your stupidity. If he wanted to attack you, Inazuma would be nothing more than a crater. Think for a bit, woman. Or did all proteins go to your stupidly long hair? I slapped Kenshin's arms away, making him fall to the floor, but calmed down. Looks like your boss of lightning title was not that impressive, noted Mrax, and his calm voice devoid of any mockery only made it worse for Kenshin. Be ready, Kenshin muttered, standing up. The next volume will be something else. Mrax had an illuminated look that Kenshin liked a lot. Not so much. I need to congratulate you, Beelzebub. I heard the news. I wish you live a happy life with your familiar. Indeed, Kenshin added with a malicious look. Go away. You furball is missing your tender touch and soft lips. Shoo shoo. And I obeyed with a dark face, knowing that staying here would only invite even more ridicule. And Makoto squirmed. Knowing that even Mrax knew of Ai's affair with Maiko made her body tingle. Come in, said Kenshin, gesturing for Mrax to pass. I need to receive a few people, but I will be there soon. I hope you have fun. God knows Liu is too boring. Mrax nodded and entered Rita like the rest. He was curious about that plot, and how it will shape the world. Kenshin saw something pass above him and realized what happened. Barbato skipped all introductions and greetings and went straight to the wine. Oh, so now you come back crawling, said Kenshin, seeing who stepped down the ship. You are so shameless. You abandon us in time of need and come back to enjoy our fortune. Ko and Ayaka looked stunned at Kenshin. Ouch! Kenshin rubbed his head after being hit by Ayato. Shut up, Kenshin, Ayato said before grabbing his confused family and leading them to Ritu. Come with me. Kenshin has been too annoying lately. Oh, so now you come back crawling, said Kenshin, seeing who stepped down the ship. You are so shameless. You abandon us in time of need and come back to enjoy our fortune. Kenshin, heard you say the exact same line. Shinobu sighed tiredly. I spent a few months with normal people, and I forgot how much of a pain you are. Well, whatever. Go and see the Arataki gang. They are planning to challenge the Shogun to a duel to stop the Sikaku decree, said Kenshin, rolling her eyes. The same decree that you abolished a month ago? Asked an incredulous Shinobu. Kenshin only shrugged. The Arataki gang was special. Hey, you! Don't run, Kenshin shouted, but it was useless. Yanfa used the time Kenshin was talking with Shinobu to run away. I will deal with her later. How did this many people fit into the ship? Oh, Cloud Retainer stepped down, Shen following her. Big Bird, I welcome you to my land, Kenshin spoke grandiosely. Just be careful. If you see brown food, it's not a mushroom. It may be your niece. Cloud Retainer stepped past him with a dark face. She grabbed and pulled Shen, trying to avoid contact between them, but she almost fell to the floor when Shen stopped abruptly. I see you came, said Kenshin with a malicious smile, which Shen found charming due to her lack of ick. I came, she nodded in her blank voice. She felt very happy and excited inwardly, but all Kenshin could see was inner Shen thrashing against his bindings. I am so pleased that you could come, said Kenshin with an ironic Shen wasn't able to recognize. But all to Shen did. Shen nodded happily. I hope you have so much fun here, said Kenshin with a sarcastic smile. It may be a bit cramped, but I hope you understand, there is nothing much I can do. Shen nodded, and all to Shen roared in anger, fighting to free herself of the binds that were making the space cramped. Shen, let's go, said Cloud Retainer, grabbing Shen. No, Shen replied with a frown. She hadn't seen Kenshin in years. There was no way she would be satisfied by such a short conversation. He is busy now. I can see another ship coming, insisted Cloud Retainer. Oh. Okay, Shen sadly said. Don't worry, said Kenshin in a mocking tone that Shen didn't recognize. We will have a loot of time together. Shen hummed happily and let Cloud Retainer drag her. You fucking mole. I will enjoy your suffering under the plot. You will tram blol. Shen stopped thinking. Am I not the one who started that? Doesn't it mean that I'm also affected? Chapter 84, The Duel for Vengeance. Welcome, my radiant knight, to the humble land of Inazuma, Kenshin said in a dramatic bow to Jean, who nodded happily, being used to Kenshin's antics. It's good to see you again, Kenshin said, Jean a bit emotional and worried. This was the first time they saw each other after their marriage. It's been what, almost 5 years? Kenshin tried to remember the dates, but they were a bit blurry. Anyway, I'm happy to see you again too. Let me greet my parents and your friends and we will talk. Of course Jean knew what it was to need to greet a lot of people. She was not in a hurry, they could peacefully talk. By the way, your mother is here. Now Jean was sure they wouldn't be able to peacefully talk. Why is my mother here? Asked a stuttering Jean. It was finally her chance to speak with Kenshin alone, but she knew her mother wouldn't let her. I invited her, of course, replied Kenshin with a proud look, making Jean want to hit him, and for some reason, the whole expedition came to. Jean sadly nodded. As the acting grandmaster, she knew firsthand how weird the way neurons interacted with each other in Mondstadt. "Hello, Sparky Lady, may I have your name?" Kenshin greeted Lisa. "Ara, what a chivalrous person," said Lisa in a teasing voice. "Why do you think Jean is the knight here?" asked Kenshin with a smile. "It's because she has all the chivalry I lack." "I see." Lisa nodded, seeing how Kenshin was the same kind of person his letters portrayed him to be. "I don't," answered Kenshin, moving to greet the rest. "My honored guest, please be welcome. I pray that your enemies suffer under your fiery wrath, and your allies may bask in your warmth." I didn't understand anything," said Bennett, scratching the back of his head. "Welcome to Inazuma," repeated Kenshin with a smile. "Thank you for taking care of my parents, I appreciate that a lot." No problem," Bennett said with a thumbs up. Slap. "Ouch." Kenshin grabbed his hurting cheek, not believing what had just happened. He, the slapping baby, had been slapped. How could this happen? Everyone, even Jean, who was by the end of the dock, turned around in shock. "Stupid son!" shouted a furious Mayo. "How could you hide something so important?" "What are you talking about?" asked a confused Kenshin. It was the first time he was slapped, and he didn't like it. "Maybe Makoto would, but not him." "Son, we are very disappointed in you," added Yahiko in a sad tone. "To think you would hide something so important." "What would have you done if we got in trouble because of your secrets?" Sorry," said a still stunned Kenshin. He had too many secrets his parents didn't know. Maybe they found out that he had done something stupid during his stay in Mondstadt. "I hope you are ready to accept the consequences," said Maya with a withering glare that Kenshin was able to see. He was able to sense face now after all. "Oh, of course," he righteously shouted. "I am Kenshin, and my parents didn't educate a man who breaks his promises." Jean, who was approaching to stop Kenshin's parents, ran away to Ritu with a red face upon hearing that. "Good," said Maya with a stern nod. "I don't care if you are the shogun or not. I will make sure you fulfill your vows." "My V? Okay. I guess," Kenshin said, unsure about what his mother was talking about. "Of course, I will. Every single one, until the end of my life," he shouted, seeing his mother getting angry again. And with that, his parents left. "What the hell was that?" said Kenshin, softly caressing his hurt cheek. "Some people say that the humiliation of being slapped hurts more than the physical pain." Kenshin could now affirm that it was a lie. Maybe the fact that he had no pride affected his reasoning. "Hello," Kenshin said happily. Amber, who dragged her friend with her. "She is my friend Ula." "Hello Amber and Ula," Kenshin replied with a tired face. That slap tired him as much as going to the shrine did. Those stairs were unbelievably long. "I expected nothing more than this from this barbaric land," said Ula, referring to Kenshin's lack of politeness. "And you did well." Kenshin nodded. "You shouldn't expect anything from us." "Yes," Ula said, a bit confused. "Vengeance will be mine." "You want vengeance?" asked Kenshin curiously. "No," shouted Amber, getting between the two. "It's just a way of speaking. In this barbaric land, we take duels very seriously," Kenshin said, ignoring Amber. "As you can see, I'm blind, so it won't be a challenge. My assistant knows a bit about how to fight. Can I call her?" "Well, yes." Ula didn't know what to do. It was the first time someone took her words as a challenge. But she quickly grew resolute. "The name of the Lawrence family won't be associated with cowardice." "But please," Kenshin begged with a nervous expression. "She is a bit delicate." "If you see you can win, please just say it and I will give up. I can't bear the thought of my assistant getting hurt." "Don't worry, I will go easy on her." Ula's opinion of Kenshin grew a lot. It was admirable for him to show such care for his subordinates. "Thank you," Kenshin said and turned around, so Amber and Ula didn't see his manic grin. Duel. After Kenshin's shout, they waited a bit, until a purple figure approached the dock with a face that screamed seriousness. And Kenshin knew that in his case, it meant murder. "Ula, I don't know." "She feels strong," Amber nervously said, but Ula just had a determined look on her face. "I am confident in my efforts. I trained for years. I will not give up just because my enemy looks strong," Ula said, looking directly at the slowly approaching eye. The closer I was, the more nervous she looked. "Are you aware of what a duel means?" asked I calmly, looking at Ula. Of course Ula nodded and grabbed her great sword, which earned a look of appreciation from I. Then I will be the duel, said Kenshin. I told Ula the rules. No killing. I had a displeased expression for a moment. What use was a duel you weren't going to bet your life on? Kenshin. Ula didn't see it, but Amber saw that look I showed for a second. Why was Ula's opponent disappointed in not being able to kill? Introductions, Kenshin said with a clap. I am Ula Lawrence, from the Lawrence clan in Mondstadt, Ula said while raising her great sword. I am Raiden, I from Inazuma, I said, while raising her Naginata. If killing was not allowed, her sword was overkill. Raiden, Amber said, trying to remember what had she heard that name before. People in Inazuma knew the name Raiden Shogun, but outside Inazuma and for people that hadn't visited the Land of Lightning, it was just the Shogun or the Archon from Inazuma. Kenshin said with a frown, looking at I, who looked at him with a tired face, wondering what was he up to. Introductions are meant to let the opponent know who you are. Nobody knows the Lawrence clan, so she can't do anything. Hey, but you can, added Kenshin, ignoring Ula's indignant shout. That's who I am right now. I have nothing else to say, said I, preparing to battle. What a stubborn woman, said Kenshin, shaking his head. I will do it for you then. Ula Lawrence at my right, Raiden I, former Shogun and still the current Electro Archon. Fight. Wait, wow, Ula tried to say, before a slash of I's Naginata crushed her in the floor, her great sword between them. Winner, my assistant. So winner, Kenshin. Kenshin said, thanking an imaginary crowd for their applauses. Thank you, thank you. Yes, it was a hard battle, but the better fighter won. Thank you, thank you. She is strong, said I, looking at Ula, who was on the floor not understanding what happened. You did your job, now Shu, said Kenshin. Wait. Everyone I invited is here. Amber, pick up your friend, who just got a taste of vengeance, and let's eat. Ouch, I swear that I learned how to slap from my mother. Jean Frederica walked to her daughter, who had a resigned face. Mother Jean nodded respectfully. I met my son-in-law, said Frederica, watching Kenshin grab I's long braid, and I quickly slap his hand. His eyes are indeed beautiful, as you said. Of course I don't lie, said Jean with a calm expression. Then you should start, said Frederica in a disapproving tone. And you should be alert. The rest of the women that are attracted to Kenshin should be around here. Jean sighed upon hearing that. She didn't know if her mother discovering her infatuation was a good or a bad thing. She met Kenshin when she was 12, and her mother quickly caught wind of it, and as Kenshin made the JRK, her mother decided to pair them up. Jean didn't go against her mother because she respected her, and was caught out of the game with this topic. As a result, she grew up with Frederica's weird ideas in her head. Well, the idea of this kind of relationship isn't that weird in Mondstadt. Anyway, Jean grew up with the idea of sharing in her head. She thought that with some time her mother would forget that stupid plan. But the worst happened. She started to see the good points. She knew that she was going to be busy. Some days she even needed to sleep in her office. What kind of married life would she be able to lead? Her husband wouldn't be able to see her for days, or even weeks if she needed to go to the field. In that aspect, being with Kenshin was not bad, as they both will be busy. And then it came how much she cared about Kenshin. In the travel from Mondstadt to Inazuma, a lot of people identified her, as Kenshin had written that his character was inspired by a real person, and she was the carbon copy of the character in the book. She didn't care about the fame, but every time a kid pointed at her with an excited smile, it warmed her heart knowing that Kenshin had written something with so much care about her. The Radiant Knight in the book was a chivalrous and hard-working girl, and Jean knew that Kenshin saw her exactly like that. Of course, there was some exaggeration for literary purposes, but she loved how what Kenshin appreciated were the qualities she was the most proud about. What do you want me to do? Asked Jean with a tired expression. I think this is something Kenshin needs to talk with the rest, not something you can force your way in. And yet, that's what I intend to do, saying that Frederica left, and talked to a certain person who had been watching them, or to be more precise, her daughter. Do you need something from my daughter? Chapter 85. The alliance is formed. No, Sarah shook her head. I was curious about seeing the Radiant Knight in the flesh, but I got what I wanted. Sarah immediately knew who Jean was. She was exactly as Kenshin described her to be. She had only seen be courteous towards everyone with a warm smile, and while she couldn't talk about her personality, she knew that would be the same kind of person the book dedicated to her depicted her to be. Frederica nodded in appreciation for Sarah's honesty. Then you should come with me. I am going to solve all of Kenshin's romantic problems. What? Why? How? There were too many questions in the sentence for Sarah to choose one. Because my daughter is involved. Of course, answered Frederica with a voice that described how obvious she thought it was. Come back here with someone to help you in an hour. Sarah could only watch dumbfoundedly how this woman went away looking for more victims for her to beckon here. But said woman came back. I need you to tell me other women here who are affected by this, Frederica said with a stern expression. She knew some, but not all. Sarah drawled, trying to accelerate her thought process to understand what was happening. But realizing what this woman wanted, she thought of someone she had been suspicious of for a while. You might be interested in a woman with pink hair. The only one in Inazuma, in fact, but she is in the shrine. Where is the shrine? Frederica asked, thinking about what she knew about a pink woman from the letters she had intercepted. Sarah pointed at the only mountain on Narukami Island. Frederica nodded, grabbed Jean, who had a dismayed expression, and left for the shrine. But now Sarah had a dilemma. Who could she get to help her with this? Her adoptive father had holed himself up a month ago after seeing his beliefs crumble in front of his eyes, and her biological parents were long dead. Asking for help to Yi was, obviously, the worst decision she could make. She didn't have anyone. What are you up to? Asked Hayato with another drink in his hand. You will do, said Sarah with a firm expression. Hayato only came to ask why she had such a dark face, but he got roped into something. Again, mother please, a tearful Jean asked for mercy from her mother. Nope. Now shut up and be ready to fight. Frederica had no mercy, as usual. After climbing the shrine, Amiko came to receive them. She had brown long hair and dark eyes. What do you need from the shrine? Miki politely asked. I want to talk with a woman with pink hair, Frederica directly said, and Miki nodded. I will call for her. Miki went directly to Yi's room and knocked. After hearing Yi's permission, she entered the room and saw Yi writing her book. There are two women asking for you, Gucci-sama, Miki said with a bow, wondering what kind of calamity was going to befall Inazuma this time. Reject them. I'm busy now. Yi was in the middle of an important scene, and didn't want to stop now, as she knew that the festival would start in a few hours by the time everyone arrived. One of them is the Radiant Knight. Miki, like a super Miko, knew everything. Yi was suddenly interested. She wondered who Jean was, and what could have made Kenshin dedicate such a good book to her. Let them enter. Yes, Miki said, bowing and closing the door to Yi's room. After a minute, a blonde woman with short hair opened the room and entered. I come on behalf of my daughter, said Frederica, dragging Jean and making her sit on the floor beside her. Jean saw a very beautiful pink-haired woman, and knew she was the person who took care of Kenshin for all his life. But what were they doing here? What does the mother of the Radiant Knight want with me? Asked Yi with a teasing smile. I want you to come into the dock in an hour with one person to help you, Frederica said directly. She was damn proud of being a person that didn't fly around a topic. What do I need help for? Asked a curious Yi, looking at the embarrassed Jean. I am telling everyone in this forgotten place that may have an inkling of affection for Kenshin to come there. Frederica making Jean's face plant in the ground. What are you telling me? That then? Asked Yi with a curious look. She didn't love Kenshin, not at all. Right? Then it's better for my daughter, one less opponent. Sorry to waste your time, Frederica said, standing up, and Jean followed her. A girl with black short hair told us your identity, so we came here. See, Jean? Sometimes you need to be direct. Mother Jean sighed, following her mother and leaving the room. I already told that this is something Kenshin needs to say, and this whole thing is not something someone else needs to be involved. Yi heard them bickering and frowned. She didn't know why, but she felt really uncomfortable hearing that they were going to have some kind of meeting, and she wasn't going to be there. Despite all the pranks Kenshin had done over the years, she had a great relationship with him. He had helped her start what she now considered to be her hobby, writing. She found a lot of pleasure and amusement in writing her own characters, and a world that she alone could modify, and have the different adventures she wanted them to have. She saw how he was able, what she thought was impossible, help Giz-hong live a happy life again with a body of her own, and even after losing his sight, he didn't regret it. But what impacted her the most was how Kenshin promised to help her dear friend, because it showed how far he would go for her. She made that request in a moment of weakness, when she had no right to. But even then Kenshin nodded. And, lo and behold, he did it. He risked his life and, from what she heard from his sanity, to revive Makoto. Now she was able to laugh again with like all those hundreds of years ago. That was something she didn't dare to dream about. Maybe I should be in that meeting, thought Yi with a pensive frown, only to see that everything goes well. Mookie, who saw all this, just sighed. Mom, what are you doing? Jean asked Frederica, who was looking around for the woman her daughter described as Giz-hong. Looking for that woman, the one you said left Mondstadt with Kenshin. Is she the one? Frederica asked, pointing at a woman who wore an attire from Liu. No, I haven't seen her in my life. Jean shook her head. Then we will go and talk with her. Frederica nodded, before walking to the woman in question. Why? Jean quickly followed her mother, only to see that she didn't cause an international problem, or it would be her problem later as the acting grandmaster. She might know. Excuse me, Frederica said to the surprised woman. Do you know a woman from Liu called Giz-hong? This one knows. Cloud Retainer calmly answered, and looking at Jean she quickly knew her identity. Giz-hong, someone is looking for you, she said, and a wave traveled through the air. Such was the power of the Adeptus Arts. Did you call for me? Giz-hong arrived with a meat skewer in her hand. Oh, Jean, it's good to see you, she effusively greeted Jean, who nodded with a smile. You can greet each other later. Focus, Jean. We are in the middle of a mission. Frederica chastised her foolish daughter. You are Giz-hong, right? I'm going to solve all of Kenshin's romantic problems at once, but I need to know who is involved. Teacher, where is Kenshin? Shin arrived at the exact time her teacher didn't want her to. You are looking for Kenshin? Asked Frederica, smelling blood in the air. Yes, Shin nodded with her blank expression. No, she isn't. Cloud Retainer immediately said, grabbing Shen's wrist and leaving. Had she known this blonde woman wanted to be involved with that pile of shit, she wouldn't have spoken with her. I know where Kenshin will be, said Frederica with a devious smile. He will be here in an hour. Do you know someone else who may be interested in where he is? Yes, said Shen, that simply by not moving rendered Cloud Retainer unable to drag her. Can you tell me who? Frederica knew this girl wasn't normal. I don't know her name, Shen said while shaking her head. It's a fat Yui called Arlecchino, sighed Giz-hong, who under the betrayed gaze of Cloud Retainer, spoke. This is something that should be solved as early as possible. Xuan Yun, and Shen is already too deep into this to leave just like that. Someone called me? Said the calm voice of Arlecchino, who had been listening since a while ago. She just waited for the best moment to appear. Well, you probably already know. Frederica dismissed her with a look. You listened to our conversation after all. That I did. Arlecchino unashamedly nodded. But I want to know, what are you trying to do? I have a deal of sorts with this girl, and we may have to act separately for now. A deal? Frederica mused, before understanding what kind of deal she was talking about. How about turning your deal into an alliance with my daughter? It is reassuring to have the Radiant Knight on our side. Arlecchino nodded without changing her face. We will be there. Signora appeared, making Frederica and Jean frown, as they had seen this woman in Mondstadt. Don't glare at me like that. I fear I will disappear under the Radiant Knight's holy smite after all. Jean blushed hearing that. The holy smite was the character's final move. And I am here only to accompany my co-worker, Signora added with a mocking smile directed to Arlecchino. She was here to ensure that Arlecchino spent all her effort in bringing Kenshin back to Sneeze-Naya. Someone else I may have missed? Frederica asked the big group in front of her, mainly Giz-hong. If you got Yi and Sarah, then it's all. At least from what I know, said Giz-hong, trying to find another possible candidate to participate in this show. So Yi, Sarah, Shen, Fat Yui Lady and my daughter, Frederica said with a pondering look. Honestly, I expected more. Why did you say that? asked a horrified Gizhong. Now more girls will start to appear. I know a lot of girls from Mondstadt had their eyes on Kenshin. That's not acceptable. Frederica was very clear about that. I don't care how many women are outside Mondstadt, but only my daughter will represent Mondstadt. Then the knave will be the one from Snezhnaya Signora said with a smirk. Then, Shen from Liu Cloud Retainer said with a firm expression. If Shen was on board with this lunacy, she would be the only girl from Liu. Then the ones who ask Rudai Yi and Sarah mused Frederica. They will have to compete between them. Well, not from Mondstadt, not my problem. And an hour passed. Chapter 86, Messing Up. Or not. 5 women were seated in a circle, and some people behind each one. Jean, who looked uncomfortable, had her mother behind her. Arlecchino, who had a calm expression, had a smirking Signora behind her. Sarah, who also looked uncomfortable, had a confused Ayato behind her. Yi, who peeked suspiciously at the other 5, had Ai behind her who only had time to breathe before Yi pulled her here. Shen, who had a blank face, had Gizhong behind her. Cloud Retainer wanted to come, but Gizhong convinced her that she was better in this kind of situation. Alter Shen was screaming in rage, unheard by everyone. You are here to decide something important, said Frederica with a relaxed expression. I say you, because my side is already decided. So speak between yourselves. I am here to make sure my daughter's interests are not harmed. The unaware women, meaning Sarah and Yi, who were out of the alliance, looked unsure of what was going to happen. Al looked confused, and for once, Makoto too. What am I doing here? Asked Ayato, raising his hand. Being the only man here was scaring him. The same thing I am, replied Frederica, putting her hands over Jean's shoulders. Defend the interests of your client. Client? Wondered Ayato. Was I supposed to receive something? Shut up, Ayato, Sarah said in a sharp voice. It seems no one wants to start, said Arlecchino in her calm voice. We are here to decide Kenshin's romantic partner. Then I will leave now. Ayato nodded and tried to leave, but Sarah grabbed him by the wrist. Then why am I here? Asked I calmly. I don't think Yi is interested. Yi. But Yi didn't answer. Her mind was working overtime to find a solution to this. She knew that Kenshin was special to her, but she still didn't know why, or how she felt. Leaving this meeting will lock her out of a possible future, but staying while she is still not sure doesn't sound like a good idea either. Arlecchino seemed to sense that dilemma because she spoke. Just to be clear, I don't have those romantic feelings for him, she confessed, making Shen look at her with a withering glare. I'm here to leave that door open to the future. If nothing happens between us, we will go our separate ways, or stay collaborating with each other but without involving those feelings. She needed to add that last part when she sensed Signora's warning gaze. Yi nodded, feeling relieved that she had that option. And yet, the one with the problem now was I. What can I do now? She wondered. She had absolutely no feelings towards Kenshin. She hated his constant mockery towards anything she believed in but appreciated his sacrifice towards Inazuma and his capability to rule. But her sister was another thing. She knew that they talked a lot. Sometimes they didn't even sleep, but because they were talking about things she didn't understand, she chose to meditate. There are some things that you can't change in a short time. But she noticed how her sister seemed happier after talking with him and saw her giggling after their talks. She didn't think her sister liked Kenshin, but just like this girl said, what if? She didn't want her sister to lose the opportunity to have a good partner, and Kenshin was the only person she knew could stand next to Makoto. So the answer was clear then. She left the meeting, leaving everyone surprised and stunned. Did she get fed up with this? Wondered Frederica. I don't know. She normally would stand behind me, no matter how boring, replied Yi, as the one who knew the most about her dear friend. But then they saw I coming back. Oh no, please tell me you are joking, asked Yi with a pale face. I planted the chair she had gone to grab and put it in the same circle the other 5 were sitting in. And then, slowly, almost as if she was mocking everybody else, the Electro Archon sat. What the hell are you doing? Yi said with gritted teeth. I didn't bring you here for this. I need to fight for my happiness, said I. Makoto's happiness was her happiness. Well, things got complicated now, muttered Gizhong, who even in her wildest imagination couldn't have imagined this. Indeed, said Frederica with a frown. If this dangerous woman decided that she was the only one who could be with Kenshin, she wasn't sure even the 9 of them ganging on her would be enough. This sudden development had left everyone floored. Come on, I decided to fight until the end for her sister's happiness. I have one demand, said Frederica with a fierce look. She had everything under control until this Archon came into play. When he is in Mondstadt, Kenshin is my daughter's. Frederica looked at everyone, trying to find dissenters, but surprisingly she found none. I won't go to Mondstadt, so I don't care, said Arlecchino. Mondstadt was Signora's territory after all. Shen doesn't care, spoke Gizhong in Shen's stead, who didn't understand why everyone had gotten so tense. Wasn't this purple woman just another one of them? I don't care, said surprisingly I. Why couldn't everyone find happiness with the same person? Yi and Sarah bit their lips. The people from outside Inazuma were, in one way or another, crazy. Jean's common sense had been eroded by her mother for years. Shen was, well, Shen. Arlecchino, after witnessing every single act of cruelty humanity was able to commit, had little scruples or morals left. But they had no ground to refuse, not when I, the strongest from Inazuma, had agreed. Yi wanted to strangle her dear friend, not knowing how much advantage she had thrown away. I agree, said a defeated Sarah. She couldn't win against the Shogun, well, former Shogun. She wasn't that excited to share, but it was better than nothing, and she trusted Kenshin's capability to make her happy. You all, said Yi, clenching her teeth, and throwing Gizhong, whom she had helped a lot in the past, a murderous glare. Gizhong avoided her look. She had to look for Shen's interests. You should be intelligent enough to know your position, said Arlecchino, inwardly happy that I decided to agree. Besides, you are in the same position as me. You shouldn't have any reasons to oppose this. I agree. Yi clenched her jaw. She decided that she wouldn't forget this, but most of all, she wouldn't forgive I, the direct culprit of all of this. If I refused, who could stop them? Then it's easy, said Arlecchino, who allowed herself to wear a little smile. Mondstadt, Jean, Liu, Shen, Inazuma, you 3. The rest, mine. I think that's an easy way to describe our deal. Nobody complained, even if they knew that Arlecchino was the biggest winner. Jean couldn't leave Mondstadt, just like Sarah. Yi and I couldn't leave Inazuma, and Shen probably wouldn't want to leave Liu, but she was a wild card. I don't see a problem. Yi wanted to murder her again. Then it's resolved, said Frederica with a smile. She was scared for a moment when I sat herself with the rest, but it seemed that this Archon was the most reasonable person from Inazuma. Now we only need to seal the deal. Indeed, Arlecchino nodded. It wouldn't do for the Electro Archon to understand what she was giving away, only to go back on their deal. I heard that you were looking for me. What can I help with? Asked a wild Mirax. What are you doing here? Yi paled even more. She could explain things to I later, and they would still take back their word. Foxes are crafty. But with this guy, they will find a meteorite before that could happen. A friend told me that you needed me, replied a confused Mirax, making Gizhong and Yi understand what happened. Barbatos, Yi muttered, remembering that disappointment of an Archon. Without Kenshin near, they had no way of detecting him, and it looked like he had been spying on them, probably thinking that it looked to be a fun conversation. Arlecchino saw Gizhong and Yi's faces, and while not knowing who this tall man was, she understood that he was someone capable of making the deal a sealed one. We need someone to witness our contract, she said. This guy came from Liu, so he should probably know the seriousness of a contract. He pondered for a bit, but seeing Gizhong desperately nod, he also agreed. Very well. May I know the contents of such a contract? I have never felt like this, Mirax admitted, his face unchanging. I wonder what this feeling is called. The fact that a 6,000+ years old being was saying that he had never seen such a large amount of stupidity put together in a single contract was quite telling. Just do it, Gizhong said, glancing at I, that for now was calm. Mirax saw her glance and nodded. He also didn't want an agitated I stirring up things. Then the contract is finished. If you break it, you will face the wrath of the Rock, aka Meteorite. I have to admit, said Signora, speaking to Arlecchino, you got the biggest prize while being the weakest one. You truly are our best diplomat. I just choosed my cards, replied a calm Arlecchino. But I think a lot of factors were in play here, she added, looking at the Kami. We need to leave, he said before grabbing Ai's wrist and disappearing in a purple light. I waited in Yi's room for her to calm down. Just in the perfect time, she heard Makoto again. They weren't listening all the time, and more often than not, Makoto was working on some long-term plans to make Inazuma prosper. Those rebels won't know what hit them, Makoto perversely laughed. Makoto, I had to fight for your interests, so better thank me. I loved her sister, but as the younger one, loved to be pampered sometimes, even if it was something she would show to her sister. My interests? What happened? Asked a confused Makoto. Do you have any idea of what you have done? Asked a seething Yi. I did what I had to do, I calmly replied. She felt bad for Yi, but her sister came first. Is Makoto listening now? Asked an eerily calm Yi. Yes, I nodded. Then take me to the plane of euthymia. She needs to know what her genius sister has done. Please tell me you didn't do something stupid again, pleaded Makoto, who felt a bit better seeing Ai's calm countenance. A shadow covered Yi, and the both of them were looking at Makoto in the now extremely small plane of euthymia. I did it for my sister. I was the first one to speak. I feel a bit guilty for you, Maiko, but you need to understand that my sister is also allowed to pursue her happiness. What are you talking about? Asked Makoto. Fighting for someone's feelings was not a good thing. Why don't you look at this? Asked Yi, giving her a transcript of the contract. Makoto took it with trembling hands, and read it slowly. She knew how meticulous you had to be reading these things. But the longer she read, the whiter her face was. What have you done? Asked a shaking Makoto. Fight for your happiness? I was now a bit unsure. Did she mess up again? Why did you think this was my happiness? Asked a trembling Makoto, with the contract still in her hand. You talk a lot with Kenshin, sometimes the whole night. And you often laugh after talking with him, argued I. She wasn't that dense. And like Maiko, even if you don't love him now, it could happen in the future, and it seemed that if I didn't do that, you would have lost your place. That apostrophe s. Well, thought Makoto admitted. But when I talked, it's only about Inazuma, and how to make it prosper again. He has some nice ideas, so I tell him mine, and we also talk about how Inazuma was in the past, the festivals we had, our friends, what we like. Why would you think I like him? You couldn't believe what she was hearing. For once, I was correct. Did I make a mistake? Asked an uneasy Ai. She acted on the spur of the moment, but now thinking back, she realized that she assumed Makoto's feelings. If she had made a mistake identifying them, she got Makoto into trouble. I can't believe this. He wanted to leave, but she didn't know how. And she needed to solve this. We need to break this contract, said Makoto, not realizing Yi's defeated look. We can't, said a nervous Ai. Mrax signed it, and you know how he is with contracts. What the hell is Mrax doing signing this kind of thing? Asked a surprised Makoto. Was the oldest Archon that bored? Well, maybe I was surprised when he suddenly hugged her. It's okay. I'm sorry you fucked us up so many times that I was making assumptions, said Yi, holding Ai's surprised face between her arms. You did it good. You weren't mistaken this time. And I was still a bit confused, but nodded. If Yi was telling her she was right, she probably was. Chapter 87. Those Buhei Ato, said Kenshin with a smile after the success of the festival. It had only started and everyone was having fun, and more importantly, looking at him with adoration. That satisfied Kenshin's need for attention, at least for now. Your dick is going to fall off is the first thing Ayato said. Who is planning that? Shouted a scared Kenshin. He didn't use his hose, and someone wanted to cut it. Is it that failure of an Archon? Or maybe the furball? Both, and a few more, Ayato said with pity. How dare they? Kenshin shouted in indignation. I helped them, and even revived one of them, and all I am getting is a free ticket to use magic. I will start collecting allies then. Well, good luck. There are no allies near you, Only horny women, thought Ayato. Just thinking of having a thirst with the former shogun was enough to turn his member into a pimple. I am leaving then, said Kenshin, a bit desperate to stop that dastardly plan. The Radiant Knight will protect me, sure, muttered Ayato, not knowing how to tell Kenshin that his precious Radiant Knight's mother was the one who started all this. Kenshin, from his high position, was able to scan everyone in the festival, and he located the golden soul he was looking for. My Radiant Knight, save me! He shouted, hugging Jean's legs. Someone wants to cripple me. What are you talking about? Asked Jean with a red face. Now it was decided that Kenshin was hers in Mondstadt, and the main problem to being in a relationship with him, the other women, was gone. She didn't think about something important, his own consent. The meeting had decided who Kenshin belonged to, somehow ignoring all possibility of him rejecting them. That purple fossil and the pink menace are planning on leaving me without descendants, replied Kenshin, noting that Jean's legs were incredible, soft to the touch, but also firm due to all the physical training she did as a knight, and they were long too. Kenshin, I think you are misunderstanding something, said Jean with a sigh. She had just been in a meeting about it. How could those two be planning to deprive themselves of the possibility of having sex? Well, Ayato told me, and we have a saying here, brothers before hoes. I don't think he would break that tenet, mused Kenshin, a bit unsure. If his Radiant Knight said it, maybe he really misunderstood something. What's this? Kenshin saw something shining, so he did all grown-up babies do, touch it. And he could retrieve it, meaning it was on Jean, but wasn't her soul. It was a parchment made of something with a soul. No, it was a parchment affected by someone's soul. A soul he recognized. How could he confuse the souls of the boss of the lands? Kenshin! Jean shouted in alarm. She kept a copy of the contract under her mother's orders, but she didn't know how to explain it to Kenshin. What's this? Asked Kenshin with a serious face. He couldn't read it, so he needed to trick Jean into revealing something, and judging from her panicked reaction, it was concerning him. Jean, how could you? Jean stammered, not knowing what to say. To think I trusted you as my Radiant Knight, Kenshin sadly said, wanting Jean to reveal something. I want an explanation. Okay, Jean muttered. We had a meeting. He is bluffing, said a new calm voice. He has no idea of what the contract is about. Kenshin looked at the newcomer with a stink eye. My lady, kindly shut up. I need to know what's this. If even my Radiant Knight is scared of me finding out, it's big trouble. You don't, replied Arlecchino calmly. But I will tell you anyway. Come with me. It's time I tell you why I came. Kenshin hugged Jean's legs one last time and confirmed that, indeed, he liked them. After that, he followed Arlecchino. What do you want? Asked curiously Kenshin once they went away far enough that nobody could listen to them. I need to bring you to Snezhnaya, replied Arlecchino, her voice not revealing anything. No matter the means I need to use. That sounds bad, noted Kenshin. I said no matter the means, said Arlecchino, suddenly approaching Kenshin, pushing her bosom to his chest. Kenshin was a head taller than her, so she needed to look up to see his surprised face and gorgeous eyes, opened due to the surprise. Well, I mean, Kenshin stammered. He didn't care about entering Yi's room when she was changing because he couldn't see anything. But feeling Arlecchino's boobs in her chest was another thing altogether. So, will you come with me, or do I need to persuade you using some other ways? Arlecchino asked, for the first time, in a seductive voice. The change caught Kenshin off guard, but he looked at Arlecchino's soul and saw that she was calm. Well, that's not an offer I would refuse, Kenshin admitted. If you were actually excited about it. And yet, I need to take you with me, insisted Arlecchino, hugging Kenshin closer to her. Is that why Senora is here? Asked Kenshin, trying to stay calm. But Arlecchino, pushing her whole body into his, was making it hard. Why do you want me to go back with you anyway? You already got my book. But the rest want more, said Arlecchino, hugging Kenshin tighter and whispering in his ear. They know there are some things they only can do in your presence, and some benefits that will only be reaped with your help. But then I shouldn't go, right? Asked Kenshin, sensing Arlecchino's warm breath in his ear. If they are your enemies, I shouldn't make them stronger, right? Even so, I'm asking for your help. I need to keep my cover, Arlecchino kept whispering in Kenshin's ear. Kenshin felt conflicted. He wanted to accept Arlecchino's persuasion, but he needed to consider his complicated romantic position and Arlecchino's feelings, as she didn't seem to be excited about this. Accepting her persuasion could damage their relationship, maybe forever. Their relationship was based on mutual trust and an offer of help, and if Kenshin decides to move forward, the trust may be damaged. She might keep working with him, but strictly as a business partner. So accepting this now was a number. But he also needed to help her or her cover will be blown up. I need to bring you back, said Arlecchino, caressing the back of his head while pushing her boobs against him. Or fail after persuading you. That's a complicated decision, whispered Kenshin. They were trapped. Even if Arlecchino was ready to do this for her vengeance, she had her pride. And what she needed to do was basically do whatever she needed to do to bring Kenshin back. Is there something else you need to bring, so I can stay here? Arlecchino sighed and stepped back, sensing that Kenshin refused her persuasion indirectly. And she felt relieved. Relieved that she trusted the correct person. Harbingers have different goals, she said in her calm voice again. But you are the most important one, along with the Gnosis. What's that? Asked a confused Kenshin. I thought that with your ability, you would already know about it. It was Arlecchino who was confused now. You are near that Archon all day. How have you missed it? Are those things every Archon has that you guys are looking for? Kenshin remembered how Senora was looking for something Barbatos had. Yes, Arlecchino nodded, but she didn't have any expectations of that stubborn woman to surrender her power as an Archon. I will be back, and yet Kenshin decided to push forward in this direction. Archon or not, she is my assistant now. I will go with you, Arlecchino calmly said, but hope was born in her chest. It's not that she hated Kenshin, but having sex because she wanted to and having her first experience because she was told to was definitely not the same. They left the festival avenue and went to the shrine, where Kenshin thought I would be, or at least he would. They were silent on their way to the shrine, each one lost in their thought. I hope I can manage to get something, even if it's some information to be able to cancel my orders. With Kenshin, thought Arlecchino. Those boobs, thought Kenshin. Show me that Gnosis. Kenshin entered the room, not caring about the state their participants were in. He only saw the puppet, because Makoto and he were in the plane of euthymia, but he knew they could hear him. Why? Asked who controlled the puppet and looked at Kenshin with an appraising gaze. So this is the man Makoto is interested in, she thought, looking at Kenshin like a new person. One thing was the annoying guy who had fun mocking her, and another was the Kenshin who was able to stake his life for Inazuma. She needed to understand which one was Makoto interested in. She thought of the latter, but she needed to be sure. Because your boss orders it, Kenshin said, focusing on the other two people in the plane. You two, whoever got that thing, whatever it is, I want it in my hands now. I want to see what it is. Well, aren't you the man of the hour, said Yi, gritting her teeth, remembering how this man was causing her more headaches. Not realizing that Kenshin didn't even know of the meeting. And the same man wants the Gnosis, Kenshin said, extending his hand. What are you going to do with it? Asked Yi with a frown. I had entrusted her with the Gnosis, and she needed to be sure of Kenshin's intentions. For now, look at it. I am too curious to sleep soundly without knowing what it is, Kenshin said, pointing at his eyes. Yi hesitated, but upon receiving a nod from Makoto, she left the room. A few minutes later, she came back with something. The Electro-Gnosis, muttered Arlecchino. One of the most difficult Gnosis to obtain was just in front of her eyes. It had the figure of a bishop in chess, and it shone with a mesmerizing purple light. Bleeg. Everyone looked at the puking Kenshin, who saw something different. For him, a soul was sacred, hence why he didn't try to kill something, even to test his ability. But all he saw in the Gnosis was the mutilated fragment of a soul, a fragment obtained by tearing off a part of the whole soul. Some tendrils, proof of this tearing, were still moving, trying to reconnect with the missing fragments of the soul. Almost like seeing a human's arm muscles, still moving, trying to reconnect with the shoulder after being torn off. Kenshin, are you okay? I was pretty scared after seeing this. She saw those black somethings, and it made her realize that there were some scary things in this world that only Kenshin could see. Just ... give her that thing, muttered Kenshin after wiping his mouth clean. I don't want that thing in Inazuma. Are you sure? Asked Yi with a hesitant tone rare in her. This is what makes an Arjun. Well, an Arjun. It could make me the master of the world, and I would still flush it through the toilet, said Kenshin with a disgusted face. Wait here, I will pick a box for it, and wash my mouth. A few times after Kenshin left, only 4 women were left, looking at each other. What do you want with the gnosis? Asked Makoto, who switched with a. I was the one to receive it, even if I never knew what it was. That is not something I'm privy to, replied Arlecchino with her level voice. And yet, he is ready to give it to you, Yi sighed tiredly. She trusted Kenshin, and to make him feel this disgusted, this gnosis was probably something extremely unpleasant. Arlecchino didn't reply, acknowledging it. But she still didn't want to get her hopes up, not until she got the gnosis in her hand. I'm back, said Kenshin with a refreshed face. Just put it here, I don't want to look at it again. Yi complied and put the gnosis in the box Kenshin was carrying. Once he felt the weight of the gnosis in the box, Kenshin poured a lot of his special ink in the box, and used it to make a solid block that wouldn't let the box open, until someone with deep knowledge of souls managed to do it. Having read his book, the Zaritza should be able to open it. Take it. Kenshin pushed the box into Arlecchino's arms without hesitation. The Zaritza should be able to open it, and nobody else will be able to steal it from you. I see, nodded Arlecchino, stowing the box away. I will leave now. I already got what I came for in Inazuma, she added, sending a glance to Ai and Yi. The latter one had a frown hearing her. Creator's thoughts. A random mob. I know what you are going to say. Why give the gnosis? If you found a severed arm in your house, would you keep it? Kenshin preferred to send that disgusting thing away, helping Arlecchino in the process. But he has already thought of a way to make sure Naya doesn't fuck him sideways after collecting the gnosis, but it will come in the future. Chapter 88, A Cold Meeting ×2. I will accompany you. I need to make sure that thing leaves forever. Kenshin really wanted that thing out of this nation. The two of them left, and I looked pensive and the plane of euthymia. Makoto, said I, and Makoto looked at her with an inquisitive expression. You are losing. In what? Asked a puzzled Makoto. That girl is ahead of you, and also ahead of you, Maiko, said I to Yi, who just entered the plane after being invited. What would you know? Scoffed Yi. I was the last person who she would accept romantic advice. I know when a war is not looking good, and you two are losing very badly, I said with a sharp gaze that Yi was used to see. Why are you including me? Asked uneasily Makoto. She felt a bit bad seeing how Kenshin gave that girl something as important as a gnosis without hesitation, but she didn't know why. Makoto, shut up, said Yi with a frown. She was frowning too much lately. Is your problem solved with that? Said Kenshin with a look of disgust, remembering the gnosis. I believe so, said Arlecchino, feeling the box in her waist, where she kept it secure. Are you leaving MMMGH? Kenshin couldn't speak, because Arlecchino pushed him to a wall, and kissed him. Arlecchino didn't know what possessed her. She had spent the last years keeping her stoic facade on, so she was the first surprised one when she found herself pushing Kenshin into a wall. But she got over it and started enjoying it, and Kenshin decided to do the same. Their tongues intertwined, pushing against each other, and started a fight to conquer each other's mouths. Their arms unconsciously started pulling each other closer, looking for deeper contact, their bodies pushing against each other and maximizing the contact between them. Kenshin's hands started wandering, and finally landed on Arlecchino's firm as fuck you, thought Kenshin. What do you need from us? Asked Arlecchino, taking a step back with a string of saliva between their lips. Some respect for the shrine, said Mickey with a frown. She, being the kind of super Maiko she was, obviously knew Yi's feelings, even if she herself didn't notice them, and respect it we shall, said Arlecchino, moving her hands, which were dangerously close to Kenshin's middle area. She started leaving without looking back. I won't forget this, said Kenshin with a frown to the Super Maiko. You should know that not a single of these steps has not seen something far worse. And he quickly followed the girl who took his first kiss. Well, "This is goodbye for now I guess," said Kenshin with a smile. Arlecchino decided to leave early, because she wanted to deliver the gnosis as fast as she could. Walking with that thing around was asking for disaster after all. "Yes, it is." Arlecchino nodded, reverting to her blank facade once again. "I will call you when I need something." "Of course, everything for my lady," he smirked. The ship slowly left, and Kenshin waved until he couldn't see Arlecchino's soul anymore. "I hope you know what you are doing," said Signore with a cold gaze. "I do," replied Arlecchino, looking in the direction they were going to travel in. "You disobeyed orders," insisted Signora, knowing what happened to those who didn't follow the will of the Tsaritsa. "You seem to be doing it pretty good. You got that stupid contract and all that. Why did you have to throw it all to the trash?" "What would have you done if you got the same orders I got?" replied Arlecchino disinterestedly. Signora fell silent upon hearing that. She knew Arlecchino was in a difficult position, but the Tsaritsa needed Kenshin as soon as possible. She, along with the Tsaritsa, read that book years ago, but it was only after letting the knowledge contained sink in that they realized how impactful Kenshin was. He was the one who would fuse the gnosis together. That's what the Tsaritsa decided, at least. That's why Kenshin's presence was paramount in Snezhnaya. A week later, in Snezhnaya. "I decided to write this now. The festival will resume where it was." "Are you ready?" asked Signora in an impassible voice to Arlecchino, who ignored her and entered the Zapoliani palace. Walking through the cold corridors, her high heels clacked on the ground, echoes resounding in the empty walls. A huge door stood before her, but a slight push was all that she needed to open it. "I thought you would have escaped," smirked Tor in his usually sickening voice. Arlecchino ignored him, and went to her position in the middle area of the table. Signora imitated her, and went to her own position, eyeing Arlecchino curiously. She knew the knave wouldn't give up that easily, but she didn't know what kind of hidden card she could use here. "Report," said Piero in his baritone voice. "I wasn't able to bring Kenshin back," was all Arlecchino said, looking at Tor for the obvious answer he had prepared. "Did you exhaust all your methods?" he asked curiously, but everybody noticed that he was mocking her. "I had to enter a contract mediated by an adeptus stronger than us. What do you think?" asked Arlecchino without a single inflection in her voice. "Shut up," said Columbina in a soft voice. "Indeed, time is valuable after all," said Pantalone with a slight smile. "Did you get something out of your travel at least?" asked Pulcinella. This Arlecchino took out the box containing the gnosis, and slid it through the table. Piero took the box and looked at it with a blank gaze, but he was inwardly surprised because he wasn't able to sense anything. He had lived for more than 500 years, and he was a scholar in Kenya before the cataclysm, so he knew more about this world than most. And yet, this box refused to open. Arlecchino calmly looked at the scene but inwardly thought that Kenshin was indeed special. The box he made in a second couldn't be opened even by Piero, who was probably the strongest of them, only behind the Tsaritsa. And she was not going to offer her help. She was still sour about those orders. That came only because of the instigation of some antagonistic members. "Arlecchino, stop playing around and tell us how to open that box," said Signora in a bad mood. "I don't know how to open it," revealed Arlecchino. Kenshin didn't say how, only that the Tsaritsa would know. "What did he tell you?" The soft voice of the Tsaritsa, who was sitting on her throne, reached all of them. "That if you read the book, you should know how to open it," Arlecchino replied. Piero gave the Tsaritsa the box, and she looked at it curiously. Everybody could feel some way sort of power gathering, and the Tsaritsa channeled it towards the box. That didn't open. Everyone looked shyly at the surprised Archon, who didn't expect whatever was locking the box not to respond. But then, the box opened, and the Tsaritsa looked at the shining electro-gnosis contained inside. She carefully picked it up and gave the box to Piero, making everyone see the hardest target they needed to obtain. "Well, that changes things," mused Pantalone with a hand on his chin. "Did you know it?" asked an indignant Signora. She had worried about Arlecchino this past week, and she didn't deign to tell that she had the gnosis. "Of course," replied calmly Arlecchino, unfazed by the stares she was receiving. "Kenshin put it into the box in front of me." "Your Majesty," the baritone voice of Piero made everyone look at him, except for the Tsaritsa, who was looking at the gnosis with a pondering expression. "There is a message in the walls of the box." "Read it," ordered the Tsaritsa, too busy contemplating something. To the frosty lady, "I decided to set a mechanism to open the box in case you failed. If you succeeded, this message wouldn't appear at all. All I can say is that you are a disappointing student. You had such a great book, and you are still not able to open this box." Piero's voice made everyone look at the Tsaritsa, who didn't seem to care about Kenshin's caustic words. "Continue," she instructed. "I know what these things are, and while I don't want to know what you're trying to do with them, I can confidently say that you should think carefully about what you are going to do. As my friend Mrax said, there are things that should be left untouched, but you had centuries of years to think about it, so I guess you are sure of it. If your ability has evolved enough for you to know what gnosis are, I really need you for my plan," mused the Tsaritsa, who looked at Arlecchino. "How much time did he take to know about the gnosis?" she asked. "He puked," instantly revealed Arlecchino. "As I expected, I really need him now." The cryo-archon was sure. He will be an integral part of her plan against Celestia. His ability will prove to be the ace in the hole she needed. "Continue," and Piero nodded. "Anyway, I don't care about what you are going to do. I have a neutral opinion about Celestia, maybe because I don't know anything, but I had a chance to look closely, and let me tell you, there is something awesome up there." "I had no time to see it, but it was awesome nonetheless." "Now, to end this letter, stop making Arlecchino do weird things. I am not against you, but if you do something like this again, I will destroy the next gnosis I find." "Knowing what they are, I know you are fucked. I will tell Mrax and Barbatos to throw them away." "While I have no doubt they know what they are, I doubt they know the cruelty they were forged with." "I am not your enemy, but I don't fear you. Just to let you know, I had another encounter with a certain being, and if you push me enough, I will travel to your place and let him know that you are very interested in meeting him." "Are we going to let this brat get away with this?" asked an angry Scaramouche. "I can kill him," said Columbina in her smooth voice. But the more reasonable members of the table stood silent, pondering about the threat at the end. Judging by the Archon's pale face, it was nothing good. "May we know more about this being?" asked Dr. now realizing that this being could help him a lot. He was a scholar from Sumeria who had been expelled for his heretical experiments, which consisted of creating a human that could surpass the gods themselves, and this being that was scaring even the cryo-archon looked to be the perfect specimen for him to study. "What is your relationship with this boy?" asked the Tsaritsa to Arlecchino, ignoring Dr. "I had to sign a contract defining my relationship with him." Arlecchino felt that Kenshin's warning about giving her more weird orders was the best present she could have received. Not only for her future missions, but because it showed that he cared about her, and knowing how much the Tsaritsa valued him, made her more valuable under the cryo-archon's eyes. And that was invaluable for her, who wanted to gain more power inside the Harbingers. Arlecchino walked towards the Tsaritsa and gave her a copy of the contract. "This is made by Mrax," noted the Tsaritsa. She could recognize this elemental power, even more ancient than the gnosis themselves. "Yes," Arlecchino nodded, also revealing that she knew the identity of the man that made it. There were not a lot of people able to make the former Electro-Archon have a guarded expression, and a common Adeptus was not one of them. The Tsaritsa read the contract, and her face didn't change. "Can you bring him here when he leaves Inazuma?" asked the Tsaritsa, referring to the fact that Kenshin belonged to Arlecchino outside Inazuma, Mondstadt and Liu. "No, I probably can't beat him." Arlecchino lied like the knave she was. "He was able to beat the former Electro-Archon. There is no way I can beat him." "He did what?" Scaramouche shouted in shock. "How is that possible?" "Ha ha, he sure sounds like someone I would have a lot of fun fighting," shouted in excitement Child with a bloodthirsty smile. "Someone strong enough to beat the Electro-Archon couldn't be a boring opponent." "His special ability is too strong," scoffed Signora. "I told you all, don't provoke him." "Especially you," she said, looking at Dr., who seemed to be more and more excited by the moment. "I wouldn't dare," he said with a smile. Apostrophe 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 sure apostrophe 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 thought everyone, even Piero. "Is he that strong?" asked softly Columbina with a sweet smile on her face. "He must be, I don't think even you can beat that psychopath with her sword, said Signora, who, by the way, is showing a romantic interest in this boy. Just when I thought my life was cursed, Scaramouche sighed, thinking of the weird interests his mother had. First, her familiar, an affair she had no qualms about spreading to the whole world in an extremely graphic way. And now, a baby, considering their age difference. Did she also sign this? Asked the Tsaritsa, returning to Arlecchino the contract. She did. Arlecchino succinctly said. What should we do about him? Asked Piero. He trusted the Tsaritsa to make the best decision, even though he would have preferred to know everything about that book and this boy's ability. Keep your good relationship with him, said the cryo-archon, talking to Arlecchino, who nodded. Wait for a while before contacting Mirax. Ask him for the gnosis. Form a contract if needed. And Barbatos? Asked Signora. He will be warned about the gnosis too, and Kenshin told me that he knew I was around. Even after years, I have no way of catching him if he doesn't appear before me by his own will. It stung her to admit it, but after hearing Kenshin say it, she realized that she was wasting her time in that damned nation. Ignore him for now, the Tsaritsa ordered before looking again at Arlecchino. That boy is a vital part of our plans. You need to gain his trust and then make him come here. You have until we have all the gnosis. I will do so. Arlecchino nodded, stowed the contract, and returned to her seat. Today's meeting was not a bad one, not at all. Chapter 89. You can't do this to me. In Inazuma. Just after Arlecchino left, Kenshin strode through the festival with a smile. He felt the sun was brighter, the clouds disappeared and his worries were gone. And yet, he only needed to remember that disgusting thing for his face to turn into a sour one. I need to look for Mirax and that drunkard, he mused. Maybe it was better to wait for the festival to end, but he preferred to get this thing out of the way. Locating Mirax was easy. Barbatos, not so much. The boss should know about what I see. At least he can. Kenshin had to stop midway. He saw Gizhong and Mirax's souls close to each other, too close to be talking. Of course, he knew Mirax and Gizhong wouldn't be doing here what he and Arlecchino had done, but now he cursed his blindness. He quickly looked for someone around and saw Sarah approach him. She was pissed off, but he didn't care. Kenshin, we need to shut up, woman, Kenshin whispered with a hand on his lips. Come here and tell me what those two are doing. Sarah curiously approached quietly, and saw the woman who had been Shen's defendant and the man who acted as a witness in the contract near each other. The woman's head is resting on the man's shoulder. They look to be in a romantic position. Sarah described what she was seeing to Kenshin. I know they are in a romantic mood, I can see it, said Kenshin, gritting his teeth. He walked up to them and kicked Gizhong in the back, making her fall. Ouch! She yelped in surprise. The kick didn't hurt, but she was surprised nonetheless. Kenshin, how could you do this to me? Shouted an indignant Kenshin. What? Now Gizhong was stunned. She should be the one angry here, right? I saved you from that remnant, shouted Kenshin, raising a finger. I took good care of you for years. I hid your soul from everyone, even risking my 3D status trying to avoid getting flattened. I gave you a body, the best one possible. Why yes. Hearing all Kenshin had done for her made Gizhong feel a bit ashamed. And you repay me like this? Kenshin had a red face from anger. What is the problem? Asked calmly Mirax from the side. Sarah just stood on the side with a deadpan gaze, wondering what kind of bullshit Kenshin was going to say. Boss of the lands, this is between me and this ungrateful disappointment of a god, Kenshin said, but quickly looked to Gizhong again. I saw that you were in a happy mood, but I had to call Sarah to describe the scene to me. The result, you were in a romantic position, am I right? Well, yes, Gizhong readily admitted. She didn't think they were doing anything bad. As your direct benefactor, I demand that you pay it back now, said Kenshin. What do you want? Asked Gizhong with a dark face. She now understood that Kenshin's whole charade was only to get this favor done. I heard there is a conspiracy targeting my person, and I want to use your dusty power to spy on it. Kenshin nodded, thinking that it was a good plan. Only Barbatos could be more sneaky than her. Gizhong fell silent, and Kenshin noticed her awkwardness. I suddenly think that asking you to spy is not the fastest way to know about this conspiracy. Kenshin narrowed his eyes at Gizhong, who took a step back with an awkward smile. Well, you see, I needed to help Shin. So that little monster is involved too. Kenshin realized that the plot was getting dangerous. The more people participating in it, the more reduced his chances of escaping alive were. Kenshin, calm down. Mirax spoke with a calm voice. Nobody is trying to hurt you. Aito didn't say the same, said Kenshin, directing a suspicious glance towards Mirax now. He told me my dick was going to fall off. In my books that counts as hurting. I shouldn't have brought him there. Sarah facepalmed. So you are in the two? Kenshin looked alarmed at Sarah. Traitor. Kenshin, calm down, sighed Gizhong, knowing that if she didn't calm Kenshin down, he would do something incredibly stupid. No one wants to cut off your thing. If it falls off or shrivels, it's another topic was left unsaid. I won't listen to someone in league with these traitorous women, and from what I'm seeing, men too. I would have expected a bit more camaraderie between Karatonas. Kenshin looked in disappointment at the confused Mirax. But I came here to tell the boss that Inazuma doesn't have an archon anymore. Mirax understood what it meant, and after a brief expression of surprise, he nodded. I understand. He nodded, his thoughts unknown to everybody but him. What did you do now? Asked an alarmed Sarah, not realizing what it meant to lose an archon. Sarah, Kenshin said, looking at her. Goodbye, and he ran. Clang. The other three looked wryly at Kenshin's figure in the ground after colliding with a lamppost. Damn it, the humiliation was worse than the pain, or so Kenshin thought. Kenshin, I sometimes wonder about my sanity, mused Sarah. I do the same, replied Kenshin, standing up, a bit dizzy after the collision. Every single day when I wake up. Hi, Kenshin. We need to talk, said Sarah tiredly. Let's talk after the festival, Kenshin said with a serious voice, leaving all jokes aside. Okay, Sarah nodded, and sensing Kenshin's seriousness she didn't insist. The three remaining people saw her disappear among the crowd, each one with their own thoughts. Gizhong, did you do something unnecessary? Asked Kenshin with a tired face. I didn't. Gizhong shook her head. But you probably have a guess already. If you tell me Jean was involved, it's all I need to confirm this plan, sighed Kenshin. If you are talking about the Radiant Knight, she is confirmed. Mirax. How much did you know? Mirax, I could sense Ai's loneliness when she was inside her sword, Kenshin said, rubbing his forehead. Do you think I would miss something as intense as love? Kenshin had noticed a long while ago, mainly Sarah's feelings. She didn't try to hide them, knowing Kenshin knew them, but she never voiced them. You should have spoken about it before it came into this. Gizhong mirrored Kenshin's sigh. I know I should have, but it wasn't the moment. Yes, I know it sounds like an excuse, but with all the deal with the Decress, it really wasn't the moment, replied Kenshin, sitting on a nearby bench. Gizhong and Mirax approached and also sat on the bench. Kenshin was their friend, and they were ready to help him with such a complicated situation. Then you should start moving now. There are no degrees anymore, and while you are going to be busy with the reconstruction, it will never be a good moment to act on this, advised Gizhong. You should act in a way that doesn't leave you with regrets, said calmly Mirax with a faraway look. Well, I can't act if I don't know what I want, replied Kenshin, directing his gaze towards the sky. I am an immature guy. A year ago all I wanted was to have fun, and never thought about this topic at all. Like all teenagers, I had my urges, but coupled with my blindness, I wasn't an excessively lustful guy. When the degrees arrived, well, I was focused on another thing. And now I find myself in the middle of a situation where I have no idea of what I want. It's not like they gave you a choice, noted Mirax. I was the one to witness their contract. And yet, it may not be what I want, replied Kenshin. I am really confused about this. I saw my mother and father while growing up, and I always imagined my romantic life to be like theirs. Deepen your bond with each other, slowly grow to love the other person, marry, and have a family. Well, now you will do it 6 times, remarked an amused Gizhong. Ha ha, Kenshin ironically laughed. You should act on what you believe is best. Mirax gave reasonable advice, a product of the countless years he has been living in this world. But you should also understand the other party. I think you are focusing too much on your own view, that you have disregarded the others. Yes, Kenshin Gizhong nodded at Mirax's words. Look at the girls. Jean had been brainwashed by her somewhat psychotic mother. Shen is special, as you know. That Fatui girl seems to have seen too much. Yi and the now former Archon are way older than you, and I don't know about Yi, but that purple woman seemed too broken to be able to lead a normal relationship. The only remaining girl is Sarah, who seems to think more about work than about her personal life. If you put it that way, they are indeed special, said Kenshin, still not fully on board. In the end, all you are considering is preconceived notions about having a partner, commented Mirax. You are thinking about what you imagined it to be, or what you think it should be. Everyone is different, and things that don't work for others may work for you, and vice versa. So you are saying that I should form my own opinion about this after experiencing it, deduced Kenshin. Basically, you should try before rejecting it as something bad. How can you say you don't like it if you have no idea of what it is? Replied Mirax in his calm voice. How do you know you don't like radishes if you have never tried them? Insisted Gizhong. We are not telling you to marry tomorrow, but maybe you can start slowly. Go on a few dates or whatever people call it these days. If it doesn't work, cut the relationship cleanly so nobody gets scolded more than necessary. If it's with some women, tell them. If you prefer to have a single relationship, say it. If you see that it's not a bad plan, keep doing it. Of course, you need to think about the girls, Mirax said with a firm look. But don't forget about yourself. A relationship won't work if you are not satisfied with it. Sooner or later, it will make your relationship sour. I know, replied Kenshin. After thinking for a while, he spoke. I will do as you said. I am still skeptical, but as you said, nobody is normal here. If I see it doesn't work, I will cut this plan. I don't care about contracts, or how many tears are shed. We only have one life, longer and shorter, and wasting it in a relationship without a future is not a good idea. That sounds like a good plan. Gizhong nodded in approval. She knew that the problem here was Kenshin. He wasn't indecisive about choosing, it was just that he didn't even know what he wanted. She had been living with him for years. If he wanted to, let's say, enter a relationship with Jean, he will firmly reject Sarah. Still, aren't you trying to convince me a bit too much? Said Kenshin, looking at Mirax. I am doing what a good friend should, Mirax answered firmly. Kenshin accepted his answer with a grateful nod, but what he didn't see from his position was that Gizhong's hand had been pinching Mirax's waist during the whole conversation. Gizhong really wanted this plan to succeed. One part was for Kenshin. She believed that he, along with the girls, could make this work. And the other part was also for Kenshin because she knew that his life would be madness from the moment he agreed to this. And she still had a lot of things to get revenge for. Well, I should get going, replied Kenshin, standing up. She saw Frederica coming without Jean and decided to have a talk with her. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding. He left with Frederica waving at the calm Mirax and blushing Gizhong. Chapter 90. How did she grow so much? Well, it looks like you have been participating in something interesting behind my back. Kenshin spoke with a calm voice to Frederica. He didn't mind it that much. In the end the decision would be there, and even with all of Frederica's help, it was Jean the one who will be in a relationship with him, so it was Jean's opinion the one he needed. No one would force him to marry, and no one would force Jean to marry him. Of course Frederica, with a hand on Kenshin's shoulder, spoke without any shame. I need to ensure my daughter's happiness. Maybe you should let your capable daughter look for it herself, Kenshin said, while pointing in a direction. He remembered that the scene on this cliff was marvelous, and using the marks the Shiwa-Matsuban did with the special ink, he recognized it. I would if she knew how to do it, Frederica said, sitting in the place Kenshin pointed. Her voice got unexpectedly vulnerable. Need to talk about her? Asked Kenshin quietly. I understand that every parent has some worries about their kids. My parents will die in 10 years just because of how much I worried them, but I think Jean is a good person. I don't think you need to worry that much about her. Frederica kept her silence, and Kenshin let her organize her thoughts. Frederica finally sighed. I know she is fine, and I'm extremely proud of her. But I sometimes worry about the price she paid. I was in a vulnerable moment after divorcing my ex-husband, and I fear that in my anguish, I unconsciously pushed everything into her. I trained her in politics, economy, art, chivalry and even in combat, she confessed. It was the little thorn she felt every time she looked at her excellent daughter. She knew her daughter was an excellent person, but at what cost? I understand what you mean, replied Kenshin. He couldn't see the landscape, but the memory was engraved in his mind. Just like all Inazuma was, he loved his country after all. You fear that she exchanged her childhood for her excellence in some way? Yes, Frederica nodded, absent-mindedly noting that the scenery wasn't bad at all. Even if I was practically impulsing the whole contract, I just worry for my daughter. I am worried she will end up alone, regretting losing one of the best years of her life due to my actions. I just want to secure a place in this, so she can decide for herself when the moment of truth arrives. I think that while that may be true to some degree, it's fine, replied Kenshin after thinking for a while. I met your other daughter, Barbara. She has the childhood Jean probably didn't have, but in my opinion, she doesn't seem to be that much happier than Jean. What do you mean? Frederica said quietly. She found that Kenshin had an interesting way of thinking. Jean enjoys being able to help people, and I think that's something natural to her, not something you hammered into her. She is happy now because she has the power to do it. If she wasn't as capable as she is now, she wouldn't feel satisfied. So while your training may have been hard, she wholeheartedly feels that the training was worth it. I wouldn't have written a novel based on her if her good nature was something fake, replied Kenshin. You think so? Frederica thought about it from a new angle, one that Kenshin let her see. Of course, Kenshin nodded without hesitation. I don't know what she thinks about the training, but I know she is happy to be in her current position. But the only way to know for sure what she thinks is by hearing it from her mouth. Maybe it's time you have a good talk with your daughter? Maybe. Frederica nodded. Then go and look for her, bring her here, and tell her what you have just told me, said Kenshin, standing up. This festival is supposed to make everyone feel that Inazuma is a good place, and having a good talk looking at this landscape will make it unable to be forgotten. That sounds like a good idea, Frederica nodded, recovering her usual confident persona. Thank you for the talk. No worries. Something tells me you had a very important hand in making Jean agree to this lunacy of a plan, replied casually Kenshin. Yes, Frederica smirked, not telling Kenshin how he and Jean were already married. They left for the festival location, and they saw Jean, who walked towards them with a panicked expression. Kenshin, are you alright? I'm sorry for what my mother could have said. Jean really didn't trust her mother more than she would trust a village earl not to throw a rock in his hand. My daughter, you and I are going to have a talk, ordered Frederica with a stern voice. Goodbye. Kenshin waved at them, seeing that they were returning to the place he and Frederica had just been in. Hopefully, some wounds could be closed for good this time. Too much drama, I need to have fun or I will start convulsing, Kenshin thought, looking for some souls he could mess with. That will do. Hello, may I offer you some specialties from Inazuma? Kenshin greeted a certain person with a bright smile. Every single one has fowl, and one even has crane meat we bought from a merchant. I assure you they are delicious. Cloud Retainer looked dryly at Kenshin. Are you having fun? Yes, for the first time in a while, replied Kenshin, still smiling. Believe me, I found about a dastardly plan concerning me, so I had to clarify a few things. A plan that your student is somehow in. Do you think this one approves of it? Asked an incensed Cloud Retainer. This one tried to dissuade her, but as always, she is too stubborn to listen. Sorry for that. Kenshin scratched the back of his head. Believe me, my stubborn girl is probably worse. She almost destroyed her own country. So I can understand how dealing with a wolf a person can be. Cloud Retainer nodded in approval. Someone understood how much trouble it was, so she felt that she was not alone. Still, I don't understand it, mused Kenshin. All I sent her are pretty offensive letters, and I'm the one saying it. How did this happen? She thought that you wrote those insulting letters to her inner self, replied grimly Cloud Retainer. And she thought that you would think the opposite about her. Kenshin tried to remember the letters he sent, and how could have Shen interpreted them? Well, fuck, he settled for. Am I not the most gallant being in existence then? Sigh, That's why I'm worried, Cloud Retainer said, shaking her head. I don't want her to find out about the fact that you never thought of her that way. More than not thinking about her in a determined way, I didn't think about her at all, confessed Kenshin. For me, I was trying to have fun mocking her sealed self. Cloud Retainer frowned in worry. She knew how attached Shin was to Kenshin, and hearing this truth would crush her. It won't be as hard as losing her family all those years ago, obviously, but it wasn't that far. That's how much her student thought of Kenshin. Don't worry that much. I am not someone who enjoys hurting people, commented Kenshin, seeing the worry in Cloud Retainer's soul. Mrax and Gizhong advised me to take this whole mess slowly. I will try to get to know her outer personality a bit better, and whatever happens, happens. Cloud Retainer felt relieved hearing that, but Kenshin continued. But if I think it's not going to work, I will break up. Even if it pains her. Kenshin didn't want to treat Shin as someone he didn't consider her to be. Shin didn't deserve that. Kenshin, I wonder how many times is this situation going to repeat itself, muttered Kenshin with an exhausted face. Yes, dear Shin. She didn't say anything but gave him something he couldn't see. He extended his hand, and Shin put the box in it, making Kenshin fall to the floor instantly. What the hell is this thing? He asked, trying to lift the box with both hands, but couldn't do it. If he tried to exert more force, he feared something else would escape from his ass. The letters you have been sending all these years, replied tiredly Cloud Retainer. Are you telling me I can't lift some papers? I didn't write that much. Kenshin gave up trying to lift the box and felt insulted seeing the ease Shin had been carrying it. The box is special, wryly revealed Cloud Retainer, seeing how Shen picked up the box and worriedly checked for some possible damage. It is made from a special metal Adaha, an old friend gave us as a present. It's extremely heavy but equally resistant. Probably that box would stay unharmed even after receiving a meteorite from Mirax. So Shen, stop fussing over it. I didn't know that kind of thing existed. Kenshin couldn't imagine something surviving a meteorite impact. See to believe. And you used that treasure to keep some letters? The letters are more important than the box, naively replied Shen. Isn't she too cute? Thought Kenshin. He never knew someone could appreciate insulting letters that much. You, on the other side. Shen, I will talk with that other girl inside you, okay? Shen nodded, and Kenshin touched her forehead, noting how cold she was. You fucking mole. Alter Shen said, seeing Kenshin again inside this place for the first time in years. Looks like you ... Fine. Kenshin had a wide open mouth seeing the scenery in front of him. Shin had grown over the years, and the bindings, that he put in a peculiar position all those years ago with the innocent mind of a child, were showing the most indecent thing Kenshin had ever seen. The turtle bondage was now making Shen's already enormous chest even bigger, and her angered look was only making the contrast even more exciting to the eyes. It was also the first time Kenshin had seen the grown Shen. He was able to more or less see faces, but he never expected that quiet and small child to grow up to be this. What are you looking at? Alter Shen had a frown on her face. Well, Kenshin was too absorbed by the landscape to answer. Those mountains were majestic, and he shared a hot kiss with Arlecchino a few hours before, only to be interrupted by Mookie. Thinking now about it, he will need to think about Yi. They were in an awkward situation. But anyway, he was bothered by being blue-balled, and seeing Shen like this was making the erection he had worked hard to make disappear, shining with all its glory again. Alter Shen's frown deepened, but she had no idea of what made Kenshin so stunned that his ever bullshit spewing mouth didn't move. But she had an idea. You are captivated by my body, she mockingly laughed, making her breast tremble. Yes, Kenshin was an honest person sometimes. Then let me down. We can help each other, she said with a smile that couldn't hide her murderous intentions. Kenshin gulped and quickly released her. Alter Shen couldn't believe it, but slowly rose, being able to move freely her members for the first time in years. She then did what she had dreamed of doing countless times. She lunged at Kenshin with a bloodthirsty smile, intending to end this miserable life that was the only thing between her and freedom. Slap. I can't believe you forgot how you got into that situation to start with, mused Kenshin. I thought that you were smart, but maybe I should change my opinion of you. You tricked me. roared Alter Shen from the floor, now remembering about this waste of space's ability. How? I freed you only because I knew I could beat you. How is that deceiving you? Asked a curious Kenshin. Alter Shen didn't reply and stood on the floor with a frown, thinking of some way she could make this annoying guy suffer. Even if I knew I would need to slap you to the ground, I still freed you, right? Asked Kenshin with a malicious smile that made Shen shudder. You need to help me for a bit. Chapter 91, How to Write a Letter. What are you going to do? Asked Alter Shen, getting up slowly. She now realized how indefense she was. Kenshin had learned a lot in his fight with Ai, so he made some appear behind Alter Shen, and tied her ankles together, followed by another rope that tied her wrists behind her back. Alter Shen fell to the floor with a panicked expression. Don't worry, I'm not a molester, said Kenshin with a malicious smile, approaching her. What is a molester? Asked a nervous Alter Shen, trying to get away. Kenshin had a dark face hearing her. If you don't know anything about sex or masturbation, how were you going to help me? He asked. Well, maybe holding hands, Alter Shen said with an unsure voice, but Kenshin was able to feel the violent plans swirling in her mind. Yes, the lewd art of hand-holding, muttered Kenshin, not impressed at all. Well, I am not going to touch you indecently, but I need to have my reward. You will unknowingly provide me with some scenes for my next book. I am not going to give you anything, she shouted in anger, her black hair and red eyes glaring at him. Kenshin didn't reply, but just like he made ropes, he made a feather. Alter Shen, for nudity reasons, was wearing the same outfit Alter Shen was wearing, which meant that she had the sides of her hips uncovered, and most of her body covered only by a thin black fabric. What are you going to do with that? Asked Alter Shen, seeing how Kenshin's expression morphed into one she will always remember. He had a bloodthirsty smile that rivaled her own. Kenshin didn't reply but lightly tickled her uncovered side hip with the feather. Alter Shen showed a terrified expression when she realized Kenshin's plan. Please stop. No, Kenshin replied with a smirk. He used the feather to tickle Alter Shen's belly. Alter Shen tried to resist laughing, but once she started she couldn't stop. It was only now that she realized that she was extremely ticklish. Every time Shen laughed, her whole body trembled, and an earthquake made the mountains shake. Kenshin saw this, but merely this was something he wasn't satisfied with. He continued tickling Alter Shen all over her body, obviously ignoring some private areas. Shen breathed, trying to recover, but she was tired from too much laughing. Done? Kenshin, who had suddenly stopped tickling her, had a regretful face. I am still too immature, he mused. I need to wake up. Yes, because Kenshin realized how foolish he was. A dozen feathers materialized in the air, making Alter Shen cry. I hadn't thought of this. I battled Ai in an apocalyptic battle, and a feather is all I can think of. Kenshin was disappointed in himself. Please, stop. Alter Shen was crying from laughing too much, but Kenshin only directed the same smirk to her. Please no. You tried to attack me, now I'm going to attack you. You wouldn't have stopped until I was almost dead, so I will do the same, replied Kenshin, controlling the feathers to move even more vigorously. Stop. You mole. She couldn't stop no matter what she tried. She tried to muster all her anger and humiliation, but it was no use. Kenshin kept tickling her for half an hour and stepped back to contemplate the result. Alter Shen, with her black hair and red eyes previously holding animosity, was now lying on the floor with a dead gaze. Her slow breathing made her chest slowly rise, and her sweaty skin gave the view an erotic touch. I approve, said Kenshin with a nod. Alter Shen's pupils moved to put Kenshin's figure in her view, but she was too tired to express any feeling through her eyes. I need to go now, said a sad Kenshin. I wanted to see more of this marvelous view, but I don't know how much time has passed outside. I will leave you tied like that. No, I will tie you like you were, and I will give you some entertainment. Kenshin tied Alter Shen's limp body in that tortoise bondage and made some books. These are popular outside. I will teach you what you don't know about the world. Be thankful. Kenshin made a ton of porn books, That will slowly move in front of Shin over time. She will be forced to see a bit more than that lewd hand-holding. Kenshin knew that he would need to see her quite frequently, so he avoided some dangerous topics, like the tentacle genre. He feared what she could do with the knowledge. Wait a bit, maybe I can create some tentacles here, he mused, before shaking his head. That would be a line that once crossed, he won't be able to turn back. I'm back, said Kenshin, separating from Shin. You took a while. What did you do? Asked Cloud Retainer with a suspicious gaze. He made me laugh, replied Shin in her calm voice. Yes, I told a few jokes. Her inner self considered amusing. Kenshin agreed with a nod. I am trying to make up. If we are going to see each other more frequently, I need to have at least a decent relationship with her. Cloud Retainer nodded in approval, but a question assaulted her mind. If you end up with Shin, won't the other one be forced to be with you too? She confusedly asked. She didn't know how this whole mess of inner-outer Shin was going to affect a possible relationship. Leave it to us. It's our business as almost adults to manage our affairs, Kenshin said with a wave of his hand. And I'm the eminence here. I will think of something. Cloud Retainer looked a bit suspicious but finally nodded. Now, dear icy lady, why don't we have a talk? Asked Kenshin with what he thought was a charming smile. Based on Shin's happy hum, she thought so too. And the two of them left, leaving behind a somewhat lonely Cloud Retainer. Master, what's wrong? Ganyu came with a bowl in her hands. She found that there was an area for vegans, so she happily made a salad with the ingredients she found. Nothing, sighed Cloud Retainer. She wouldn't say it, she was a Tsundere after all, but she felt lonely. Shen was already knowing someone she may marry in the future, and Ganyu didn't have time to visit her, so staying alone in her abode made her feel like she was alone. Please master, take a bite, Ganyu said, offering her salad, trying to distract her master. I made them with the ingredients in the vegan area. Let me try. Cloud Retainer took a pair of exquisite chopsticks from her adeptal thing, and took a bit of salad. It's delicious, right? Ganyu animatedly said. And I only use the ingredients in that area. The mushrooms were a bit far, but they give a nice touch to the salad. Cloud Retainer gulped and swallowed the bite he took. Ganyu, there are no mushrooms here. Ganyu, who avoided greeting Kenshin in the dock, couldn't hear his warning. There were no mushrooms here, only chicken. So, icy lady, please tell me what your hobbies are, Kenshin said, trying to make Shin release his arm, but she wouldn't let him go. Training, she replied, not caring about Kenshin's tries to escape. She missed Kenshin, so she was not going to release him. If he was uncomfortable with their position, he could move to readjust it. She didn't mind. I swear you sound like someone else, Kenshin muttered, remembering the woman whose hobby was meditating. What do you do when you are not training? Think, replied Shin. This is hard. Kenshin didn't know anyone with less emotions than her. Even I felt anger, and he was not interested in angering Shin. Intense emotions like anger or hate would give strength to alter Shin. Then, who gave you that white jade comb? Master gave it to me. She said that if I wanted to be her student, I had to brush my hair thrice with it, she replied in her calm voice, but Kenshin sensed her fondness for it. Why don't you tell me about your childhood? Kenshin asked the wrong question, as Shen's hair started turning black. Or you can tell me why didn't you reply to my letters? Kenshin had to rethink again how strong Shen was. Even with his bindings, which he admittedly had done half-heartedly as Alter Shen didn't have the ability to interact with them, she started coming out automatically. Shen was an exceptional case where her soul had two different sides while remaining one. In other words, shattered, but whole. Shen liked that topic more. I wanted to write back, but I didn't know how to write what I wanted to say. Ouch, Kenshin felt a stab in his heart. Well, why don't we write a letter so you learn how to do it? Proposed Kenshin, taking out a bottle of the special ink he always carried with him. Okay, replied Shen, feeling excited about learning. Maybe she could write back to Kenshin and say the same beautiful things he told her. They sat on the ground, and Shen brought a stone for Kenshin to rest his paper on so he could write. Only later will he know that the mountain the shrine was in had dangerously leaned after a huge portion of one of the sides mysteriously disappeared, only standing in its place because of Iron G's desperate help. The first one is a greeting, okay? Said Kenshin, taking a pen and inserting it in the ink bottle. "How do you want to start?" "I love you," Shin replied blankly. Well, let's leave that for later." It was the first time he had been confessed like that, and Kenshin was quite nervous hearing it. But he didn't know what Shin considered love, as she lived with a lonely bird after all. "What about, hello, my friend for distant lands? I usually write it like this." "You are not far," replied Shin. Indeed, Kenshin coughed a bit to regain his bearings and thought about what Shin needed. She was very direct, so words or phrases with double meanings wouldn't work. "Then friend next to me, what about that?" Shin thought for a while but nodded. She didn't know if they were friends or lovers, as she had that contract, but for now, she found it acceptable. "Okay then." Kenshin nodded and wrote it. "Then you should ask about how the other person is doing, just to tell them that you are interested in their well-being." Shin nodded but waited for Kenshin to write. "Shin, you are trying to learn. If I tell you, you won't be able to write it by yourself next time. I'm sure your master taught you about this," Kenshin gently said. Shin nodded and thought, how could she show interest in Kenshin? "I want to know what you are doing." It was a very direct sentence, almost a command, but Kenshin found it a very Shin-like sentence. "That's good, there is nothing wrong with it. You clearly stated what you wanted to know." Kenshin nodded and wrote it. "Normally, you would follow with something like 'I hope you are well,' to show that you want me to have good health, or that I am content with my life. How would you write it?" Shin thought calmly, and Kenshin patiently waited for her to answer. "I hope you are happy," she replied, looking at Kenshin for his opinion. "I think it's good." Kenshin nodded, and wrote it. "Then, you can start talking about what you want to say. Remember to say the important thing first, and you will describe it later. Remember, why are you writing the letter?" he added, sensing her confusion. "To tell you that I didn't forget about you," she said. All she wanted was to tell Kenshin that even if she didn't write back to him, she didn't forget him, and that she liked her letters. "Then write it like that." "I want you to know that I didn't forget about you," he wrote. "What else? Now it's your chance to say everything you want. I will write it directly as you said it." "I liked your letters," she said, feeling that she could finally convey all she thought. "Okay." Kenshin wrote it. "More. I like the beautiful words you wrote in the letters," Shin said, remembering all the praise she received. More. Even Kenshin couldn't help it but feel guilty about it. "They make me feel warm inside, and I want to make you feel warm too," she added. "More. Evil thoughts, begone." Shin thought for a while, but nothing came to mind. She had been wanting to say those things for so long, and she thought about them so much that she didn't think about anything else. "A letter doesn't need to be long, what is important is to convey what you want to say," gently explained Kenshin. "Now, what do you want to know about my life?" Normally you would say something like, "How are you doing?" Well, that could also be said at the start, but what you are trying to convey here is your interest in the other person. Until now you talked about what you wanted to say. Now it's your turn to listen to what the other person wants to say. "What do you want to tell me?" "I want to hear it." Shin couldn't think of another way to ask it. She said what she wanted to know, literally. "That's good." Kenshin understood it and wrote it. "And then, the goodbye." "You could also tell something funny that isn't too important to mention, but we will stick with the basics." "You don't need to say goodbye like that. You can also say I'm waiting for your next letter, or I hope to see you soon." "I hope to see you soon." Shin thought that sentence aligned with her feelings the best. Kenshin nodded and wrote it. "Look at it, and tell me what you think," said Kenshin, handing her the letter. "Friend next to me, I want to know what you are doing. I want you to be happy. I liked your letters. I like the beautiful words you wrote in the letters. They make me feel warm inside, and I want to make you feel warm too." "What do you want to tell me?" "I want to hear it." "I hope to see you soon." "It doesn't sound good at all," replied Shin sadly. "Of course it doesn't." Kenshin laughed. "It's your first letter, it's not going to be good, and we are writing it like this to be a learning experience for you." "Let me connect the phrases with each other." "Dear friend next to me, I am interested in what you are doing. I hope you are happy. I wrote this letter to tell you that I liked your letters. They made me feel warm, and I hope to be able to make you feel the same warmth too." "Is there anything you want to tell me?" "I am interested to know about what you want to say. I hope we can see each other soon." Shin here. Kenshin handed her the slightly modified letter. It was not a prize-winning work of art, but it was the best letter Kenshin could think of. It told him about Shen's feelings after all. This is better, Shen nodded. Kenshin's letters were a lot better, but she now had a starting point. I will keep it safe. Do whatever you want, replied Kenshin, taking the first letter, the bad one. But I will keep this one. Why? Asked Shen curiously. It was a bad letter, and she couldn't think of why would Kenshin prefer the bad one over the good one. Because it's your first letter, replied Kenshin with a smile. And I like this one more. Chapter 92, Problems at Home. How Kenshin sighed tiredly, seeing how Shen was going to reunite with Cloud Retainer to leave Inazuma. He had been talking with a lot of people today, and the plot caught him off guard, but overall it had been a good festival. It served its purpose to make outsiders feel that Inazuma welcomed them, instead of the feeling of rejection they sensed before because of those bastards of the Kanjuan Tenryu Commission threatening everyone. Well, if it isn't my radiant knight in the flesh. He smiled when he saw Jean approaching. How did the talk go? Perfectly, replied Jean with a hoarse voice, proof of her cries. I never knew my mother thought that. How could I blame my mother for teaching me? Well, it's one of those things you keep bottled up, and you think about them so much that you end up seeing a problem where there is none. Kenshin shrugged. It didn't happen that much to him, but that was because his own personality didn't allow him to keep his mouth shut. Thank you, Kenshin, Jean emotionally said. Not good enough, replied Kenshin, opening his arms. I want a hug. Jean didn't hesitate and hugged Kenshin tightly. They were almost the same stature, Kenshin a bit taller, so her head was resting on his shoulder. Come on, my radiant knight, don't cry. Kenshin patted Jean's back, or I will have to write about an evil sorcerer who made the valiant radiant knight cry with a spell in my next volume. Jean felt that Kenshin had once again given her something extremely valuable. Her mother was the most important person in her life, more than Kenshin. And knowing how her mother had blamed herself for years for being strict with her made her feel devastated. But now, she felt that the air cleared between them, and her mother looked happier than before. That made her realize once more how much Kenshin had given her. She didn't need money from the JRK or material things. She was a woman who didn't need much to be satisfied. But what Kenshin gave her supplied the emotional support she needed. He helped her mend her relationship with her sister, who had grown estranged from her after their parents' divorce. He showed her the spirit of sacrifice she admired so much when he lost his sight to help Gizhong. She knew that he did something unnecessary, but the fact that he didn't mind moved her a lot. He helped Mondstadt with the JRK. He could say all he wanted, but the fact that the organization that was helping Mondstadt had a contingency plan in case a disaster happened had her name touched her deeply. He wrote The Radiant Knight, a book inspired by her. The protagonist showed the same traits she was the most proud of, hard work and the desire to help people, and every time she saw that worn-out book, the first one she wrote, she felt happy thinking that there was a person who saw her for more than her body or looks. His parents accepted her, and made her feel like one more of his family. Even if she didn't blame her mother for the training and loved her, it was a fact that Jean grew up without the warmth of a family. She wouldn't change her past for anything in the world. She was proud of who he was, but talking relaxedly with Mayo and Yahiko, who worried about her on a personal level, made her happy and accepted. And now he had helped her mother, and indirectly her. She didn't know how to repay him, and she knew he didn't want to be paid back, but she had the need to do something for him. So she raised her head, and put her lips onto his. It wasn't like Arlecchino's hot kiss, it was only their lips touching for a brief moment, but Kenshin treasured it as much as the other. Well, the Radiant Knight is stealing kisses now, said Kenshin with a frown. Maybe my next character will be a robber who is always escaping from the Radiant Knight. Our dear protagonist will try to capture him, but he is using dirty tricks to escape. I will catch him next time for sure, is what our dear protagonist will say with eyes shining with determination. How does that sound? I would like that a lot, replied a smiling Jean. Every time this robber appears, I will remember this moment. That was the idea, gently said Kenshin, hugging her again. They stood like this for a few minutes, until Kenshin regretfully sighed and took a step back. Your sparky friend is coming, and while I don't mind, I don't think your thin skin will tolerate it. I will try to go to Mondstadt when I can. We can have the second round then, okay? he said, looking at the faint traces of her face that he could see. I like that plan a lot, Jean said, looking at the floor with a blush. I will write to you as frequently as I can. Lisa, make sure she doesn't die of overwork, he said to the woman hidden in a bush trying to listen to them. I don't know how are you seeing me, Lisa pouted, but sensing the weird atmosphere, her mind went overdrive. She was a genius from Sumeru, one not seen in 100 years. She quickly deduced what was happening. Did I interrupt a romantic moment? Not really, we were not going to anything weird, you gossipy woman. I can sense your excitement about catching wind of something here, Kenshin said with a wry smile. And I am proud of it, replied Lisa. Sorry Jean, but we need to go. I know. Jean had no disappointment in her voice. She knew that she couldn't leave Mondstadt alone, or the drunkards would make the church their lavatory. And she knew Kenshin wouldn't forget about her, just as she wouldn't forget about him. With a last look, Jean turned and left for the port. After a few goodbyes, a double one for Shen, as he obviously needed to say goodbye to all to Shen separately, the last ship sailed. Frederica gave them a hug, thanking him repeatedly, to which he only told her to try to come back from the expedition as soon as possible. Jean got lonely easily. His parents decided to go back to Mondstadt. They realized that they liked the freedom and relaxed feeling Mondstadt gave them, and they said something about Jean being family. Kenshin thought that they were jumping a lot of steps, as he had decided to give this a try just today. But well, he got his weirdness from them at the end. Mrax carried Barbatos with him. The bard was so drunk he swallowed his own vomit instead of puking. Gizhong gave him a hug, and told him to write about his progress, that she was ready to help him, to which Kenshin gratefully nodded. Ganyu and Cloud Retainer were unconscious, but they were murmuring something that sounded like meat or cannibalism, but Kenshin didn't care. He warned them after all. Shen just nodded at him and told him that she would try to write. Kenshin felt grateful she didn't hug him, or his lungs would come out of his mouth with her strength. Ula glared at him, and an apologetic Amber pushed her into the ship. Vaka and the rest of the expedition boarded the ship just like they came, laughing. Yanfei and Kuki had boarded the ship before, trying to avoid Kenshin and his shenanigans. Kenshin felt regretful he couldn't mess with Yanfei, but shrugged, thinking that he could travel to Liu in a single day. Bennett had a blast today seeing Vaca again and promised to take care of Mayo and Yuhiko. And Arlecchino and Signora left a few hours ago. I think that's everyone. A pity Hu Tao couldn't come, and that red-haired bastard from Mondstadt probably tore off the invitation when he saw the sender. Kenshin had invited a lot more people, but they couldn't come for different reasons. Now, I need to have a talk, Kenshin said, looking in the general direction of the shrine. I don't know, I already told you. A nervous Makoto was facing an irritated Yi, and an equally fuming I. And I'm telling you to tell me. I don't want your opinion, only the facts. Yi said the same thing she had been saying all afternoon. Makoto was being interrogated by Yi and I. They had seen Makoto scrunch up her face when she saw how Kenshin left with Arlecchino, and that rubbed them the wrong way. Yi felt that it was Makoto's fault that I gave up all their advantage of playing at home, and I because now she realized that Kenshin was going to somehow steal Makoto from her. I don't know, we just talk about what we like, our hobbies. How was Inazuma? Makoto shrunk after being glared at by the other two. And what do you think of him? Asked I in her deceptively calm voice. Makoto opened her mouth to say how annoying he was, but seeing Yi and I's warning gazes, she decided to change her answer. Well, I think he is nice. He has risked his life for Inazuma, and loves the country, my country, as much as I do, she replied, looking at the ground and putting the top of her index fingers together. He is funny, and he seems to care a lot about his friends. I nodded. She agreed with all that, except that her sister was forgetting to mention how annoying he was. While Yi sighed in resignation, she thought the same as her, but she was a bit more aware of his bad, or better said annoying, side. She also felt complex, as she had watched him grow. She didn't share most of the beliefs humans had, but it was a bit weird for her. Well, said Kenshin with a smug smile. Look what we have here. Kenshin, get lost, Yi replied in a bad mood. She needed to think about all this mess, and now the culprit appeared. Are you sure? Asked Kenshin with a wicked smirk. What do you want now? asked Tai with a frown. She didn't want to think about Kenshin stealing her sister. Oh, nothing, Kenshin replied, looking around, making Yi, I and Makoto look at him with a narrowed gaze. They knew that if he didn't want anything, he wouldn't have come. Just that my nose sniffed something interesting around. I thought you were a rat. When did you evolve into a dog? Asked I. You see, Kenshin's eyes shone with a vicious glint. I heard something about a contract. Gulp. Yi and Makoto gulped audibly. They didn't think Kenshin would know about it in a single day. They thought they would have a bit more time. Makoto didn't participate in that meeting, but she was the one the contract was made for. Well, this is a surprise even for me, said Kenshin, looking at Makoto. I knew I did something stupid, again, so I came here to mock her. But I didn't expect you to be the one interested. Makoto looked at the floor, beet red. Leave my sister alone, said I with a frown, not appreciating Kenshin's words. Calm down, Siscon replied in unafraid Kenshin. Even I am not such a scum to mock someone's feelings. But believe me, my inner self is shouting me to. I nodded, happy that Kenshin knew a modicum of respect. Also, she didn't know what a Siscon was. Yi for her part kept the frown, but she was extremely nervous now. She knew that Kenshin grew up in a conventional family, and this whole contract thing was something he hadn't been educated to accept. But most of all, she knew how messed up their relationship was. Kenshin had grown up seeing her as an adult figure, so she didn't know what would he think about her name being in that contract. Still, we need to clear this. Chapter 93, Cleaning the Air. Yi and Makoto, the people affected by this, gulped. Why are you so nervous? Wondered Kenshin. It's not like I'm going to insult you. Support me on this. Exactly. I was caught off guard, but nodded. She had no idea of what was going to happen, but she would stay by her sister's side, as she had always done. So speak, woman, what do you want to do? Asked confidently Kenshin. He asked because he had no idea himself. If you don't know either, why did you come here? Yi knew him, maybe for a bit too long, so she realized quickly. To avoid making a problem out of this situation, replied Kenshin. I may not know what to do, but I know what to not do. Support me on this. Exactly. I nodded again. So, now that the former Archon of Lightning, and strongest person here is on my side, I propose a plan. Kenshin nodded while touching his non-existent beard. We wait for Sarah to come. Yi and Makoto sighed. They hadn't solved their problem, and Kenshin was going to make it even more difficult. 10 minutes later, Sarah appeared inside the plane of Euthymia, well, more like room of Euthymia, as they were a bit cramped now. What once was an extensive floor now only 7-8 people could sit. Wake up, said Kenshin with a disdainful look. We need this place for our meeting place, and we can't see, it's too small. Start training. Why would you make this place your meeting room? I tiredly sighed. Because this is the only place where I can see, said Kenshin with a voice that showed how obvious the answer was. Anyway, we are here to resolve this situation before it turns into a problem, and we are going to talk honestly. Why don't you start? Asked Yi with a nervous look. Well, for starters, I'm feeling awkward as hell. Kenshin spoke with a straight face. I already knew of your feelings, except for Makoto's. Her soul is already purple, so I couldn't see the purple spots I considered to be love or appreciation in her soul. But I never thought about romance at all, so imagine my surprise when I learned about this whole contract. Sarah, your turn. Why me? Sarah complained, not wanting to be the first one. Because the situation of those two is more complex than yours, Kenshin said, pointing at Yi and Makoto, who were still looking at the floor. Sarah had to admit Kenshin was right. One of them was the founder of Inazuma, and the other was the teacher figure for him. I feel mostly. Sarah looked for a word that could describe how she felt about this mess. Resigned, I guess. As you know, I liked you from a few years back, and during our Saturday talks, it slowly grew into love. I already sensed that the head Maiko had some weird reactions near you, so I expected this point to arrive at some point, but I considered that Radiant Knight my main opponent, to somehow define it. Yi winced at that. Maybe she hadn't been able to hide as good as she expected to. I was, let's say, ready to battle that girl from Mondstadt. I would have made a move earlier, but I knew you weren't looking for romance, so I decided to wait for you to be ready. Then the decrees came. Sarah continued, looking at the non-existent ceiling. It was I who winced now. But remembering that without decrees, her sister wouldn't be here, she quickly got over it. And I definitely knew it was not the time. You were all day working, and trying to salvage the situation. That fat Yui girl appeared, but I didn't know if you were joking as usual, or if she had something only you could see that charmed you, so I decided to wait until the situation with the decrees got better. And this lasted for months until you suddenly challenged the shogun to a duel. I thought that I would never see you again. Sarah clenched her fist, trying to express her anguish without involving tears. She would cry later, but for now she needed to say everything she felt. It was important to be honest, and even more now. But it was Makoto who glared at her. She knew how I thought about duels, but it was a way of thinking that belonged to the past. Nowadays people don't stake their lives in a single duel. But you miraculously survived, and you were the shogun. I thought it was my chance, but suddenly you came up with that festival, and I waited to see the radiant night with my own eyes. Maybe I should have confessed, but I wanted to know the woman I would be fighting with. When suddenly, it was that girl's mother who came to tell me that she would resolve this problem in a meeting. And there were a lot of people there, said Sarah, remembering her confusion and dismay. I was prepared to fight with that girl from Mondstadt, maybe the head priestess, and I knew there was a minuscule probability that the fat Yui girl appeared. But another girl from Liu appeared, one I had no idea about. But what put the final nail in the coffin was the shogun, who suddenly sat with the other four. That was the moment I realized I couldn't win. Sarah sadly said. Why would you think you couldn't win against her? Inquired Makoto curiously. If it's about a physical fight, I don't think anyone can beat her, but we are not talking about that, right? I do. Sarah nodded. But I realize how much Kenshin loves Inazuma, and how important he is. I am a general, I know how to fight, but I get lost easily in economics and administrative things. Only someone who excels in those areas can work side by side with Kenshin. It's not like I know those things, countered I, but Sarah shook her head. For the moment Your Excellency sat, I knew it was about Makoto. I saw them converse, and Makoto shared something with him I never could. She loved Inazuma as much as him, and she knew how to manage the country. It was only a matter of time. Makoto knows a side of Inazuma Kenshin does not, and that probably attracts him a lot. Not to say his weird fixation with souls, and I am aware that despite my Tengu bloodline, my soul probably doesn't compare with that of a god, and even more with an Arjun's. Combining those things, I knew I would sooner or later lose. So my only option was to accept that contract. Sarah sadly shook her head. Something else? Asked Kenshin with a straight face. I feel angry with myself, Sarah confessed. I knew I was the closest one to you, but I don't think I ever stood a chance. I loved you when you were not thinking about love, and when you did, circumstances prevented me from moving forward. When I ask myself, what could I have done? I can't answer. The only small window I had was this last month when I was the only one resolute enough to confess. The head Maiko and Makoto were not going to do it, but I didn't think you would accept. You looked a bit lost now that you had some free time, so I decided to wait. And now, I find myself in this situation. Sarah sighed. Having said everything that needed to be said. How do you feel about the contract? Asked Kenshin. Sarah's thoughts were extremely logical. I don't know, muttered Sarah, looking at the floor. I never imagined myself in this kind of situation, and I am a bit lost. If it were other people, I would try to be the only one, or move aside, but the head Maiko is half a millennium-old yokai who had been protecting Inazuma. Doesn't she deserve some happiness? And the other is a recently revived god who died defending Inazuma, even if the battle was somewhere else, and found herself in a strange land with all her friends dead and her nation on the verge of collapse. I don't think it's my place to deny her of that, Sarah explained with a quiet voice. I would have moved aside if they were one of the two. I think they deserve it more than me, but then the other girls come into play. The situation is so complex that I am going to ignore them for now. Except for Arlecchino, I think Jean is a great woman I could grow to consider a friend. And it's obvious the white-haired girl has some problems. Sarah didn't want to think about them for now. The contract was signed, and her problem was with Inazuma. As I said, I would have moved aside, but with these girls appearing and the contract being signed, they were going to share anyways, so I thought, why can't I get into this? Jean, Arlecchino and that white-haired girl were already in this, why can't I? So I agreed, and here we are. She looked at Kenshin with her golden eyes. Kenshin sighed, trying to understand all this. Well, you haven't answered about how you feel about the contract, said Kenshin, making Sarah nod. I think this situation is too sudden, so you have not formed an opinion yet. But I propose we keep doing what we have been doing until now. We have our Saturday talks, maybe we can wander in the city sometimes, or you can teach me some things about war. Just look at this with other eyes, like a date. I'm also not fully on board with this, and I will not be making any rash movements. So wait and see how it goes, Sarah said, and Kenshin nodded. I think is a good plan. If either of us is uncomfortable, we can decide what to do. Everyone noticed how she avoided saying the obvious consequence of feeling uncomfortable, which would be break up, or stop dating. I don't understand, said I, making everyone look at her. Why can't everybody be happy with the same person? Well, we can, nodded Kenshin. But it's a matter of dignity. Anyway, everyone deserves a person for herself. Sharing, as we are calling it, means that you are degrading yourself in some way. You are accepting less than you deserve. I still don't understand, said I. If you are happy, why are you complicating it so much? I don't think I would care about it, and I don't think my sister does either. The only thing you can understand is that if a sword is coming to your face, there is an enemy in front of you, mocked Kenshin, making I look at him with a frown. I agree with my sister, Makoto interrupted what seemed to be the start of a discussion. I come from another era, one where things were a lot different. I don't think this is so big of a deal. You will have some days with Sarah, others with me and others with Yi. We are all pretty busy people. There are a lot of days you won't be able to see us and vice versa, so it's not like we have the time to feel lonely. The only question is, how would you feel knowing that he is with another woman, said Yi, who hadn't spoken in a while. I don't care, mainly because I know both of you, replied Makoto. And even if I did, I would still care more about how sad would you feel being out. So I don't feel bad. I don't think you should be the one to answer that question, smirked Kenshin. You would probably be excited thinking about it. Makoto kept her straight face. But no one was fooled. Chapter 94, The Power of Imagination. What about you? Yi asked Sarah, the only sane person here. She didn't consider herself to be a sane person. Not after signing the damned contract. Well, Sarah had a bit of trouble imagining that scene. Got you? Kenshin materialized some invisible ropes and tie-dye. Before she had time to react, he hugged her from behind. My dear, what do you say about finding some place where we can deepen our bond? We can read more books about the Radiant Night, we can meditate together, and maybe even train a bit, he whispered to I's ear, trying to let Sarah know an example to let her sort her feelings about jealously. Unhand me. I squirmed, trying to get free, but she suddenly stopped with a stunned expression. Did you say train? Makoto facepalmed. Of course. Kenshin used his finger to turn I's face so she was looking at his mesmerizing eyes. As you know, I'm strong, even if it's only here. You can deny it all you want, but I know you found our last encounter here exciting. His last word was nothing but a seductive whisper, one I didn't notice. She was thinking about their fight. She couldn't enjoy it because of the circumstances, but thinking back on it, the fight had been something exhilarating. The tenseness of launching an attack, the expectation of seeing it hit while fighting against the attacks sent her way, planning the next few movements, thinking about the weakness in the enemy, the feeling of improving with every attack she received. I agree, I nodded with a serious face. Kenshin had a surprised face. He could have given Sarah an example with Makoto, but I was funnier to tease. Do you know what you have done? Asked Riley Makoto. I was a fanatic of fights and training. She has no rival to train with now that Mrax has retired and the strength of the inhabitants has drastically decreased. As Makoto said Yi with a blank face. You are the only person she can fight now. You are stronger than her here, so she will improve, and that's something she loves. You are near, so when you both feel like it, you will have your stupid fights. From what I got, you are more adaptable than her, so she will not get bored no matter how much you two fight. And lastly, There will be no damage to the surroundings if you fight here, so she will be able to go all out without anyone being in danger. And she can go all out, and be assured that you won't die," concluded Makoto. "You are the perfect training partner for her." Kenshin looked at Ai, whom he was still hugging, who was looking at him with a fiery gaze. So he did the only thing he could do in this situation. Double down. "Is that so?" Kenshin's smirk returned. "The exhilaration of battle, the feeling of giving anything you have, fighting for supremacy against a worthy opponent, your muscles screaming in pain, but you still need to move more, faster, stronger, smarter." The feeling of steel clashing and the two opponents trying to prevail over the other, a battle of ideals to show who is more determined to raise in an all-out battle. Ai was quickly breathing, putting herself in that position. A battle like any other she had experienced since the Archan War. She sometimes sparred with her friends, and they were strong, but that was all it was. A spar, a disappointment for her, who thrived in serious battles. And when some warriors ready to fight to the death appeared, they were weak. So imagining the scenery Kenshin just described to her, she felt her blood boiling like it hadn't in 2,000 years. And maybe Kenshin made her look at the front and whispered in her ear, "I can make a sword as strong as yours." Imagine the earlier scene, but you are adding the feeling of steel clashing against steel. A fight without any limits or stops, and without end. A battle between two equals thriving for victory, a mess of sweat and blood. Proof of the intense clash between two people ready to offer everything they have to a single battle. I was hyperventilating now, under the shocked looks of Makoto, Yi and Sara, who couldn't believe what was happening. "Imagine it," Kenshin kept softly whispering in her ear. His hand touched Ai's shoulder and started going down her arm slowly, just grazing her skin, but sending the stimulus to her brain. "Your arm, holding your sword, the trusty metal. Your hand clenched against it." He slowly closed Ai's hand, a tender touch that made Ai immerse herself in what the soft voice that was whispering in her ear. "Your arm, tensed and ready to receive the enemy's hit." Kenshin grazed her arm on his way up, pressed a bit stronger in the muscles she would need to exert strength in. Ai, with her eyes closed, immersed herself in the beautiful painting the voice in her ear was painting in her mind. "You receive the enemy's hit." Ai's muscles tensed, but Kenshin continued. "But it's stronger than what you expected it to be. It's slowly pushing you back. No matter how strong you push, the enemy seems to grow stronger." Kenshin hugged her tighter, making his chest touch her back, and he put his hand on her leg. "You realize that merely pushing it's not going to be enough, so you decide to use your legs." His hand slowly traveled through Ai's firm and toned legs, but he couldn't reach from her knee downwards. Maybe sensing this, I brought her legs back, inviting him to continue such a wonderful tale for her. Kenshin complied, and his hand slowly went down Ai's leg. "You exert every single ounce of strength you have, but it's still not enough. As the enemy grows even stronger, the swords are colliding with each other, some sparks being created in the collision. Proof of your fight, of your effort." I looked to be extremely concentrated, but her whole body was trembling, because of effort, excitement or something else, not even she knew. Kenshin's hand slowly traveled to her neck and then to her face. He softly slid his nail from Ai's forehead downwards. "Your muscles are screaming in pain because of the effort, but you can't give in. This a duel you need to win. You will win." A drop of sweat appears in your forehead, and slowly goes down. Kenshin moved his nail to simulate the stimulus a drop of sweat would cause. "Down your cheek, and finally your neck." You notice it, but you are in a deadlock with the enemy, and if you take even a single step back, you will lose, so you have no other choice but to let it go. It goes down your neck until it slowly approaches your chest. Kenshin stopped moving his finger near Ai's chest, until it finally disappears. The contact with your kimono erases the droplet from your skin. But suddenly, the opponent pushes you even stronger, and you take half a step back. Kenshin leaned back, and hugged Ai close to him, making her feel like she had retreated. For a second you feel like you have lost, but you realize it was only a step back. You haven't lost yet. But you still retreated. You need to recover the ground you just lost, but it will be hard. I was so immersed in this that she tried to lean forward, but Kenshin's hug was not letting her. It's hard, but little by little, inch by inch, You feel how your muscles are answering to you. What seemed to be a strong push, it's growing weaker by the second. But you know the truth. He is not weaker, you are stronger. Kenshin let her lean forward little by little. You slowly recover ground, and you decide that you are the stronger one here. He was a fine opponent, one that made you sweat, but you will prove with your actions that you are better. With all your muscles screaming, doing their best to carry out your will, you start pushing him back, but he grows determined, and you are in the stalemate again. Kenshin started sliding his two hands all over Ai's body. Her arms, her hands, her neck, her belly, her legs. But even if you are in the same position you were in at the start, you know that you have defeated him. You tell your body to give more than what it can offer, and a screech coming from your sword moving against your opponent reveals that your body is growing stronger. You push him back, a quarter step, half a step, almost, there, 3/4 of a step. I was now leaning forward, Kenshin's arm under her armpits preventing her from taking that last quarter she needed. Your opponent is desperate. You can feel it. You can see it in his eyes, and he is going to grow too, just as you did. But now you are not afraid, you have already proven yourself to be stronger. So with a final push, giving all you had, your sword moves him, making him fall to the ground, looking at you in awe and admiration. You look down at him, but you don't feel respect or pity for him. You are jubilant, exhilarated, joyful. You have won. Kenshin released her and sat on her side. I was now lying on the floor panting in excitement and tiredness with a red face. But a smile of pure fulfillment was filling her visage. What happened? Muttered Makoto, looking at Ai. She couldn't be tired, so why was her body shaking? Hearing Makoto's voice made Ai look at her, and she tiredly spoke to her. I won't let you steal him. Weren't you worried about him stealing me? Asked a shocked Makoto. I took a while to calm down, but she replied to Makoto. If he is talking or doing other things with you, he can't fight me. That's unacceptable, I said with a no-nonsense tone. Are you aware of what you just did? Asked shocked Yi. I won a hard battle, replied I with a straight face, and then looked at the three of them with a scrutinizing face. I don't like this, murmured Makoto. I want to join whatever this is, said firmly I want to have battles with him. Hee, you should have said it before, replied Yi with a smirk, until she saw I start drawing her sword. You can't stop me, warned I with the Musuishin in her hand as a testimony of her strength. You said it. I'm the strongest one here. Admit defeat or face me in glorious battle. Makoto looked in shock at her sister. It looked like the stress of these 500 years was coming out now, and she wanted to have a battle like the one she just imagined. Truly, one of the weirdest ways to unleash the stress, but the problem was that I wasn't thinking now. She wanted duels, and she was going through the shortest path to get them. Sara looked at this with dead eyes. I thought I couldn't win against Makoto, and now it's Her Excellency. Sara now knew as a certainty that she had no chance from the start. Agree or fight, I delivered her ultimatum to Yi, who suddenly didn't look that amused. Oh, okay. She had never seen Ai this way. Maybe it was because when she was born, there were already no opponents for Ai to fight seriously. I nodded and stowed her sword, and looked at Kenshin, who was looking at his hands in wonder. I never knew I was so powerful. He marveled at the power his hands had. He could still feel Ai's firm skin, her toned legs, her slim arms, her soft face. As you heard, I will participate in this too. I returned to the voice she used as the shogun. I don't care about whatever thing you are worried about. You will fight me, and that's it. Kenshin nodded absent-mindedly. Makoto, Yi and Sara looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Suddenly, I feel that sharing with 5, now 6, it's not that bad, muttered Sara. Indeed, seeing how he conquered Ai in a battle without any weapon or using his ability, I feel that letting him in the wild as he is now will bring nothing but disasters, mumbled Makoto, looking at Ai, who had her eyes closed while sitting in Seiza. What was she doing or thinking was a mystery. And Yi felt stupid for worrying. When had Kenshin been a normal person? And 2 years passed peacefully. Chapter 95, First Date. Kenshin. Sara greeted with a smile on her face. Today she will go on a date with Kenshin, and she had been waiting for it the 3 days she confirmed the plan. My dear General, Kenshin said with a theatrical bow, but he also had a smile on his face. "I await your guidance today." Sarah was the one who wanted to create the plan for the date, and she prepared something they could both enjoy. "It's not like you need it anymore," Sarah replied with a grin. She had been ecstatic when Kenshin learned how to do the weird glasses thing. She didn't care if Kenshin was blind or not, but knowing that her efforts to look good were now effective, she felt exultant. Kenshin and the rest decided to take it slow and see where it leads. Sarah had no problem with it. Makoto, although a bit bashful and hesitant at first, quickly forgot about her nervousness once they started talking, and she was having a few weekly fights with Kenshin, and she was having the time of her life. Kenshin had to avoid making one-hit kills. He could detonate the space of euthymia and quickly exit, but these battles were for Ai to unwind and get tired. Not to mention that he probably wouldn't survive either. Kenshin treated it as letting the dog tire himself out so he wouldn't break things in the house. Kenshin tried to mimic a sword to fight with Ai, but he instantly lost. No matter how fast he moved the sword, Ai obliterated him. That made him realize that he could win only because he was almost a god in what souls were referred to, and he was overwhelming Ai with his ability. But Ai's battle sense and instinct were way better than his. In fact, he would instantly die if I decided to simply cut him using the puppet and not let him enter the plane of euthymia, which under Kenshin and Ai's efforts had somewhat recovered. All in all, his relationships were progressing, even if they hadn't done something a nun wouldn't approve of. A true nun, one of the chaste ones. But the most important change was his eyes. He was still blind, but he could see. Amazing. A few months ago, you decided to teach him something dangerous, how to build a soul plane, just like the plane of euthymia. I had inserted her soul in a sword, and the inside of the sword was the plane of euthymia, basically a manifestation of her soul. But Kenshin didn't need that. His domain over souls was unparalleled in this world, and that allowed him to do what I did, create a plane. But he kept his soul on his body. Just like I could abduct people inside the plane of euthymia to make sashimi, Kenshin could do something similar, but instead of fighting, he projected his soul over his eyes and made the plane invisible. This worked as a sort of glass that allowed him to see, and for Kenshin it was marvelous. He could finally consume porn. Of course, it had more practical applications. He could now defend himself. If he could beat Ai inside her soul, what wouldn't be able to beat inside his own one? But he had never needed to fight, and he hoped he never would. And as he could see inside the plane of euthymia, after training a lot, he could project his plane upon the world over his eyes, letting him see. Of course, Kenshin said, and looked with an appraising look at Sarah. Even if he could now see normally, his ability to see the souls was not diminished in the slightest, so he could sense Sarah's anticipation. And with his normal sight he could see Sarah's feet twitching nervously. "Don't worry, Sarah, you look stunning," Kenshin said with a hand on his chin. Sarah wasn't wearing his usual attire. She was wearing a white shirt that didn't cover her shoulders, a purple skirt and sunglasses to protect her eyes. "Thank you," Sarah nodded happily. "We will go to Liu, so we need to go to Ritu." "I didn't expect our date to be outside Inazuma," Kenshin muttered. He didn't care of whether date would take place, but he expected Sarah to plan it on Inazuma. "You are probably the person who knows about Inazuma the most. It's difficult to find a place you haven't seen." Sarah took the arm Kenshin was offering her, intertwining their arms together, and left for Ritu. That's probably true. Kenshin had to admit that he knew everything about Inazuma, at least Narukami Island. "I only came here on business trips." Before Sarah came down from the ship, and looked around with expectation. "It's the first time I come to have fun." "What a way to prepare for a date," said Kenshin with a smirk. "It's not like I needed to plan a lot for it," replied Sarah. "I know what you like, so the perfect plan for you is the one I need to plan for the least." Kenshin thought about the things he liked that Sarah could plan for. His biggest hobby was to look for peculiar souls. There was something extremely interesting about trying to think about the kind of being they belonged to. After that, it probably was about visiting new places, and lastly, writing or reading. Pranks were lately losing their fun, and he didn't know if it was because he was growing up, but he was starting to have fun in other ways, ways that didn't involve making people angry. Of course, 1 or 2 pranks were always welcome, but they weren't his main way to have fun. We will buy food, and go on a picnic. Sarah revealed her plan, and Kenshin sensed her anxiousness. Why are you nervous? He asked curiously. I tried reading a lot of books about dates, and they depicted them as incredibly special days. Using a wind glider to down a mountain, swimming, going to the beach. Sarah explained while wiping her hands in her skirt, trying to get rid of the sweat. And my plan is very normal. Don't be stupid, Sarah. Kenshin softly bonked her. I like this more than using a wind glider, and it's your plan. There is no way I find it bad. I see, Sarah happily said, taking the hand Kenshin was offering her. So do I. They walked through the busy Liu, intending on buying some food at the Wang Ming restaurant, whose food Sarah had liked a lot the last time she came to Liu. They looked at the stalls, sometimes buying things, others just looking. I don't want to talk about this today, but what about that contract? Asked curiously Kenshin. They had some stupid way of deciding who he belonged to. We talk with each other, replied Sarah, not getting offended. That Fatui girl didn't send us a single letter, but Shin sends a lot. She is sending letters to Jin, Makoto, Yi and me daily. When I asked her about this, she replied saying that I didn't have to ask for permission. She didn't mind at all. I honestly don't like the fact that you need to ask for permission to have a date with me in Liu, or Mondstadt, or anywhere else really, Kenshin commented with a frown. Things were going great, but there were always some cons to every situation. I understand what you mean. I also don't like feeling that I am not free to go with you wherever I like. Sarah nodded, but she wore a small smile. The contract we signed was supposed to help each other feel like we had a territory, to put it some way, where we had control. I am not liking it even more, muttered Kenshin, but Sarah tightened her hold on his hand. That was at the start when we didn't know what was going to happen. After talking to each other for these 2 years, we understand how the other people think, and we are not that guarded anymore. I only asked Shen as a formality, just like we can go to Mondstadt, or Jean can come on a date with you to Inazuma and we won't complain, she explained, taking off her sunglasses in the shadow, letting Kenshin see her golden eyes. I like that a lot more, Kenshin nodded. We are here, what do you want? Hello. A hyperactive child accompanied by a bear came forth. Welcome to the Wang Ming restaurant, what can I serve you? Hello there, why don't you ask the lady here? Kenshin pointed at Sarah. While I play with your friend? Oh, it's you. The girl, Xiangling, remembered the boy who helped her find her friend a few years ago. Seeing Guoba's excitement, she quickly nodded. Come, dear friend, let's talk to our other nearby friend while my prospective girlfriend buys some sumptuous food. Kenshin held Guoba in his arms, and left the blushing Sarah with the excited Xiangling. Hello, boss of the lands, Kenshin greeted Mirax, who was drinking tea. And despicable traitor, he directed a stinky look towards Gizhong, who laughed. I don't know, why are you complaining, she said with a smirk, looking at the overwhelmed Sarah, whom Xiangling was exaggeratedly gesturing to. Things seem to be going good. Well, probably not as good as you, muttered Kenshin, looking at Gizhong without his normal vision. Why do you say that? Asked calmly Mirax. He was not calm at all. Why do you say that? Kenshin repeated, looking at Gizhong. I think it's obvious, right, you shameless simp? Hey, replied Gizhong angrily. She understood later what the term meant. Well, I need to go. A pleasure to see you, March Osius, Kenshin said, patting the bear's confused eyes. Maybe the day I can help you recover isn't far away. Mirax's eyes opened at this. He believed that Kenshin would sooner or later be able to help March Osius restore his former power, but he had another being in mind. A friend carved from pure rock, that even now was sealed and suffering the effects of erosion. Erosion was a natural process, akin to aging for long-lived beings like him, product of the mental erosion they suffered during their life. Mirax knew that being eroded was a consequence of age, not an illness or a curse, but he had seen Kenshin do even more difficult miracles, the presence of Gizhong by his side being the proof. Maybe one day, he would be able to have another talk with Adaha. Kenshin. Sarah arrived taking a big package with her. Kenshin had returned the fragment of her soul inside her vision to her own body years ago, so now she didn't carry her vision anymore. And that meant that she no longer had that convenient space vault to save things. And you too. Sarah was still pissed about these two people who intruded into her already complex love life. She knew she should be thanking them, but the sourness was still there. Mrax and Gizing simply nodded. Gizhong with a smile. She knew Sarah for as long as Kenshin did, and practically saw her develop fondness for Kenshin, followed by liking, and while she missed the moment her like turned into love, she could imagine it. And they were millennia-old gods. They were not going to be pissed off due to Sarah's words. Let's leave them here to their own old people things, Kenshin said, making his vision return and standing up taking the soft bear with him. We have our own plans. Sarah nodded, and they returned. Gwawa, Uxiangling quickly hugged. Then carrying a box of food, they left the harbor. You too, Kenshin shouted to Mrax and Gizhong, who looked at him. Invite me to the wedding, okay? Here we are, Sarah said, stopping under a tree. Kenshin and Sarah were on top of a mountain, and they could see the whole Lehua pool. It was a beautiful scenery where they could see the crystal blue water, the rice fields, and the imposing giant statues. Coupled with the soft breeze and the warm temperature, it made the perfect day for a picnic. I hope you bought a lot of food. I'm exhausted, said Kenshin with a smile. Since he used that ball albedo gave him to craft his new body, he had never once felt tired again. It was amazing. I bought what I liked last time, and some things that girl recommended. I didn't recognize a lot of things as she was talking too fast, but I bought a bit of everything, Sarah explained while getting a blanket from her bag. Let me help you. Between the two, they extended the blanket, and the tree gave them the much-needed shadow to relax under. Well, we have a bit of time before eating, Kenshin said looking at his watch. What do you want to do? There is not that much time. Maybe we can make some time before we eat, said Sarah, sitting on the blanket with her back against the tree. Then, ask away, Kenshin said, sitting next to Sarah. The tree was big enough to cover both of them, but he thought that sitting next to her was a good idea. Sarah also scouted closer to him, so their shoulders were now touching each other. What is your opinion of the state things are right now? I think you are talking about this, right? Kenshin asked, and seeing Sarah nod, he continued. I had my doubts at first, but I think it's going well. I feel bad about Shen and Jean as I haven't had that much time to see them, but they understand it. I haven't found a problem on my side, he shrugged. I think the same, nodded Sarah. I had my doubts, but I find that going on this kind of date with you makes me satisfied. I am also swamped with work. The resistance is struggling, so they are making a last-ditch effort, so I don't have the time to miss you, and when I can take some time off, you are always there for me. What about the other? Asked Kenshin, draping an arm over Sarah's shoulder, which she didn't seem to mind. I think they are great people in their own way, Sarah explained, leaning on Kenshin's shoulder. Jean seems to be the carbon copy of the Radiant Knight, but I still don't understand Shen. The Shogun, well, former Shogun is someone that while I respect a lot, I have trouble comprehending. Makoto is a lot easier to talk with, and she treats me like I am her ... I don't know how to explain it. I think that as the creator of Inazuma, she feels weirdly protective of its citizens, explained Kenshin while hugging Sarah closer. And I is a mess, emotionally speaking. She is getting better now that Makoto is here, but she has suffered a lot this last 500 years. Well, she looks better now after your duels, noted Sarah. She likes to fight, that's not a secret. And I think she is remembering the times she could fight relaxedly with her friends, letting her forget the nightmare she has been in the last 500 years, clarified Kenshin with a frown. It going slowly, but good. Since Makoto was back, she is a lot more expressive. Indeed, she always had this calm look on her face, and I never knew what she thought. Sarah agreed with Kenshin's analysis. But that's a problem you can't help with, said Kenshin, not wanting to change the topic. I will trust you with it then. And as I was saying, Yi is still a bit hard to access. She usually gives me vague statements or ambiguous replies, explained Sarah. I think that's a mix between her own personality and the habit she had developed these past centuries. But I wouldn't worry about that, She is quite direct when she sees something she doesn't like. If she was angry, you would know it. Kenshin could speak about it firsthand. He thinks he is the one whom Yi has been most angry with since she was born. How are things going on with her? Asked Sarah, knowing that their situation was a bit peculiar. Unexpectedly well, Kenshin said with a pensive look. We only interacted with each other as the prankster and the pranked, with interchanging roles. The moment we started treating each other as a normal person, leaving aside the pranks, it was surprisingly refreshing. From my part, I felt like I was talking with her for the first time. Well, that's a relief for you, I guess, Sarah said, while absent-mindedly looking at the giant statues. What do you want to do in the future? I don't think you are going to stay in Inazuma all your life. You are too active for that. I think so, mumbled Kenshin, slowly caressing Sarah's hair, making her lean into his hand. As you know, I want to solve the Hilichurl's curse. Chapter 96, First Date 2. Sarah twitched hearing that. She knew a bit, and what little she knew made her anxious. Don't worry, I won't mess with it without knowing what I'm getting into, Kenshin quickly reassured Sarah, sensing her uneasiness. I am now happy as I am, and I won't put my happiness and yours in danger. I don't know what will I do about it, but that's in the future, and will be a decision I will make with all of you. Sarah felt a bit better, but she knew that Kenshin was too stubborn to forget about it. But for now, I'm busy with Inazuma. Things were really bad. Kenshin chose not to speak about the Kuja clan. They were too corrupt, and Sarah had an inkling about it, but now was not the moment to rip off the band-aid. And I expect it to keep being that way for a few years. And after that? Sarah asked, closing her eyes to enjoy Kenshin's slow heartbeat. Try to move forward with this romantic thing we have going, Kenshin replied with a tender smile, still softly combing Sarah's hair with his hand. Maybe start a family, who knows? My parents aren't getting any younger, and I think they would love some grandkids. Kenshin touched on a delicate theme, the obvious difference in lifespan. Sarah got up, sensing that this was a serious theme they had to talk about. She sat again, but moved to be in front of Kenshin. What are we going to do? Sarah was not only talking about her and Kenshin, or even Kenshin's parents. I am probably aging slower than normal humans due to my bloodline, and I will probably be able to live for a very long time. Obviously not as long as Yi, but close. But Jean, Shen, and that fat Yui girl? Or even you? Sarah's voice trembled a bit at the end. I don't think you should be worried about me, Kenshin replied with a smile. I still don't know the specs of this body. As you know, my soul is incredibly strong, and it's made of a special material that lets me send energy and other things. It's also special in the sense that makes me able to interact with that thing, and that's why I was able to get Makoto back. I crafted this body with my soul, so I think that even if I'm not monstrously strong, at least physically, I will live for a long time. I see. Sarah sighed in relief. She could imagine Kenshin slowly aging while she is still the same. And finally Kenshin dying, leaving her behind. Shen is special. She is practicing Adeptus arts with a human body. As you know, she is monstrously strong, and I think it's having an effect on her body. Even if she doesn't live for as long as an Adeptus, I think she will live for as long as you. Of course, all these are hypotheses, Kenshin clarified. And the other two? Sarah asked, seeing Kenshin's grimace. They are human, at least Jean is. Arlecchino's soul has something weird. But for all intent and purposes, they are human, Kenshin sighed. Even if people with a vision are long-lived, they will still die relatively soon. Arlecchino told me that a few harbingers are very old, more than what they should be, but she didn't know why. Are you considering making a deal with the Zaritsa? You should be careful. Sarah knew how interested the Fatui were in Kenshin. I will see. My only option is to offer them the same ball I used and help them have an unaging body like mine. I am not immortal, but I will probably live as long as you, and I can use another ball to craft another body, but that's a bit too far in the future. I think I will be able to convince Jean even if it takes me years. But Arlecchino. Kenshin sighed. What's wrong with her? Sarah didn't like Arlecchino that much. She took Kenshin's first kiss in a way that befitted her title, the knave. She is also a mess. Her soul is incredibly attractive to me, but she is like a candle burning. Kenshin sighed again, and rubbed his forehead. I don't know what she will do when there is no more wax left. You have until then to help her, noted Sarah. But if you can solve that problem, all is good, right? What about your parents? I will make the offer to them, replied Kenshin with a pained look. But I don't think they will take it. And even if they did, their souls are average. I think Jean can use the ball because her soul is very strong for a human, and I can help her take the last step. But my parents, they can't? Asked Sarah worriedly. She knew how much Kenshin loved his parents. I told me the reason she was meditating all the time after a battle. Kenshin couldn't call the fight spars. They were too violent. There is something called erosion. It's like aging for gods or people that live for long. Jean can't use a lot of balls to make her live for millennia. Her mind would crumble because of the erosion. What's that about? Asked Sarah curiously. She never knew something like this existed. It's a kind of mental exhaustion. You get worn out by the countless years, and your memory starts to fail, and you get more irritable, or unresponsive, it depends. Even Mrax is subject to this, more than anyone else. His power, as he put it, could delay it, so I think there is some way to fight against it. But anyway, being subjected to the erosion may turn violent. And that's why I was meditating after discarding her own body. She feared destroying Inazuma herself. I can't imagine that, Sarah noted. The former shogun had almost destroyed Inazuma in a different way, but she always thought that the former shogun loved Inazuma. Me neither, but the possibility was there according to her. But the fact that Mrax is able to delay it makes me think that maybe I can help. Power comes from the soul, at least the non-physical one. And I still don't know if there is something I can't do when souls are involved. The Hilichurl curse aside, I haven't tried since I was 4 years old, Kenshin explained with a pondering look. How does this affect your parents? Sarah returned to the original topic, making Kenshin sigh. Even if they use a ball like I did, they won't be able to live for long before their minds crumble under the weight of so many experiences, feelings and traumas. So I am assuming that I will live longer than them. It's normal, I am their son, but still, Kenshin said with a grimace. He loved his parents, and didn't want to think about burying them. They are not even 40 yet, said Sarah, seeing that the talk was getting depressing. They have a long life, and Adeptus art or something like that will make them live longer. Yes, you are right. Kenshin rubbed his face. I'm hungry now. Then let's eat, animatedly said Sarah. I bought a lot of things, but I will be trying a lot of them for the first time. They had a relaxed meal, not thinking about things that would happen at least 40 years in the future, and enjoying each other's company. So this is the dessert, mused Kenshin, looking at a few biscuits with different shapes drawn on top. Yes, they are biscuits with different flavors, but all of them are sweet, nodded Sarah. Which one do you want? The one with an eye drawn, of course. Kenshin didn't hesitate for a moment. He was proud of his eyes, and people told him they were beautiful. Then I will take this one. Sarah picked one with a bird drawn. At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, they ate their biscuit, and they slowly chewed it. It's like lavender melon, said Sarah, enjoying the sweet savor spreading in her mouth. What about yours? Kenshin couldn't answer. Sarah said that it was sweet, so he ate it without worry. But it was not sweet. It was spicy as hell, and he couldn't speak. What's wrong? Asked Sarah with a malicious smile. Kenshin, is something the matter? Kenshin was sweating, and couldn't open his mouth. He feared introducing air into his mouth, something might explode. Oh. To think my love interest is ignoring me in such a cruel way. Sarah was having the time of her life. Did you think I wouldn't get revenge? Did you? Truly? Kenshin saw a stream of water coming out of a crevice, and without worrying about anything, he went to spit the biscuit and drink as much water as his stomach could hold. Damn it, Sarah, I didn't expect it from you, Kenshin said after he felt that his tongue wasn't melting anymore. What was it made of? I can't feel any traces in my breath. I don't know, said Sarah when she stopped laughing. That girl said that it was an experimental recipe. I will hire her to make the food for my wedding, muttered Kenshin. Well played, birdie. This gentleman knows how to admit defeat. Eat this one, said Sarah with an amused smile. The girl told me these two were mint-flavored. Kenshin nodded and ate it, not doubting her word. That one is good. It's almost like I'm eating the plant itself. Kenshin was admiring that girl's culinary talent, and he was considering hiring her as the shogun's chef, in other words, his. "How would you know that?" asked Sarah, wondering which one should she take next. "I was a curious kid," replied Kenshin. They spent the afternoon under the same tree, sensing its shadow move in response to the sun's movement. They played cards, that ended with a laugh when Kenshin, despite using his ability and all kinds of cheats he could think of, was not able to win even a single time. They took a stroll around the nearby ruins, talking about their respective jobs and problems. They lay down in the blanket looking at the sky, simply looking at the sky with their hands holding each other. And night fell. "I need to go for a while, that biscuit is waging war inside me," Kenshin said, leaving a sighing Sarah in the blanket. Chapter 97, Kaju Sarah plus 18. "I'm back," said Kenshin with a smile, laying beside Sarah. "That was fast," commented Sarah, looking at the stars. "The biscuit lost and decided to escape," replied Kenshin, making Sarah sigh again. "Those biscuits were not enough dessert, and I want more." Sarah looked with surprise at Kenshin, who was lying beside her. In these 2 years, they hadn't gone further than kissing, and Sarah understood that Kenshin didn't want to go further until he rationalized the whole contract thing. She had been ready for a long time, but she decided to wait for Kenshin to take the first step, like he was doing now. "Kenshin, someone could come," Sarah nervously said. She wanted to go all the way, but she didn't feel safe doing it here. "I wouldn't let someone else see your body," said Kenshin with a serious face. "I bribed Barbatos. He is making a barrier no one will be able to breach. And be assured, Barbatos is an alcoholic and a coward, but he wouldn't intrude on this." "Are you sure?" asked Sarah in a vulnerable tone. "Yes," nodded Kenshin, hugging her close. Now the two were face to face while lying down in the blanket, with the stars being the only witnesses. "If you still don't feel comfortable, we can wait." "No," Sarah shook his head. "I believe you." "Then I can do this." Kenshin slowly raised his hand, and touched Sarah's soft breast, making her softly moan. She covered her mouth in embarrassment. She couldn't believe she made that kind of sound. "Why are you blushing?" asked Kenshin, using his other hand to softly massage her other breast. "We are going to do something even dirtier after all." "T.M.M." Another moan cut short Sarah's sentence. Kenshin kept fondling her chest for a while, sensing that Sarah was getting more excited by the second. His ability may come in handy for this. "You don't?" Kenshin approached his mouth to her ear and whispered softly. "Kenshin." Sarah's voice had a tinge of lust in it. Her excitement and growing lust were masking all embarrassment she could feel. Kenshin questioned, slightly biting her ear and making her release a yelp. Sarah herself felt her head slowly heating up, and she knew that she was going to be acting on instinct in a few minutes. She felt how every time Kenshin bit her ear, or his hands roamed through her admittedly big chest, the pleasure she felt was making her head numb. Kenshin sensed that Sarah was approaching the limits of her patience and decided to step up the game. His hands started fondling her boobs a bit more violently, and his palms made her nipples roll on them. Every time this happened, Sarah felt a new pang of pleasure travel through her spine to her brain, where it exploded. "Kenshin." Sarah's unfocused eyes traveled to Kenshin's gorgeous eyes, and she hugged him closer, trying to maximize contact between the two now hot bodies. She moved her waist against Kenshin's leg, trying to seek stronger stimulation. Kenshin hugged her back and his hands started fondling her firm ass, making it deform under the strength his palms were applying. Sarah moaned, the feeling of her clitoris feeling stimulated against Kenshin's legs and her ass being fondled was proving to be the necessary stimulation. She felt her body growing hotter, and something was approaching in the distance, but it wasn't enough. The last thing she could think of before her consciousness surrendered to lust, was that Kenshin kept something nice under his pants. Sarah's breathing changed, and instead of softly moaning, her breathing started to get harsh. Needy pants that told Kenshin that Sarah was not going to wait for more. And his patience too was reaching its limits. He pushed somewhat violently Sarah aside and quickly undressed under Sarah's heated look. Then he pulled Sarah's shirt down, revealing the breasts he had been fondling for a while, and that he had no chance of seeing until today. Kenshin. Sarah's moist eyes looked at him with desperation for some stimulation, and Kenshin complied. He kissed her while grabbing her breast with his hands. They were too big for him to grab, so they spilled to the sides, but Kenshin kept fondling them vigorously, all the while ravaging Sarah's mouth with his tongue. Sarah for her part kissed him back, while feeling her boobs getting fondled, and her nipples being rolled in Kenshin's big hands. She wrapped her legs around Kenshin's waist in an instinctual action to receive some stimulation on her lower parts, but she didn't receive the expected pleasure, making her express her dissatisfaction through the kiss. She strongly bit Kenshin's tongue, but he was also too focused on the pleasure to react to that. Kenshin forcibly separated Sarah's legs and took a step back. He violently lowered Sarah's skirt, and with it her underwear, revealing her most private parts to him. Under the excitation and pleasure she had been feeling for a while, Sarah's pussy glistened in the moonlight, giving it an inviting appearance. Kenshin approached his mouth, but a grunt of refusal made him stop. Kenshin. I want to do it now, Sarah said with a needy voice. She had been in the cusp of something incredible, but now she was slowly getting further away. With every second she couldn't feel Kenshin's hands on her body. Kenshin grabbed his member and aligned it with Sarah's lower parts. He moved up to be face to face with Sarah, and then he buried himself deep within her in one go. And Sarah made a grunt of pain, but Kenshin's tongue stopped her from speaking. Kenshin felt how his dick was surrounded by hot flesh, that periodically contracted, inviting him even deeper. He started moving slowly, and Sarah's pain breaths slowly hanged into lustful moans. Kenshin. Sarah felt how with every thrust, a new firework exploded in her head, making her unable to form coherent thoughts. Every time she felt a new thought forming, a new trust made her lose sight of it. Kenshin sensed that Sarah was not in pain anymore, and started moving faster. Sarah's moans were growing in intensity and frequency. She started to move her hips by herself, feeling how something that had been eluding her since they started approaching fast. Sarah, do you like it? Kenshin's words came out as a grunt. Yes. More. Sarah instinctually replied, and she felt how with every thrust, and every waist movement she made, she was getting close to the orgasm. They kept repeating this action for a while, looking into each other's eyes, until finally, Sarah's body convulsed in the strongest orgasm she had felt in her life. Her mouth opened in a silent scream and she hugged Kenshin's body closer to her, with her legs pulling Kenshin's body even deeper into her. Kenshin felt how the walls his dick was being stimulated by suddenly contract strongly, and it made him orgasm at the same time, his seed tainting Sarah's insides. They lay side by side with an exhausted faces, but equally content expressions. Sarah moved to hug Kenshin, an action that made Kenshin's now flaccid member exit her insides, making her release a moan of regret, but Kenshin hugged her close to him, making her forget about it. They woke at the same time, confused about their surroundings. But even before they opened their eyes, they felt each other's warmth and hugged each other closer. After a long while, Kenshin opened his eyes and with a regretful sigh, he stood up. Sarah, we need to leave now. We can't stay here all day, he said, while wearing his clothes. Sarah moaned, not wanting to leave this warmth. It still smelled like Kenshin. Kenshin, now dressed, stood up and helped the still unmoving Sarah change. Sarah finally stood up with a sleepy face, now clothed. It hurts, she said with a grimace when she tried to take a step. Deal with it, Kenshin replied, taking some leftovers. Seeing Sarah still standing without moving, he sighed and helped her sit. Ouch, Sarah grimaced again, but finally was able to rest in a position where she wouldn't feel that sting of pain. Eat something, said Kenshin, offering her some food. I want you, replied Sarah, still sleepy. I can't believe I said that. Sarah was blushing. She remembered all she said last night and even this morning, and she wanted to dig a while and get buried in it. They were walking towards the dock where a ship would take them to Inazuma again. Sarah was leaning on Kenshin's shoulder with a pronounced limp in her steps. "It wasn't like you said something weird," commented Kenshin, who upon waking up felt a newfound tenderness towards Sarah. "I think it was a pretty standard first time." "Next time will be very different," he said, looking at Sarah's boobs that were shaking with every step she took. "As much as I liked it, the next time is the number one thing I don't want to think about now," muttered Sarah with a dark face. Then they saw Xiangling approaching with an excited smile. "Mister, how was the extra spicy biscuit?" "The lady told me that you liked extra spicy food," she asked, and looked curiously at Sarah's state. In the end, she was the one who ate it. She needed to use the restroom, and such spicy food made her start limping. As you can see, Kenshin was able to get revenge and preserve this girl's innocence at the same time. Sarah was not that impressed if her dark face said anything about how she felt. "Oh, I will need to adjust the recipe then." Xiangling's pitying gaze made Sarah's face even darker. "What was it anyway?" asked curiously Kenshin, ignoring Sarah's intention to arrive quickly at the ship. "A pyroslime core," Xiangling happily said. Chapter 98, Makoto's Date. "Are you sure?" asked a nervous Makoto, looking at herself in a mirror. "I am still not used to a new body. It feels a bit weird after living in that puppet for a few years." She was going to go on a date today with Kenshin, and she was preparing for it. "I already told you, Makoto, it doesn't matter what you wear. What matters is that you are ready for the battle." I gave a very I-like recommendation. "And there is no way for me to let my body grow fat." "What battle are you talking about?" asked confusedly Makoto. "Never mind. I don't want to hear it." Kenshin gave them the opportunity to craft a new body for Makoto so the sisters wouldn't need to share a body, but surprisingly, it was Makoto who refused. She didn't want to reveal her existence openly to the world, fearing that someone would realize that she had revived, and I decided to move in with her in a new body made of flesh. They were twins, so their body was the same. I was growing even stronger now, as advanced as the puppet's body was. It was just that, a puppet. Now that she had a body exactly the same as the one she had discarded, her spars were even more satisfying for her, as she could feel the perspiration of her body, the effort of her own muscles and the euphoria of the adrenaline rush, things that in the puppet's body were absent. "What are you going to do?" "You never told me about it," said I from the interior of the plane of euthymia. "Well," Makoto was embarrassed to say it, "I thought of doing a ceremony like people in our time had." I didn't answer. "What's wrong?" asked a nervous Makoto. "It's bad." "I don't know." That was all I could tell Makoto. Makoto was worried now. She had seen how radiant Sarah had been this week, and she quickly realized what happened. She wasn't 2,000 years old for nothing, even if now Sarah was her senpai. She wanted to have a nice date with Kenshin too, even if it didn't mean going. "What do you mean?" asked Makoto a bit calmer, twirling in front of the mirror. She wore a kimono exactly the same pattern as the one I wore, but in lighter shades. It was the same type of kimono she wore in her times, even before the Archon War. "I would enjoy this kind of calm ceremony with him," I admitted. "But I would prefer something more physical, like a fight or exploring a nearby island." "It's not that I think your plan is bad, it's just that your way of interacting with Kenshin is different than mine," explained I, strangely coherent about this topic. "But I know he likes a lot in Azuma's history, and we are living history after all." Makoto couldn't help but wear a dark face upon hearing that. "I regret asking you," muttered Makoto, ignoring the perplexing feeling she was sensing from her twin sister. "I will tell Kenshin to read a book to you on your next date." "What are you talking about?" asked a confused I. "I didn't have a single date with him." "What do you call all those battles you are having with him?" asked Makoto with a scoff. I could talk all she wanted, but she had sometimes gone to see their battles, and they were anything but. They were certainly violent, and Makoto had to watch from afar or she would turn into ashes again. But what she felt from I was the same sense of gratification she herself had after a particularly good date. That sense of contentment and satisfaction that left you with warm feelings, and wanting for more. In I's case, it came as a rush of adrenaline that once ended, She had a soft smile on her face. That's why Makoto thought that her sister just had a different way of showing affection, but that made her sad. The first month since she came back, I didn't release her for a single second, as if she was afraid that Makoto would disappear. It broke Miloto's heart to see that her normally strong-headed sister was acting like a frightened child. But she could see how Ai's mind was recovering, the broken fragments now rejoining each other under Miko's and her help. She was the one who could help Ai the most, mainly because she was the main reason for her current situation, but Kenshin came in close second. Ai had suffered a lot these 500 years, and while Makoto was someone she loved, Kenshin had been a part of this turbulent period. He shared a bit of this dark age, and even the darkest one, wherein Azuma was near collapse. And Kenshin had been the one to defy Ai when nobody else dared, knowing that he would die. In fact, the only reason Kenshin was here today was that Ai's chivalry made her invite him to the plane of euthymia. So Kenshin was someone I recognized, something rare these days. I appreciated Sarah as a loyal subordinate. She appreciated Miko as her friend and familiar, and loved Makoto as her sister. But the only one I recognized was Kenshin, as he had beaten her in her own game, a duel, something nobody else could do. Makoto knew the truth of the duel. Kenshin had lost, he himself told her about it. But I didn't realize it due to her mental state, and Makoto was not going to correct her. Kenshin was someone walking side by side with Ai, and that was helping her a lot. Their frequent duels were forging Ai anew, making her remember those happy times she had avoided thinking about for 500 years. How could she be indifferent towards Kenshin? Makoto knew how stubborn her sister was, but she would let her sister realize it for herself. They had all the time they could need, and maybe seeing her get frisky with Kenshin could get Ai interested. Whatever you say, Ai. Makoto rolled her eyes. I didn't know how to say it. Just tell me beforehand. Sharing a body was weird, and when Makoto occasionally kissed Kenshin, I didn't know how to feel. When she later took control of the body, her lips were still warm, and it made her conflicted. But she didn't dislike it, and Makoto knew it. My little sister, who could split an island in half, is embarrassed by a little kiss. Makoto didn't have that many opportunities to tease her sister, and she wasn't going to waste it. I didn't reply and started meditating. She wasn't embarrassed, it was just that she felt conflicted. Why aren't you answering? Maybe tonight I will have a long hot kiss with him, Makoto said with a teasing smile. I kept meditating, trying to make her thoughts drown her sister's mockery. She already knew where the relationship would end anyway. Exactly, and maybe even have some special moment, Makoto said, covering her red cheeks with her hands. You know, this kimono can be worn off quite easily. Maybe I will accidentally trip with something. And Makoto looked at the voice who had answered her earlier and saw Kenshin standing there while nodding sagely. It is a good plan and one I approve of. Go on, let me taste your accidental nakedness. Kenshin opened his arms with his eyes closed. Makoto felt her face turn red. How much did you hear? She quietly asked. I don't know. Why would you think that's important? Replied Kenshin, opening his eyes again. The worst was at the end. Makoto fell to her knees while covering her face with her hands. But in case you are wondering, Kenshin approached and seated next to her. Since you said that I should read a book to Ai on our next date, I will try it. We are not having dates. I came to control the puppet, and Makoto didn't oppose it as she wanted to disappear for a while. Of course not, I agreed with a nod at Kenshin's words. She was glad Kenshin was a smart man. We only have meetings where a man and a woman, alone, without anyone near, make their bodies clash and get sweaty together, relishing the pleasure of mutual stimulation. I don't like the way you put it, I muttered, looking at Kenshin with a frown. But I didn't like. Kenshin waved her concern. Don't worry, I will start using my sword soon enough. I felt her face darken hearing such a crass comment. You can't beat me. What are you going to do? Asked mockingly Kenshin. I felt her face darken even more. It was true. He couldn't beat him. She had improved by leaps and bounds, and she now was able to dodge or block absolutely everything Kenshin threw at her unless he made the plane of euthymia explode or something like that. But the same was true for Kenshin. He could hole up and she couldn't reach him. A few months ago, she could be assured that if she decided to beat him up, The only thing she needed to do was not let him enter the plane, knowing that if she didn't let him enter the plane of euthymia, she could easily beat him. But when Yi taught him how to use his own plane, she couldn't even do that. Her only chance was to sneak on him or approach him so fast Kenshin didn't have any time. But who could sneak up on Kenshin? His vision range didn't stop growing, and he could see through walls or even the ground. And what's even more, a soul as strong as I's was shining like a beacon. As fast as I was, Kenshin had enough time to deploy his own plane. He only needed a thought after all. So I found herself in a situation she had never found herself in. She couldn't beat someone. She found a lot of people in her youth who she couldn't beat, Mrax being one of them. But she believed that with enough time to train, she would be able to eventually beat them. She was very talented, and she knew it. But with Kenshin, she didn't see any way for her to win. Kenshin wasn't going to get weaker, and even if she grew stronger, she was countered by Kenshin's ability, and this frustrated her. And this excited her. Knowing that there was an enemy that she couldn't beat only made her excited about training more. The more difficult it was, the more interested and excited he was. But I understand your frustrations. Kenshin nodded, making I frown. The only moment Kenshin understood you was the moment he knew how to mock you, hitting your weak point. You trained for thousands of years, and a 16-year-old boy can beat you. Talk about incompetence. Before I could unsheath her sword, Kenshin slapped her on the shoulder and brought back the embarrassed Makoto. I think about what you have done wrong while I enjoy my time with Makoto, Kenshin said in a stern tone while marking his words with a wave of his finger. Now Makoto, leave that ignorant woman and let's have fun, okay? And finally we drink. Makoto taught Kenshin the steps of the tea ceremony in her time. They were in the back garden of the Tenshukaku, watching the garden calmly. This is the same tea ceremony I did back in our time, explained Makoto, sitting on the border of the platform with her feet dangling in the air. To think people come here every day to do these grooves while jumping from rock to rock is amazing, mused Kenshin. He had seen this garden before, but it was the first time he could sit to watch it calmly. He was a busy man after all. You know, the ones in charge of doing this are the descendants of the same people who did it 2,000 years ago, commented Makoto with an amused smile. Well, that specific lineage has to liven for longer than you then, Kenshin pointed out. You have a 500-year gap after all. Indeed, Makoto nodded elegantly. Kenshin thought the shogun, meaning I, was elegant and refined. But it was only after he saw Makoto that he knew what the word elegance meant. I made very rigid movements that looked elegant, while Makoto made mesmerizing soft and fluid movements. It was eye-opening. Kenshin wanted to ask something, but he didn't know if it was a good idea, and this kind of hesitation was strange to him. I don't want to talk about it, Makoto sighed, knowing what Kenshin was trying to ask. I don't remember what being dead was like. I feel like if I focus, I can probably remember it, but I'm afraid of messing up with something. Then don't answer, Kenshin replied, absent-mindedly looking at the garden. I know better than anyone that there are things in this world that we shouldn't touch. Makoto nodded, and the two fell silent by the way Kenshin said with a bright smile. When are we going to dance? Dance? Asked a shocked Makoto. Yes, even if I am, obviously, not as knowledgeable as you about this whole ceremony, I know that there is a dance after this, Kenshin proudly said. He loved Inazuma and its traditions, so he read about these things as much as he could. Makoto looked at Kenshin's proud expression, and couldn't help but softly smiling too. There, let's dance. She stood up elegantly, and extended her hand to Kenshin, who used it to pull himself up. Ouch! Makoto fell on top of him. What are you doing? Well, Kenshin awkwardly replied. I thought you were going to pull me up. I just offered you a dance. Why would I pull you up? Replied an indignant Makoto, standing up. When a lady offers you her hand, it's an invitation to dance, not to pull you up. In my defense, I have to say that you have the same face as I, replied Kenshin, standing up too. And she does pull me up. She does? Asked a weirded out Makoto. She knew how stingy I was with offering skin contact. She would normally say something like standing up is also a part of being a warrior or something like that. Just leave your sister aside, it's our dance, replied Kenshin, offering her his hand, which she graciously took. What are you doing? Makoto had now a dark face, buried deep in Kenshin's embrace. When a man offers you a hand, it's for a hug, Kenshin replied with a serious face. It's obvious. Makoto hit his chest softly, and he released her, putting a hand on her waist in the typical pose to dance. Oh, you know how to dance? Inquired Makoto, standing at the precise distance to start the dance. No, replied Kenshin, making Makoto deadpan. That gesture was all I know. Makoto sighed, but she guessed this wasn't bad. She could teach him something. Then approach me. Come on. Makoto had a smile on her face, so Kenshin decided to stop playing around and comply. I don't bite. That body cut my arm. I have a bit of trauma. Stop joking. Now, match my steps, starting with the right one. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Like that. They softly moved around the room, without music, but they didn't care about that. They were softly turning and spinning, Makoto leading the dance while they looked at each other's eyes. Kenshin thought Makoto's purple eyes, a tad pinker than eyes, were beautiful, while Makoto thought the same about his eyes. What do you think of Inazuma? Asked Kenshin, who was getting familiar with the dance. It's still not as great as it was in our time, but it's improving, nodded Makoto. Don't you think you are a bit biased? Asked back Kenshin. Maybe. After softly humming, Makoto replied. I had great memories with my friends. The sakura petals were brighter, the ocean shone more, the moon was bigger. That's the impression I have. Well, if you were with your friends, the world was probably shinier overall, Kenshin admitted. He could understand what she meant. But there are still sakura trees, the moon is still there, and the ocean hasn't changed. Yes. But it's hard. Kenshin ended her phrase while looking into her eyes. I don't think I am able to understand how you feel about that. I saw a lot of memories from the remnants, but they were brief. I don't think you will ever be able to understand it, confessed Makoto. You were born as human, and you have a different concept of death as we gods do. You see it as a normal part of your life. You see old people, and that tells you that there is a process to life, at the end of which you die. But gods don't get old, we erode. Death won't come to us if we are not killed or we sacrifice ourselves. Kenshin nodded and let her vent. I know I died, and I remember the pain and desperation. But most of all, I regretted leaving I behind. Makoto rested her head on Kenshin's chest. And when you brought me back, all my friends I knew for centuries or even 1,000 years were dead. I am thankful I and Maiko are here, but I still miss them. There is nothing we can do about that, Kenshin sighed. They stood in this melancholic mood for a while, but Kenshin started leading the dance, surprising Makoto. And yet, we can do everything about it, added Kenshin with a smile. Your friends are gone, and you will mourn for them. But look at us now. I don't think even in your wildest dreams you would have imagined this situation. No, Makoto admitted with an amused expression. Right? Inazuma is still here, and it's recovering at a fast pace. It won't be the same Inazuma you and your friends live in, but it will be the one you and your new friends will live in, Kenshin added, making Makoto do a turn. I know Shen is sending letters to you every day. Yes, said Makoto, doing another elegant whirl. Some days she only says that she liked her food, or asks about me. And I know Sara usually talks with you, Kenshin said, putting his hand again on Makoto's waist. She asks me about how was Inazuma founded, and how were her ancestors. Makoto nodded, looking at Kenshin's bright smile. And Yi is, well, you, Kenshin said with a dramatic shake of his head. She only knows how to communicate with half smiles and teasing remarks, but I know she appreciates you a lot. I know, I saw her grow, Makoto said, mimicking Kenshin's smile. So we might not be your older friends, but we are your new ones. You only need to start a new chapter in your life. Until now, it was Makoto, the Electro Archon and the founder of Inazuma, Kenshin said, hugging her close. And now? Makoto thought for a while. She knew that the title she would say to Kenshin symbolized what she expected from her new chance at life. The other girl's friend, Maiko's confidant, and Ai's sister, and Kenshin's lover. Well, that's a big jump. Makoto had the impulse to kiss him, and that's what she did. She felt that she could now pass the page, and start anew. She wasn't as driven as she was 2,000 years ago. If she had to establish a new nation, she probably wouldn't have the energy or the drive. That alone made her realize that she was not the same Raiden Makoto she was in the past. She lost her Inazuma, her friends and even her life. But she gained a new Inazuma, new friends and a new life she decided to use more freely now. Inazuma no longer had an Arjun, and the world was changing. Sneeznaya was starting to move. Mrax was about to retire. Barbatos was, well, Barbatos, and it was now the age of humans after the vast majority of races had declined, like Tengus, Arnas, Yukais and Adeptus. So she felt that he could take a step forward. If the Makoto that died was a woman busy with ruling Inazuma and having fun with her friends, she could now look for a little bit more stability. Basically, moving to the next step of her life, she separated her lips from Kenshin, who looked at her with a raised eyebrow and smiled brightly. Her first bright smile since she came back. Chapter 99, Something Came Out Plus 18. Makoto, are you sure about this? Asked a nervous Kenshin, holding Makoto in his arms. Yes, I decided, Makoto said, kissing Kenshin again. I want to move forward. No, I have no problem with. Makoto kissed him again and he had to push her back. What about We made an agreement, Makoto said, looking at Kenshin with a needy look. She already knows this would happen sooner or later. That was the purpose of dating. Kenshin didn't reply. He didn't want to wake up tomorrow to find the little big Kenshin being cut off and made a sausage on his sword. If you two are sure, he said, and greedily kissed Makoto. He knew how much Makoto loved her sister, so she wouldn't do anything to hurt her. Makoto moaned, feeling Kenshin's tongue entering her mouth. She tried to wrap her tongue around his, but she got on the losing end instead. Makoto hugged Kenshin, and grabbed the lower part of the back of his shirt, trying to lift it. Aren't you too eager? Asked Kenshin between kisses. It's not me, replied Makoto, kissing him again fiercely. It's only that you are not eager enough. Kenshin was shocked hearing that. He wasn't going to go on a rampage trying to defend his masculinity. His ego wasn't so fragile. Woman, Kenshin grabbed Makoto's shoulders and pushed her down on the bed near them. I'm trying to be considerate because it's your first time, and that's what I get. I never asked you to be considerate, countered Makoto, pulling from a ribbon on the back of the dress which made the whole kimono fall down. Kenshin was approaching Makoto, but he couldn't help but stop to admire the beautiful view in front of him. Makoto/I's body was a work of art. Her pale skin contrasted with her pink nipples, and even after dancing for an hour, there was not a single drop of sweat. This mechanical puppet was made on I's image, so the body was toned but not muscled. What are you waiting for? Asked Makoto, who didn't want to wait more. She dragged Kenshin to the bed, and made him fall on top of her. Now Kenshin was looking directly at Makoto's face, who was making a needy expression. As you want. Kenshin groped her breasts while biting her lower lip, making Makoto moan at the sharp and sudden stimulus. Amidst their heated kisses, Makoto moaned, but she felt that it wasn't enough. Kenshin pinched her nipples, and Makoto's back arched, but her reaction still fell short of what Kenshin expected. Makoto hugged Kenshin's head between her breasts while moving her waist back and forth against him. What do you want to do? Asked Kenshin, stepping back and looking at Makoto's face. I want something stronger, she said with an expression contorted in a lustful expression. Then tell me what you want, Kenshin said, pinching her nipple again, and slowly sliding his hand down her naked torso towards her lower parts. I want your dick down. The Makoto kissed him again after speaking, feeling expectant after sensing Kenshin's hand slowly sliding down. Are you sure? Asked Kenshin, stopping his hand from moving down and slowly tracing down circles around Makoto's belly button. Yes. Yes. Makoto's growls grew frustrated when she felt Kenshin's hands not going any lower. Kenshin slid his hand again, softly tickling the area above Makoto's pussy, making her lean into his hand, trying to find a stronger stimulation. Makoto, are you sure? Kenshin asked with a teasing smirk. Yes, Makoto shouted in frustration. Kenshin introduced his fingers to Makoto's pussy, and marveled at the warm sensation in his hand. Makoto moaned and started moving her waist by herself, trying to look for stronger stimulation. Kenshin bit her nipples at the same time his hand movement intensified, making Makoto start moaning louder. Kenshin more. But it still wasn't enough for her. Kenshin had only had sex with Sarah, and he didn't know if a god was any different. He will ask Gizhong next time. Kenshin finally decided to give Makoto what she was looking for and aligned his cock with her vagina. Without waiting and without teasing her more, he buried himself deep within her. Makoto shouted in ecstasy, her back arching, but she looked at Kenshin's face above her and kissed him deeply. Kenshin, sensing that unlike Sarah, Makoto didn't feel pain, started moving more violently. With every thrust, Makoto could feel her insides being penetrated, and a moan was released in consequence. She wrapped her legs around Kenshin's waist to push him even deeper, and Kenshin complied, introducing the whole length of his member in her. When Makoto felt that Kenshin was moving strongly, she forgot to move her waist under the strong stimulation she was feeling. Kenshin decided to seal the mouth that was letting those lewd moans escape, and conquered her upper mouth too. Makoto felt the attack on two sides, and quickly felt something coming. But Kenshin, being the genius he is, had an idea. He could manipulate souls. He could make someone angry or sad. Surely you understand what he was thinking about! Makoto opened her eyes wide, and her back arched so much Kenshin thought a normal human would have broken his spine. Her mouth opened in a silent scream that revealed how much impact Kenshin's action had. Kenshin felt her insides suddenly contracting and knew she was spent. But he wasn't going to stop. A god's soul was strong after all. Kenshin, who didn't stop himself from trusting his dick to Makoto, smirked thinking about the new application of his ability. He had won. He quickly pressed Makoto to the bed again, slowly manipulating her soul to give her pleasure little by little and not all at once. Makoto felt how something was making her incredibly excited, but she didn't know what. She only felt that every time Kenshin's large member went into her, a wave of pleasure unlike anything she had left before made her mind go blank. Enjoy it, Makoto. I don't think anybody else can do this, Kenshin told her, but Makoto was too lost in pleasure to answer. Kenshin! Something is coming, she shouted, and her hands moved erratically over Kenshin's back, trying to mitigate the waves of pleasure building within her. I heard that before, replied Kenshin, but Makoto, once again, didn't listen. He kept moving his waist, stimulating Makoto's insides, and at the same time increasing the strength of his ability. Kenshin! Makoto screamed, and her body convulsed. Something is coming. Her eyes went white under the strong holding Kenshin did to her soul. Her walls contracted, and her back arched again. But Kenshin wasn't planning to stop. Yang. Kenshin's eyes were looking at the confused face of I. Something came out indeed, Kenshin mused, trying to understand the current situation. But there was someone even more confused. I had been meditating after Makoto told her that she was going to kiss Kenshin. She had no interest, so she decided to let Makoto have some space. The next time she knew, she found herself looking at the sweaty face of Kenshin, while her body felt very sensitive and she was feeling a sensation she later came to know it was pleasure from all her body. And there was something in her crotch. Not around or near. In. Hello, said Kenshin, whose body trembled not in pleasure but in fear. What? I's brain still couldn't process what was happening. The soul inside the puppet changed, but the body was the same. Makoto had orgasmed so hard that her soul hid inside the puppet, but the body was reaching another one, and it hit I at full force. Kenshin. I's mouth spoke the name of the only thing she could understand about this situation. Kenshin was surprised to see this sudden orgasm. Kenshin. I found her mind white, and with every movement Kenshin made, she felt a wave of pleasure travel from her crotch to her brain, stimulating all her nerves along the way. Well, Kenshin felt incredibly awkward about this, but when I started moving her hips, he went along Kenshin. I's mind told her that this situation was Kenshin's fault, but her body set ablaze by the pleasure didn't let her. Kenshin decided to use his ability again, and I lost herself in the pleasure. Even the strong soul of a god couldn't resist the mind-numbing pleasure. Kenshin smothered her against the bed using his body, and gave her a deep kiss that I returned almost by instinct. The only sounds in the room now were Kenshin's grunts, I's muffled moans, the sounds their private parts did every time they hit each other, and the sounds of the tongue battle taking place. I'm finishing soon, said Kenshin, moving his waist at a quick pace. I was also lost in lust, and she stopped caring about anything else that wasn't this sweet pleasure. Kenshin started moving as fast as he could, forgetting to use his ability, and I mirrored his movements. Just after releasing his seed inside her, I's body convulsed, reaching her orgasm at the same time. But before her orgasm could recede, Kenshin gave her soul the strongest pull he had done today! Just like Makoto, I's body convulsed wildly and her eyes went white. They both fell into the bed, and Kenshin, with the last traces of conscience, realized that Makoto was back, but she was sleeping. That was great, Kenshin thought. Creator's thoughts a random mob. I know there are many wrong things here, just take this as the senseless smut it is. Chapter 100. Leaving eternity behind. My post-nut clarity is so strong I can feel the world rotating, was the first thing Kenshin thought when he woke up. He saw Makoto sleeping by his side and felt content and satisfied. He hugged her sleeping body, and Makoto hugged him back, maybe on instinct. But Kenshin felt that he had won. His ability had proven once again to be too strong. I need to think of more wonderful uses my ability may have, he thought. But for now he was satisfied. He stood there lying with Makoto in his arms while trying to think about more things he could do, and listening to Makoto's peaceful breathing. It had been a shock to see the normally soft-spoken Makoto shout like that in pleasure, but it was a change he welcomed. Makoto slowly stirred up and opened her beautiful purple-pinkish eyes. "Hello," she said with a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Kenshin. And we just fucked." Makoto didn't reply and opted to hug him tightly. "It was amazing," she sighed in contentment. "I know," replied Kenshin. "Both of you was left unsaid." "There will be time for that." "What do you remember?" "I felt an orgasm coming, and then everything went white," Makoto answered while snuggling up to him, her eyes closed. "How was it for you?" "Great," replied honestly Kenshin. They lay there for another half an hour, before Makoto regretfully stood up, Kenshin mimicking her. "We need to have a shower," said Makoto with a grimace. She didn't mind the smell yesterday, but today was another thing. "We can go together," proposed Kenshin, who didn't wait for her answer and picked her up in a bridal carry. "I'm tired," Kenshin protested Makoto, but snuggled into his chest. "Just a shower." "You are a thirsty one," commented Kenshin. "Well, it was great after all." "Next time I will last longer," commented Makoto, not knowing that she could last until her body succumbed to pleasure, or at the instant Kenshin decided to use his ability. "Well, looks like someone had a fun night," commented Riley Yi, looking at the radiant smile Makoto had. Of course Makoto nodded energetically, not noticing the dry voice Yi spoke with. "You need to try." Yi could only wear a bitter look. Kenshin pat her head and sat next to her. "Yi, we have time, and we will go at our own pace," he said, using his arm to scout her closer. "Looks like someone got a lot of confidence," remarked Yi with a raised eyebrow. She liked it a lot. Kenshin was always trying to step very carefully so as to not make any mistakes, second-guessing everything and asking for everyone's opinion even about the smallest of matters. So seeing Kenshin confidently hugging her in front of Makoto made her happy. Even if things were going great between them, there was still a thin barrier she didn't know how to break. Maybe this confident Kenshin could breathe it! Kenshin suddenly kissed her, introducing his tongue in her mouth, leaving her perplexed. After a few seconds and before Yi could react, Kenshin extracted his tongue from her mouth and looked at her in the eyes. "Mine," he said and hugged Yi with his arm. Yi couldn't believe what happened. Just as she was thinking about breaking the barrier, Kenshin shattered in an instant. And she could feel how serious he was about that mine, and that made her exultant. She nodded and hugged Kenshin back. "Well, looks like someone is happy," said Makoto with a teasing smile, mimicking Yi's previous phrase. "Of course," Yi replied with a smirk. "So, how was it?" "Wonderful," replied Makoto with a soft smile. "It's almost like I can still feel him inside me." "Yes, we took a shower," said Kenshin when he saw Yi's scrunched face. They talked for a while, but thankfully for Kenshin, they left that topic aside. He was shameless, but it was only his second time after all. Maybe after a few more times he wouldn't be embarrassed. "Oh, I has stopped meditating," said Makoto, sensing I's soul stir up. "Yeah, meditating," said Kenshin, looking away. "Do you know something?" asked Yi with a curious smile. She didn't know how Makoto and I were doing this whole body sharing, but she sensed an opportunity to tease her dear friend. Suddenly, they saw a black space surrounding them and realized that I was inviting them to the plane of euthymia. Kenshin wasn't scared. He could adopt the armadillo technique and protect himself from what he expected to be I's furious assault. "Hello, I." Makoto greeted her younger sister with a radiant smile. I only looked at her with a withering gaze, before directing the same look towards Kenshin. What happened?" Yi was only curious. Now she was smelling big trouble. I was seething, but she decided to start by the beginning. "Makoto, you told me that you were going to kiss him," she said with a frigid voice. "Well, things escalated a bit," Makoto wryly said while approaching Kenshin. She knew Kenshin was her only defense. "That's a lie, of course. Kenshin didn't protect her. You were quite intent on doing it from the start. Move forward and all that." Ah. Yi was crying with laughter. She could only guess how much trouble Makoto was in now. She had fooled the original owner of the body into having sex behind her back, and now I knew about it. "You abandoned your real lover?" Makoto blushed a bit saying the last word, but sensing lightning start appearing all over the plane, she got scared. Kenshin didn't answer. He felt some tenderness at realizing that he and Makoto were now lovers, but he felt conflicted. His two lovers were at odds with each other. Who should he help? I looked coldly at Makoto without saying anything, but then she looked at Kenshin and her anger was increasing by the second. Stop it, Makoto, unlike that asshole, tried to defend her lover. "It was a consensual thing we both wanted." "Lucky for you," uttered I with her cold voice. "What do you mean?" asked curiously Yi, realizing that there was something else. But I didn't answer. She kept directing a fulminating gaze to the unafraid Kenshin. "I will explain," Kenshin said before thunder silenced his words. A dome appeared around him, Yi and Makoto, and purple lightning was circling around it. "You won't open that damn mouth," said I while clenching her teeth. She recognized this dome. It was the same one she had no way of breaking through. She didn't know how Kenshin made it, but what she knew was that now Kenshin was untouchable. "When we were in the middle of the deed," Kenshin explained with a calm voice. "Makoto orgasmed so hard that her soul went back to her body." Makoto blushed and hid her face with her hands. "And I came out." Makoto didn't hide her face with her hands anymore. She looked at her sister, who had a dark face, and couldn't help it. Pfff, she couldn't hold back her laugh. "Do you think it's funny?" I said with an icy voice to her sister, who finally was able to calm down. Ah. It was Yi now who didn't want to hold back. "Maiko," I started with a warning tone. Yi was the only innocent here, but she was going to put her into the guilty basket soon if she didn't stop. Ah. Of course, Yi didn't stop. Kenshin approached Yi, and muttered something into her ear, making her nod enthusiastically. "And that wasn't all," continued Kenshin. "I think Makoto was about to orgasm right after, so the instant I arrived, well, you can guess it." I's face turned red, momentarily forgetting all anger she may had. Just remembering that intense pleasure was making her body shiver. "Look at your face," said an amused Yi, making I remember where she was. "Just admit it, stubborn woman. Even Sarah was able to detect the sexual tension you had with Kenshin. We all know how you feel, except for you it seems like." "I didn't have any of that," said I in a firm voice. "Whatever, I will probably be able to convince a rock to grow legs earlier than you," said Yi, feeling fed up with I's stubbornness. "Calm down," interrupted Makoto with a stern face. While the circumstances were somewhat peculiar, You need to think if you regret it or not. Think about what you feel for Kenshin, and come to a conclusion you can be satisfied with. Just for once, try to lower a bit that shell you have around you and listen to what your desires are telling you. Al looked stumped, but out of habit, she nodded at her sister's words. What are we supposed to do anyway? Makoto asked further, making I look at her. You knew this. Well, at least I would do this with Kenshin. That was the purpose of dating, move forward, so this was already expected. You agreed to this, even if I messed up in my hastiness and followed my impulse. What would we do? We are stuck in the same body, as you already know. You don't need to fear about the erosion anymore, I added Kenshin. I will have a method to solve it soon enough. But even if you go mad, I can contain you. So stop being afraid of something that is not going to arrive. After saying his piece, Kenshin forcibly opened the plane of Euthymia and took Yi and Makoto out. I stood alone in the plane thinking about everything that happened, and what direction to move forward. She had been awake a lot earlier. There was no way Makoto had recovered earlier than her. She had seen how tenderly Kenshin had treated her sister and found herself wanting to receive the same gentle hugs, the same affectionate kisses, the same tender care. She touched her belly absent-mindedly, and she didn't even realize it. Maybe, like Makoto said, it was time for her to take a step forward. Leaving eternity behind,